Chapter 1. The Unexpected Departure of the Old Leader. Woo-woo. Old Xiao, you have left us just like that. How are my daughter, and I suppose a carry-on? Xiao Lin, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would truly have been at a loss these past few days. In Baiyun County, at the funeral home, a young woman clad in plain attire with her head wrapped in white gauze bore a visage of profound sorrow. The woman, in her 40s, retained a certain elegance and charm, her figure still alluring, a testament to her years as a government official's wife, which had kept her appearance surprisingly youthful. Beside her stood a girl of about 18, weeping inconsolably, her tears cascading like rain on a pear blossom. Lin Fei offered 3 respectful bows to the old leader's casket, presenting a bouquet of white flowers. Observing the grieving mother and daughter, his heart ached, and he discreetly wiped away a tear. The woman was named Li Hongmei, and the girl was her daughter, Xiao Yu. They were the wife and child of Xiao Tianli, the party secretary of Baiyun County. In the casket lay the deceased, Xiao Tianli, the party secretary of Baiyun County. Just days prior, when a flood struck Baiyun County, Xiao Tianli had personally led a team to inspect the flood control dam, showing concern for the affected populace. Little did he know that fate would be cruel. He lost his footing and slipped into the raging waters. 2 days later, his body was recovered, swollen and lifeless. The death of Xiao Tianli marked a significant loss for the people of Baiyun County, but it also brought a clandestine sense of relief among local officials. Xiao Tianli was an official parachuted in from the provincial level. During his year-long tenure in Baiyun County, he had implemented sweeping reforms, genuinely working for the benefit of the populace, suppressing local political families, and effecting the promotions of some individuals. He even imprisoned a deputy county chief and a director. It can be said that the local political families in Baiyun County harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Now, with Xiao Tianli's demise, many in the county's political arena rejoiced, and the number of visitors to the funeral home had dwindled in recent days. Only Lin Fei remained, diligently attending to the final journey of his old leader. Lin Fei served as Xiao Tianli's secretary. Before Xiao Tianli's arrival in Baiyun County, Lin Fei had worked in the county's Education and Sports Bureau, where he was diligent but remained an unrecognized workhorse due to his lack of family connections. Many who joined after him, despite their inferior capabilities, had been promoted to lead various departments within the Bureau, while Lin Fei stagnated in his position. Upon Xiao Tianli's arrival, he had searched extensively before selecting Lin Fei as his secretary. Appreciating Lin Fei's solid work ethic and strong writing skills, as well as his untainted background, Xiao Tianli wanted a secretary with a clean slate to facilitate his work. Thus, Lin Fei was transferred from the Education Bureau to serve as the deputy section chief in the county party committee office. However, Lin Fei's title was merely nominal. He was effectively just a team leader, akin to the heads of various departments in the Education Bureau. After joining Xiao Tianli, Lin Fei indeed devoted himself to his duties and received significant attention and mentorship from Xiao Tianli. Had fate not intervened, after 2 years, Lin Fei would have been promoted to the deputy director of the county party committee office, a legitimate deputy-level cadre. Yet, fate can be capricious, and Xiao Tianli's untimely departure became the greatest of surprises. With Xiao Tianli gone, the warmth of camaraderie faded, and Lin Fei was likely to be squeezed out of the county party committee office, returning to the Education Bureau in disgrace. Well, if I must return to the Education Bureau, so be it. Life is but a fleeting moment. Like grass and trees in autumn, it comes like a storm and departs like fine dust. Some things cannot be forced. Lin Fei quickly regained his composure. He then gently patted Li Hongmei and Xiao Yu's shoulders, softly saying, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yu, please take care of yourselves. I trust that Secretary Xiao would wish for you to lead fulfilling lives ahead. Xiao Lin, thank you so much for your support during these days. Please hurry back to work. We cannot take up too much of your time." Li Hongmei's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Lin Fei with gratitude. "Yes, brother Lin Fei. Please return to work. Thank you." Xiao Yu bowed deeply to Lin Fei. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yu, I shall take my leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." Lin Fei waved goodbye to Li Hongmei and Xiao Yu, leaving the funeral home and riding his small electric scooter towards the county party committee building. It is worth noting that Lin Fei was indeed a legitimate civil servant, yet his life had always been rather arduous. Coming from a poor family, his father suffered from chronic illness and relied on medication, while his mother worked tirelessly to support his younger sister's education. An older sister had dropped out to work at an early age in the past 2 years. Lin Fei had scraped together a down payment to purchase a second-hand house in the county. Leaving him in a precarious financial situation, he was the only one at the county party committee and government office who did not drive a car, opting instead for his small electric scooter. Previously, as the secretary to Party Secretary Xiao Tianli, Lin Fei's use of the electric scooter had not diminished his standing. Xiao Tianli had publicly praised him on numerous occasions, lauding Lin Fei for his diligence and practical approach to life, serving as an exemplary model for younger generations. Arriving at the entrance of the county party committee and government complex, Lin Fei honked several times on his scooter. Whether it was his imagination or not, Lin Fei sensed a particularly cold demeanor from the guard today. The man was unenthusiastic in opening the gate. His smile seemingly vanished. Lin Fei parked his scooter and quickly made his way to the second floor. The county party committee office was located on the second floor. Upon entering the office, Lin Fei found the atmosphere quite tense. There were 4 individuals present: the young woman, Han Run, the portly Zhang Huabua, and a young man, Zhou Yong. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong had only a superficial relationship with Lin Fei. They were merely colleagues in the county party committee office's secretary section. Lin Fei's youth and position as the secretary to the party secretary, coupled with his role as the acting deputy section chief, had left them feeling resentful. Conversely, Han Riyun had always maintained a good rapport with Lin Fei. She was humble, wore a constant smile, and had a non-confrontational demeanor. When Lin Fei first arrived at the secretary section, he was unfamiliar with many tasks, and Han Riyun had provided him with invaluable guidance. Han Jie Zhanggu Zhou Gu. Lin Fei greeted the 3 of them. Lin Fei, Director Luo wants to see you in his office, Zhang Huabua said dismissively, barely looking at Lin Fei. Oh. Lin Fei nodded, expressing his gratitude, and stepped out of the office, preparing to find Deputy Director Luo Gang of the County Party Committee office. Having just returned from the funeral home, it was high time for Lin Fei to report back to Luo Gang. Although Lin Fei was the secretary to Party Secretary Xiao Tianli, Luo Gang, as the deputy director, was technically Lin Fei's superior. Xiao Lin. Just as Lin Fei was about to exit, Han Ruyan followed him out, calling after his retreating figure. Han Jia, do you need something? Lin Fei paused and turned to look at Han Ruyun with curiosity. Shaolin, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Han Ruyun furrowed her brow slightly and beckoned Lin Fei with a gentle gesture before swaying her hips and walking away. What's up with Han Jia? Acting all mysterious. Lin Fei quickened his pace to catch up with her. Soon, Han Ruyun led Lin Fei to the staircase corner, ensuring no one was around, and then waved him closer, saying, Shaolin, come here a little. Lin Fei stepped closer to Han Ruyun, naturally catching a glimpse of her neckline and inhaling her subtle fragrance. Stay composed. Lin Fei quickly averted his gaze. Unaware of Lin Fei's unease, Han Ruyun whispered, Shaolin, when you see Director Luo, be cautious. I've heard from someone that Director Luo has been quite displeased with you lately. Oh, I understand, thank you, Han Jia. Lin Fei nodded. Go quickly, you don't want to anger Director Luo, Han Ruyun urged. All right. Lin Fei nodded once more and promptly left for Luo Gang's office. Director Luo, you want to see me? Standing before Luo Gang's desk, Lin Fei endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor befitting a subordinate. Bang! Suddenly, Luo Gang slammed his palm down on the desk, glaring at Lin Fei with a stern expression before bellowing. Lin Fei, do you still recognize me as your leader? Do you acknowledge the organization? Do you respect discipline? Do you even want to keep your job? Chapter 2. Parting Lin Fei found himself utterly bewildered. What was the situation? Luo Gang inexplicably erupted in fury, and furthermore, he had the audacity to label him as lacking discipline and organization. Director Luo, I fail to comprehend how I have displayed any lack of discipline. I have shown you a measure of respect as my leader. Have I not? Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. He fixed his gaze upon Luo Gang and boldly inquired, Humph, Luo Gang maintained a stern demeanor, letting out a cold snort before addressing Lin Fei. Have you reported to the county committee office these past few days? Have you been doing your work? Director Luo, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning Secretary Xiao, Lin Fei retorted. Lin Fei, what kind of attitude is that? I ask you whether you have been working, and you respond with irrelevant remarks. Can you not comprehend plain language? Luo Gang's anger intensified. Director Luo, I indeed have not been at work these past few days, as I've been attending to the aftermath of Secretary Zhao's affairs. Lin Fei replied. Who cares what you have been doing? Your absence from work constitutes an unexcused absence, and repeated absences are a grave concern. The county committee office can no longer accommodate your presence. Luo Gang pointed at Lin Fei, revealing his true intent. Lin Fei had long anticipated this outcome and was mentally prepared. However, hearing those words from Luo Gang still left him feeling uneasy and discontented. Director Luo, I understand as Secretary Zhao's secretary, now that he has passed, it is only natural that I'm no longer welcome in the county committee office. I shall report back to the Education and Sports Bureau tomorrow. Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders, expressing his resignation. Who said you are to return to the Education and Sports Bureau? Luo Gang furrowed his brow, his expression sour. Director Luo, what do you mean by that? I accept that the county committee office no longer welcomes me, but can it truly expel me from my civil service position? I am a legitimate civil servant, having secured my position through both written and oral examinations with top marks. As long as I have not committed any illegal acts, no one can dismiss me. Lin Fei no longer wished to conceal his thoughts from Luo Gang. With the FAAD shattered, he decided to speak candidly. You are correct. I cannot dismiss you. However, transferring you to a remote area or an underdeveloped township is certainly within the realm of possibility, isn't it? Luo Gang sneered as he spoke to Lin Fei. What? You intend to send me to an underdeveloped township? Luo Gang, on what grounds? Lin Fei's anger flared. You are merely the deputy director of the county committee office, a mere deputy-level official. I show you respect by addressing you as leader, but if I choose not to, you are nothing. What qualifications do you have to reassign me to a township? Do you fancy yourself an organizational minister or the county party secretary? Silence. Luo Gang bellowed in fury, after taking a few sips of tea to regain his composure. Luo Gang continued. Lin Fei, remember this. Tomorrow, you will report to Heishui Town. This is not my decision. It is a directive from the county. Minister Liu from the organization department has convened a meeting to discuss your situation, and it was unanimously decided that you would go to Heishui Town for grassroots experience. This reflects the organization's regard for you, and I hope you do not disappoint their expectations. At this point, Lin Fei felt as though the world was spinning around him. He had thought that he would merely return to the Education and Sports Bureau, enduring a loss of face while still remaining within the county's employ. Little did he know, Minister Liu from the organization department had convened a meeting to decide his transfer to Heishui Town. Lin Fei realized that arguing was futile in the bureaucratic realm. Having a protective figure was paramount. During Secretary Zhao's tenure, he had a solid backing. Now that Secretary Xiao had unexpectedly passed away, Lin Fei, as a secretary, was subjected to pressure and exclusion. The parachuted official, Xiao Qianli, had offended many, and with his sudden demise, Lin Fei was left to bear the brunt of the fallout, becoming the target for others' frustrations. Lin Fei now found himself like a widow in bed, utterly alone. His position was precarious, leaving him at the mercy of others. He paid little heed to Luo Gang's subsequent remarks, ultimately accepting a work letter from Luo Gang that ordered him to report to Heishui Town the following day. Should he resist, it would be deemed insubordination, a serious offense. Upon returning to his office to gather his personal belongings, he noticed Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong exchanging glances before stepping out to whisper among themselves. A.S. Lin Fei finished packing. Han Rin entered the office. Xiao Lin, you're back. Did Director Luo make things difficult for you? Han Rin asked, her eyes filled with concern. Han Jia, I'm leaving this place. Lin Fei replied with a bittersweet smile. What? Are they sending you back to the Education and Sports Bureau? It's nothing to worry about. Work is work. No matter where you are, let's keep in touch. Han Rin attempted to reassure him nonchalantly. Han Jia, I am to report to Heishui Town tomorrow. Lin Fei paused. Meeting Han Riyun's gaze before continuing, over the past year, I've been immensely grateful for your care and support. Now that I must leave, I find I truly will miss you. What? You are going to Heishui Town. Is this Director Luo's arrangement? That's simply excessive. Han Riyun exclaimed, her anxiety evident that no, this won't do. Being sent to such a remote place will clearly hinder your career. I must speak with Director Luo immediately to plead your case. Surely my status as a senior will carry some weight. Hanjia, please don't teed, it's futile. My transfer to Heishui Town is not solely Luo Gang's decision. He is merely a pawn in this game. Lin Fei quickly interjected. What do you mean? Is it a decision from the county leadership? Han Riyun inquired. Yes, Lin Fei nodded gently. Luo Gang informed me that Minister Lu from the organization department held a meeting to discuss my case, ultimately deciding that I should go to Heishui Town for training, citing my lack of grassroots experience. They're clearly intent on sidelining me while cloaking their motives in lofty rhetoric. Hearing Lin Fei's explanation, Han Riyun fell into deep thought. After a moment, she offered a rueful smile and said, this is indeed a challenging situation. Since it is a county decision, you must comply, but it is unfortunate for you. Hanjia, it's all right. Heishui Town is my hometown. Returning to work there allows me to contribute to local development and brings me closer to my family. Helping my fellow townsfolk is a good thing. Lin Fei reassured her. Shaolin, your perspective is commendable. You are still young. Do not let this temporary setback deter you. Every stumbling block is but a stepping stone in your journey of growth. I believe you will excel in rural development. A remarkable talent like you will undoubtedly encounter a discerning patron in the future, and then you shall soar to great heights. Han Riyun encouraged him. Thank you, Hanjia. Lin Fei felt a surge of gratitude. Even knowing that her words were intended to comfort him, in the often impersonal world of bureaucracy, encountering someone as sincere and supportive as Han Riyun was indeed a fortuitous bond. Goodbye, Hanjia. Lin Fei waved farewell, gathering his belongings as he departed from the county committee office. As he reached the entrance of the county committee and government complex, Lin Fei turned back to gaze at the towering and majestic buildings. Along with the fluttering 5-star red flag, he rendered a salute. Farewell. With that, he left without looking back. Little did Lin Fei know, it would not be long before he returned to work within the county committee and government complex again. Such is the unpredictable nature of life and fate. Chapter 3. Separation. The second-hand apartment complex Lin Fei purchased was located not far from the county committee and government complex, formerly the staff residential buildings. This neighborhood was colloquially known as the civil servant community. The civil servant community boasted an excellent location, with favorable layouts, lush greenery, and commendable property management, though the buildings themselves were somewhat aged. Lin Fei rode his electric scooter back to the civil servant community, took the elevator to his floor, and tossed his belongings into the storage room before collapsing onto the sofa in the living room. Damn it, you ungrateful lot. The moment Secretary Xiao is gone, you turn against me. Just you wait. I refuse to yield. There will come a day when I soar to great heights. Lin Fei seethed inwardly, harboring a deep frustration. He could not simply bow to fate so readily. Having spent over a year at Xiao Tianli's side, Lin Fei's professional skills had significantly improved. The influence Xiao Tianli had on him extended beyond mere work. It was also an inspiration to his character and resolve. Lin Fei reflected on his time working alongside Xiao Tianli, recalling his mentor's demeanor and the guidance he had received. Rest assured, my former leader, I will uphold your political ideals that I aspire to be an exemplary civil servant, dedicated to serving the people and delivering tangible results. Lin Fei ultimately made a momentous decision in his heart. Even if he were to report to Heishui Town the following day, he would not succumb to despair. He was determined to face the obstacles on the path of his career with fortitude, to overcome every difficulty. Even if it meant being assigned to the most remote township, he would remain true to his original aspirations, harboring his ideals. Just at that moment, Lin Fei's phone buzzed. He quickly retrieved his phone and saw a WeChat message from his girlfriend, Su Qingwei. Filled with excitement, he opened the WeChat chat interface. Despite career setbacks, love could illuminate his life. Su Qingwei, an English teacher at the county's #1 high school, was tall and beautiful, possessing both grace and talent. When Lin Fei was still working at the Education Bureau, A senior colleague had introduced him to Su Qingwei for a blind date. AT that time. Su Qingwei had just graduated from teacher's college and had been working for only a year. She had exchanged contact information with Lin Fei, but insisted on maintaining a platonic friendship, stating that she was still young and not yet ready to contemplate romantic relationships, preferring to devote her energies to her beloved career in education. Lin Fei understood and admired her passion for teaching. Later, when Lin Fei was transferred from the Education Bureau to the County Committee office as a secretary, their communication became more frequent, with Su Qingwei taking the initiative to invite him out for meals and shopping. Lin Fei found her attractive and her career commendable, and they grew closer on Su Qingwei's birthday. They first enjoyed a Western meal and then, as per her request, went to a karaoke by the end of the evening. Su Qingwei, having had a bit too much to drink, insisted on Lin Fei accompanying her home. Once they arrived at her house, she did not let him leave, and that night, in a haze of confusion, they engaged in intimate activities, marking the beginning of their serious relationship. Lin Fei purchased a second-hand apartment, and Su Qingwei frequently spent the night at his place. Recently, they had even discussed marriage, settling on a bride price. Opening the WeChat chat with Su Qingwei, Lin Fei was met with a shocking message. Lin Fei, let's break up? What? Lin Fei was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Su Qingwei wanted to break up with him. Just a short while ago, everything had seemed fine. The night before the incident with Secretary Xiao, Su Qingwei had even stayed over at his place, playfully asserting her dominance. How could it be that after just a few days of silence, she suddenly wanted to end things? Had he neglected her in the midst of his busyness with Secretary Xiao's affairs? Lin Fei reflected and realized that indeed, he had not contacted Su Qingwei at all during those days. No calls. No messages. He had inadvertently sidelined her. Women are so emotional. Lin Fei promptly sent her a message. Darling, I've been busy these past 2 days, but now that it's over, you don't have evening classes tonight. Do you? I'll come pick you up and take you out for a nice meal. However, upon sending the message, he discovered he had been blocked by Su Qingwei. What? What is going on? Lin Fei quickly checked his call log and dialed her number. The call connected, but after 2 beeps, Su Qingwei hung up. He tried again, but she continued to reject his calls. After 3 attempts, she finally answered. Darling, you finally picked up? Lin Fei exclaimed. Lin Fei, please watch your words. I'm not your darling anymore. From now on, we are no longer in a romantic relationship. Su Qingwei's icy tone cut through him. Why? Lin Fei asked, bewildered. Why? Can't you think about it for a moment? Su Qingwei retorted, not allowing him a chance to respond before hanging up. Damn, this materialistic woman. Lin Fei pocketed his phone and slumped onto the sofa, feeling utterly speechless. He had sensed that Su Qingwei was somewhat pragmatic, but he had deemed it an acceptable trait. After all, who among adults isn't a little pragmatic? Being realistic and making better choices for oneself is not a flaw, much like how Lin Fei had readily accepted the opportunity to work as a secretary at the county committee office upon being selected by Xiao Tianli. What he had not anticipated was the extent of Su Qingwei's pragmatism. This was no longer mere practicality, but sheer opportunism. Lin Fei was no fool. He realized that Su Qingwei was not merely sulking, but was resolutely determined to end their relationship. During the year they had been together, there had been moments of disagreement and quarrels. Yet previously, after every spat, as long as Lin Fei was willing to apologize and express some sweet words to placate her, their relationship would return to its former warmth. This time, however, Su Qingwei's demeanor was markedly different. She had blocked him on WeChat, and her tone on the phone was as cold as ice, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Su Qingwei must have learned of my assignment to Heishui Town and deemed me to have no future, thus swiftly severing ties. Lin Fei mused. If this was Su Qingwei's choice, he would respect it, understand it, and wish her well. After all, during their time together, she had brought him considerable joy. He could only silently acknowledge the sentiment. They had once loved, without regrets. Just then, Lin Fei's stomach growled. Forget it, he thought. I'll go out and grab a bite. One must be nourished to have the strength to work. Tomorrow, he would head to Heishui Town and continue his revolutionary duties. Lin Fei stepped outside and headed to a nearby commercial street in search of a small restaurant. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his phone rang. Who could be calling? as he took out his phone and checked the caller ID. He was momentarily stunned. Lin Fei, a female doctor from the county traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Lin Fei and Lin Fei had been classmates in high school, both performing well academically and maintaining a good rapport. After graduating from university, Lin Fei became a civil servant, while Lin Fei studied traditional medicine and took a position at the county hospital. They had kept in touch, but had never met up privately, only sharing a table at a class reunion once and exchanging a few words. Lin Fei was quite surprised to receive a call from Lin Fei. He quickly pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Lin Fei, it's me, Lin Fei. Without waiting for him to respond, she continued, Dr. Chun, is there something you need? Lin Fei inquired. What? Can't I just call the chat? Lin Fei replied playfully, that's not what I meant. I'm just a bit awkward with words. Please don't mind me. Lin Fei responded sheepishly. Don't be so modest. Everyone knows you're the talented Lin. How could you possibly be awkward with words? Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei forced a smile. Talented Lin? That was merely a facade. During his time at the Education Bureau, he had drafted various important documents, including work plans and summaries, often burning the midnight oil to perfect them, resulting in well-crafted, insightful, and logically coherent pieces that earned him the nickname Talented Lin. However, ever since he moved to the county committee office, that moniker had spread further. Now, faced with his current predicament, hearing those words only deepened his sense of melancholy. Lin Fei, are you still there? Lin Fei's voice broke through his thoughts. Yes, I'm here, Lin Fei replied. Are you free to join me for a meal? Lin Fei asked. Yes, I'm quite free, Lin Fei responded. Unsure of Lin Fei's intention for the invitation, he had no reason to decline. In a time when everyone seemed to distance themselves from him, even seeking to undermine him, and with his girlfriend Su Qinghue having broken up with him, the fact that Lin Fei wanted to have a meal together indicated that she was a person of loyalty. He then informed her of his current location, and she told him to wait a moment as she would be stepping out shortly. After hanging up, a silver BMW 5 Series slowly passed in front of Lin Fei. Hey, isn't that your ex-boyfriend? The car came to a halt, and the window rolled down, revealing a particularly rotund young man with dark skin and a face full of acne, who gazed at Lin Fei with a mocking expression. Lin Fei instantly recognized this unattractive fat man. His name was Wen Yinzong, the son of a wealthy family in the county, whose family owned a coal mine. Lin Fei also knew that Wen Yinzong had once pursued Su Qinghue, but had been rejected in favor of Lin Fei. Now, Wen Yinzong was driving a BMW, and Su Qinghue was seated in the passenger seat. In an instant, Lin Fei understood everything that Su Qinghue had not only broken up with him, but had also swiftly turned to Wen Yinzong's embrace. She truly was a woman of extreme opportunism. Any lingering feelings Lin Fei had for Su Qinghue evaporated in that moment. Wen Yinzong, while gazing at Lin Fei, placed his right hand on Su Qinghue's thigh, vigorously kneading it, that he then addressed Lin Fei, saying, Lin Fei, I hear you've been relegated to the most remote Heishui town. The glory you once basked in has been replaced by your current desolation. You used to be the star figure in the county's political scene as Xiao Tianli's secretary, and now, not to belittle you, but you are a quintessential example of a fallen man. Ha ha ha. Just look at you now, utterly useless. Your future is bleak, and even your girlfriend has left you. Watch your mouth. My life is not one to be dictated by a fat pig like you. Lin Fei retorted angrily. In truth, Lin Fei paid little heed to Wen Yinzong's words. He simply could not tolerate Wen Yinzong's arrogant demeanor. I'll say what I want. What can you do about it? Will you dare to bite me or strike me? I've taken your girlfriend. Are you unhappy about it? Your woman is now mine, Wen Yinzong. What will you do about it? Wen Yinzong, far from being subdued, became even more brazen in his taunts. Darling, you're so annoying. Isn't what you're saying tantamount to a heartless attack on Lin Fei. At that moment, however, Su Qinghue blushed coyly, playfully engaging with Wen Yinzong. Damn it, you too. Lin Fei cursed under his breath. Who are you cursing? Try that again, you bastard. Wen Yinzong glared at Lin Fei, seething with anger. Yes, I'm cursing you, you fat pig. Lin Fei shot back defiantly. You dare insult me? Apologize. Wen Yinzong, unable to contain himself, stepped out of the car and charged at Lin Fei, raising his right hand, finger pointed accusingly at Lin Fei. "Get lost," Lin Fei shouted. "You son of a—" Wu Yinzhong lunged, slapping at Lin Fei. With Wu Yinzhong advancing, Lin Fei refused to remain passive. He swung back in anger, delivering a stinging slap to Wu Yinzhong's face, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "Ah! You dare hit me, you bastard!" Wu Yinzhong, now devoid of reason, lunged at Lin Fei in a flash. Lin Fei seized Wu Yinzhong by the neck and slammed him against the BMW car door with a resounding thud. Lin Fei maintained his grip on Wu Yinzhong's throat, rendering him breathless. "Lin Fei, you've gone too far. Release him." Su Qingwei glared at Lin Fei. "Humph, what a pair of shameless lovers. Su Qingwei, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be such a materialistic woman." Lin Fei continued to grip Wu Yinzhong, coldly addressing Su Qingwei. "Lin Fei, this isn't my fault. Blame yourself. I admit, you are handsome, talented, and physically capable, setting aside family background. You fit the type Su Qingwei like, but your family is poor and lacks connections. Previously, I dated you because I saw potential in you, hoping for marriage. Who knew fate would be so cruel? Now that Xiao Tianli is dead and you've been demoted to the countryside. If I were to stay with you, I would be a fool." Su Qingwei appeared at ease as she spoke, feeling quite composed. "So, you've immediately thrown yourself into the arms of this fat pig? Are you certain this rich second generation truly cares for you, and isn't merely drawn to your beauty? Aren't you worried he'll tire of you and cast you aside?" Lin Fei asked with a cold smirk. "Is it worth discussing this with you? I see you're just jealous of his wealth, that if you were a real man, you wouldn't be here throwing shade." Su Qingyue's attitude was indifferent. "Fine, think what you will." Lin Fei chose not to argue further and released his grip. Freed, Wu Yinzhong immediately stood up, glaring at Lin Fei with fury, shouting, "Lin Fei, I'll fight you." "Get lost if you don't want to die," Lin Fei shouted back. That Wu Yinzhong hesitated, intimidated by Lin Fei's fierce demeanor. Then he continued, "Lin Fei, don't be so arrogant. I have countless ways to ruin you. I don't want to waste my time on a loser like you. You can't even keep your girlfriend. She serves me daily. You must be feeling terrible. Ha ha ha. Once you arrive at that backwater Heishui town. With your pitiful state, you'll never find a woman. Who says he'll never find a woman?" At that moment, a gentle voice rang out from behind Lin Fei. Recognizing the voice, Lin Fei knew it was Chun Fei. She approached Lin Fei's side, affectionately linking her arm through his elbow. This sudden display caught Lin Fei off guard, as he felt a little out of place. Chun Fei sensed his tension and playfully pinched him. Winking as she did, Lin Fei quickly grasped her intentions. She was deliberately trying to elevate his status. He could only play along, not daring to offend her at that moment. This instant, both Wu Yinzhong and Su Qingwei, seated in the passenger seat, looked on in bewilderment at Lin Fei and Chun Fei. Chun Fei, nearly 1.7 meters tall, boasted a more striking figure than Su Qingwei, dressed in a light-colored shirt paired with tight sky-blue jeans. Her long legs and perky backside were on full display. Complemented by her scholarly and beautiful face, she eclipsed Su Qingwei in both appearance and aura. Wu Yinzhong gazed at Chun Fei with a lustful glint in his eyes, utterly astonished that such a beauty was by Lin Fei's side. Moments ago, he had declared that Lin Fei would never find a woman, yet here stood a stunning woman, intimately close to Lin Fei. Was this not a blatant slap to Wu Yinzhong's face? Su Qingwei felt an even more bitter pang in her heart. Having decisively ended her relationship with Lin Fei to embrace Wu Yinzhong for pragmatic reasons, she did not wish to be tied to a failure for life. Yet, Lin Fei now stood with a woman of superior looks and charm, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. "Lin Fei, how could you be with another woman? Have you betrayed me?" Su Qingwei pointed at Lin Fei, visibly upset. "Humph," Lin Fei scoffed, offering no further explanation to Su Qingwei. He turned to Chun Fei and said, Fei, you must be hungry. Let us go get something delicious." "Sure, let us go." Chun Fei playfully stuck out her tongue. The two then left hand in hand. Chapter 5. A classmate's confession. Wu Yinzhong returned to the BMW. Fuming, "Damn it," he cursed. "Honey, Lin Fei is truly too much. We can't just let this slide, can we?" Su Qingwei immediately incited Wu Yinzhong. That of course not. How could I let him off? Wu Yinzhong gritted his teeth. What do you plan to do? Hire a few people to beat him up? Su Qingwei inquired. Beating him up would be too lenient. Wu Yinzhong paused, then continued. My uncle works in Heishui Town. I'll call him right now. Tomorrow, when Lin Fei reports to Heishui Town, my uncle will make sure he has a hard time. He'll never get ahead in life. Ha ha ha. What a splendid plan. Su Qingwei clapped her hands in delight. At Right Bank CAF, Lin Fei and Chen Feifei found a private room to sit down. Right Bank CAF is a Western restaurant, primarily serving Western cuisine, coffee, and wine. Lin Fei was not particularly fond of Western food. He preferred hot pot and skewers. However, since Chen Feifei chose Right Bank CF, Lin Fei naturally respected her wishes. Lin Fei, shall I order a steak for you and a pasta? I'll have a steak too. And we can enjoy some red wine. What do you think? Chen Feifei's bright, sparkling eyes blinked as she gazed at Lin Fei. Sure. Lin Fei nodded lightly. Then I'll place the order. Chen Feifei promptly scanned the menu with her phone. After ordering, she engaged Lin Fei in conversation, inquiring about his work situation. Lin Fei, you're about to start working in the town, right? Oh, old classmate. Did you invite me out for dinner to comfort me? Lin Fei chuckled and asked, well, somewhat yes. Just to cheer you up? Chen Feifei nodded gently. After a pause, she added, once you're down there, it won't be easy for us to meet. Well, it's manageable, if we truly want to see each other. We can always find the time. Lin Fei replied, casually, yes, that's so. Chen Feifei smiled gently and said, Lin Fei, will you make time to meet me more often in the future? Lin Fei was taken aback. What did Chen Feifei mean by that? Why did she want him to make more time for her? Was she hinting at something? Lin Fei's gaze remained fixed on Chen Feifei. She blushed slightly, turning her face away. Fortunately, the waiter soon brought the steak, pasta, and red wine. Lin Fei and Chen Feifei enjoyed steak and red wine together. Lin Fei consumed most of a bottle of red wine, leaving the remainder for Chen Feifei, slightly tipsy. Chen Feifei's cheeks flushed. Lin Fei, have you finished eating? She asked. Yes, I have, Lin Fei replied with a gentle nod. Then let's go. Chen Feifei stood up, and Lin Fei followed suit. As they exited the private room, Lin Fei intended to settle the bill, but Chen Feifei informed him that she had already paid via WeChat, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Upon leaving Right Bank CF, Chen Feifei, due to her inebriation, walked somewhat unsteadily. Be careful. Lin Fei quickly extended a helping hand to support Chen Feifei. She leaned against him, her hands clutching him tightly. That moment, Lin Fei distinctly felt the softness and elasticity of Chen Feifei pressing against his elbow, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. Lin Fei, I'm drunk. Please take me home, Chen Feifei said. All right, Lin Fei nodded. Soon, he escorted Chen Feifei home, as her residence was nearby. Feifei, we're home. Rest well. I shall take my leave. Lin Fei turned to depart. No. Suddenly, Chen Feifei grasped Lin Fei's arm, preventing him from leaving. Feifei, what are you doing? Lin Fei was perplexed. That moment, Chen Feifei suddenly leaped into Lin Fei's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. She then leaned in and kissed him deeply. Lin Fei, already feeling restless, found the intensity of Chen Feifei's advance igniting his desire further. He immediately cradled her face and kissed her fervently. Chen Feifei reciprocated his affection. However, Lin Fei, not content with this, began to unbutton her blouse, when suddenly, Chen Feifei interrupted him, whispering in his ear, Lin Fei, I'm not available these days. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, dousing his fervor. Feifei, I apologize. I was too impulsive just now. Lin Fei, regaining his composure, sincerely expressed his regret to Chen Feifei. Lin Fei, please don't say that. I don't blame you. It was I who asked you to take me home, that I was the one who initiated it. But I truly am not feeling well these days, Chen Feifei replied with a shy smile. The two of them ceased kissing and sat on the sofa to converse. Lin Fei, do you know? I like you, suddenly, Chen Feifei declared. What? You like me? Lin Fei was taken aback. Yes, I like you. That I've always liked you. When we studied together, I admired your talent. After entering the workforce, your abilities have become even more apparent, and my admiration has only deepened. Chun Fei explained. Oh. Lin Fei sighed helplessly, chuckling. What talent do I possess? Look at how disheveled my life is right now. No, that's merely a matter of bad luck. Such temporary setbacks, won't obscure your talent or hinder your career progress. I believe in you. Even if you were to go to the countryside, you would shine brightly and achieve great things. You will surely return to the city to hold an official position. Chun Fei stated with conviction. Fei, thank you for your encouragement. Lin Fei felt deeply touched. He had never anticipated that Chun Fei had harbored feelings for him all along. Previously, he had been blind to the fact that a kind-hearted and beautiful classmate, a doctor, liked him. Why had he chosen to pursue a superficial relationship with Su Qingwei instead? Lin Fei vowed that once he arrived in the township, he would strive to achieve success and return to the city, where he could spend more time with Chun Fei. Lin Fei left Chun Fei's home late that night. Initially, Chun Fei had insisted that he stay over, but Lin Fei declined, given that she was unwell. Staying would be futile. It would only lead to further discomfort. Lin Fei still had to pack his belongings as he needed to report to Heishui Town the following day. That night, Lin Fei dreamed. In his dream, he and Chun Fei were lying together on a bed. And then, upon waking, he realized it was merely a dream. Oh, what time is it? Why am I dreaming such things? Lin Fei sighed with a bitter smile. Noticing the dawn light streaming through the window, he quickly checked the time on his phone, then got up to prepare himself. Carrying a large bag filled with clothes and toiletries, Lin Fei stepped out. Hailing a taxi to the county's west bus station, where he purchased a ticket to Heishui Town at 9:30 in the morning, Lin Fei arrived in Heishui Town and headed towards the government compound. Upon reaching the entrance of the Heishui Town government building, he encountered a young woman in her 30s, dressed in a fitted blouse. He approached her, saying, "Hello, I am Lin Fei, here to report for duty today. This is my notification letter. Oh, you must be the new Lin Fei, the one from the county party office, Secretary Zhao's assistant." The young woman regarded him with curiosity. "Yes, that's me." Lin Fei nodded slightly. "Hello, I am Wang Liyue from the party and government office." "Nice to meet you, Lin. Please follow me. I will take you to meet Director Wu. You'll complete your reporting procedures with him." Wang Liyue greeted Lin Fei warmly. "Thank you, Sister Wang." Lin Fei felt that Wang Liyue was quite amiable and responded to her kindly as well. "No need to mention it. We will be colleagues from now on, and I look forward to your guidance, you talented one," Wang Liyue replied politely. Unintentionally, her words struck a nerve with Lin Fei, who found the title of talented one rather unpalatable given his current demotion to a township position. However, he understood that Wang Liyue meant no harm, so he chose not to dwell on it. As he followed Wang Liyue, he couldn't help but admire her figure, feeling a flicker of desire igniting within him. Chapter 6, suppressed by director Wu. Wang Liyue was a charming young woman. During his time at the county party office, Lin Fei had also known a beautiful woman named Han Run. Naturally, he found himself comparing Wang Liyue to Han Run. Both were strikingly beautiful and intelligent, exuding a warm, sisterly charm. Lin Fei began to fantasize about working alongside Wang Liyue, envisioning it as a pleasant prospect. "Lin Fei, we have arrived. This is Director Wu's office. You can go in by yourself." Upon reaching an office door, Wang Liyue halted. "All right, thank you." Lin Fei replied, "That you're welcome." Wang Liyue smiled brightly. Lin Fei casually glanced at the acrylic board outside the office, which featured a portrait and a brief introduction. To his surprise, he discovered that the director of the Heishui Town Party and Government Office was named Wu Tianhua, a man with a round face and a receding hairline. Lin Fei pushed open the door and entered, only to find Wu Tianhua engrossed in his computer screen, wearing a mischievous grin. Upon hearing the footsteps, Wu Tianhua was startled and quickly closed the computer window. Turning to face Lin Fei, he glared at him, clearly irritated. "Hey, who are you? Why did you come in without a word?" "Director Wu." "Hello. I am Lin Fei, here to report for duty. This is my notification letter from the organization department." Lin Fei promptly presented the letter to Wu Tianhua. In front of Wu Tianhua, Lin Fei maintained a degree of humility. He understood that Heishui Town was a county-level administrative entity with a town party secretary. Mayor and chairman of the Town People's Congress held formal county-level positions, while other committee members and deputy mayors held deputy county-level roles. Wu Tianhua as a member of the town party committee and director of the party and government office, was indeed a genuine deputy county-level official, ranking above several deputy mayors. Previously, while working in the county party office, Lin Fei had been merely a regular staff member, yet even deputy county-level officials treated him with a modicum of respect. Now, having been demoted to the town, he found himself without a powerful backing, and he needed to exhibit the necessary humility when confronted with someone like Wu Tianhua, a deputy county-level leader. Such is the reality of the officialdom. "Oh, so you're Lin Fei?" Wu Tianhua lifted his head. Lin Fei caught sight of Wu Tianhua's haggard panda eyes, indicating that he had not rested well the previous night. Whether he had been laboring over work or something else entirely remained a mystery. "Director Wu, greetings. I am Lin Fei. I humbly ask for your guidance and assistance in arranging my work." Lin Fei spoke politely to Wang Tianhua. "Very well, I understand. You shall be assigned to the forestry station." Wu Tianhua waved his hand grandly and assigned Lin Fei his duties. "Thank you very much, Director Wu." Lin Fei nodded appreciatively. In truth, Lin Fei had harbored a strong desire to remain in the party and government office. Firstly, it would allow him to continue utilizing his writing talents. Secondly, it would afford him the opportunity to collaborate with the charming young woman, Wang Luyue. Little did he anticipate Wu Tianhua's direct assignment to the forestry station, which he reluctantly accepted. "Lin Fei, there's a vacant position at the forestry station that you will fill," Wu Tianhua continued. "What vacant position?" Lin Fei inquired curiously, wondering if the station had an opening for a station chief or deputy chief. If he were to fill the role of chief, it would indeed be quite admirable, as the station chief held a genuine rank of a cadre, theoretically offering the opportunity for promotion to a deputy section chief. Even serving as a deputy chief would be acceptable to the Huanghuzai forestry farm. There is currently only Old Li as a forest ranger, and he is nearing retirement. The farm is in need of a ranger. You will go to Huanghuzai to guard the forest and learn from Old Li. Once he retires next month, you will bear the significant responsibility of safeguarding the Huanghuzai forestry farm alone. Wu Tianhua elaborated. "What? You want me to guard the Huanghuzai forestry farm?" Lin Fei was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Wu Tianhua would assign him to such a position. Having already been demoted to Heishui Town, which was already remote, the journey from the county seat to Heishui Town spanned several dozen kilometers, and Huanghuzai forestry farm was an additional 20 kilometers from Heishui Town. Lin Fei, having served as a secretary to county party secretary Xiao Tianli, possessed a comprehensive understanding of Baiyun County's affairs and was well aware of the situation at Huanghuzai forestry farm. Once a small village inhabited by dozens of households, Huanghuzai had seen its residents relocated to the mountains in recent years due to county-led resettlement efforts, leaving only a state-owned forestry farm and a reservoir in existence. Working within the town's government would still provide opportunities for social interaction, as life in the town was comparatively convenient. However, moving to Huanghuzai forestry farm meant retreating to a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence. Once Old Li retired next month, Lin Fei would be left alone to manage the forest, encountering an unbearable solitude. Such isolation would make it difficult to develop his career or future prospects. "Indeed, I'm assigning you to the forestry farm. You are being sent to the grassroots level, and naturally, it is essential to assign you a significant role for your training. Guarding the forest is a weighty responsibility, providing ample opportunity for learning. This assignment reflects the organization's regard for you, and you would not dare to reject such goodwill, would you, young man? You must broaden your vision, be willing to endure hardship, and strive to accomplish meaningful tasks. Learn to take practical action rather than merely seeking comfort at a young age." Wu Tianhua lectured Lin Fei at length. Lin Fei, weary of Wu Tianhua's words, was reluctant to listen further till he realized he had no means to contest the decision. Wu Tianhua's arrangement left him with no avenue for refusal. His greatest ally, Xiao Tianli, had unexpectedly passed away, leaving him vulnerable to the county's political factions, which sought to undermine him by relegating him to the town, which would not genuinely accommodate him. Thus, Wu Tianhua assigned him the most arduous task of guarding the forestry farm. Lin Fei felt oppressed by Wu Tianhua. Perhaps this was not solely Wu Tianhua's decision. It might have been discussed among the town's leadership, with Wu Tianhua merely delivering the notice. just as his demotion to Heishui Town had been a matter discussed within the county party organization department. Ultimately conveyed by Deputy Director Luo Gang. Lin Fei, you are to report to the forestry farm today. I have already instructed the staff to contact Oldley in advance. Once you arrive at the farm, Oldley will guide you in your work. I have said all that needs to be said. I hope you do not disappoint the goodwill I have shown you. Wu Tianhua concluded, signaling that Lin Fei should leave. Disheartened, Lin Fei exited Wu Tianhua's office. Damn, why treat me this way? He silently cursed, and as he stepped outside the town government building, the lovely Wang Liu suddenly caught up with him. Lin Fei, wait for me, she called, approaching him briskly. Sister Wang. Lin Fei quickly concealed his displeasure and greeted Wang Liu. Lin Fei, what position has Director Wu assigned you? Did he keep you in the party and government office? If so, we shall work in the same office. Wang Liu's face radiated with joy as she opened the conversation to, Sister Wang, Lin Fei felt a mix of emotions that he was somewhat touched that Wang Liu, having just met him, did not mind his demotion and treated him with such kindness. What's wrong? Did you not end up in the party and government office? That doesn't make sense. Just yesterday, I heard Director Wu mention he wanted you there to handle various writing tasks. Has he changed his mind today? Have you been reassigned to another department? No worries, any department is fine. We can communicate more. Wang Liu said, her smile unwavering. No, Sister Wang. Director Wu has assigned me to guard the Huanghuzai forestry farm. Lin Fei replied with a bitter smile. What? He wants you to guard the Huanghuzai forestry farm? What on earth is going on? It feels like they are intentionally making things difficult for you. If you go to the forestry farm, it will be terribly dull, and while it may seem like an easy job, the pressure and responsibility are immense. With the recent dry and hot weather, guarding the forest becomes even more arduous. If a wildfire were to break out, it would be disastrous. Wang Liu expressed her concern for Lin Fei. Sister Wang, I appreciate your concern. If I must guard the forestry farm, so be it. Lin Fei shrugged. In a way, I will go speak to Director Wu and inquire about the situation to advocate for you. Wang Liu declared, turning to leave. Sister Wang, wait. Lin Fei suddenly grabbed her arm. Wang Liu stumbled slightly towards him. Sister Wang, be careful. Lin Fei quickly extended his hand to steady her. In that moment, his hand inadvertently brushed against her softness. Sister Wang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Fei hastily apologized. Humph. Wang Liu gave a playful huff and retorted, if you didn't mean it, you should let go now. Cough, my apologies. Lin Fei quickly released his grip, and Wang Liu regained her balance that he noticed a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Wang Liu did not dwell on the incident, instead pouting slightly and saying, just yesterday, Director Wu intended to keep you in the party and government office to help with the writing tasks. Why has he changed his mind? It feels like he's trying to make things difficult for you. Hearing Wang Liu's words, Lin Fei's mind raced, recalling his conflict with Wu Nianzhong the previous night. Wu Tianhua and Wu Nianzhong shared the same surname. Could there be a connection between them? With this thought in mind, Lin Fei promptly made his way back into the government building, hurrying to Wu Tianhua's office. Weren't you supposed to report to the forestry farm? What are you doing back here? What kind of work attitude is this? Do you even want to continue working? If not, I will report this to the organization department and have you dismissed immediately. Wu Tianhua's expression soured upon seeing Lin Fei, his temper flaring. Director Wu, I must ask you, what is your relationship with Wu Nianzhong? Lin Fei inquired bluntly. Wu Nianzhong is my nephew, Wu Tianhua replied. I see. So Wu Nianzhong is your nephew, the party and government office director of Heishui Town. You never intended to send me to guard the forestry farm. It was surely Wu Nianzhong who reported me. And you are now deliberately making things difficult for me by assigning me to the forestry farm, correct? Lin Fei's fury boiled over as he pointed an accusing finger at Wu Tianhua. Lin Fei, what kind of attitude is this? You can eat indiscriminately, but not speak recklessly. My decision to send you to the forestry farm is a normal work arrangement, completely unrelated to my nephew Wu Nianzhong. Do not slander my work ethic. This assignment signifies your importance and the organization's nurturing of you. It is one thing to be ungrateful, but to wrongfully accuse me is unacceptable, Wu Tianhua rebuffed. Once again, I reiterate, if you are willing to work, then do so. If not, be gone at once. Wu Tianhua seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Fei, unleashing a torrent of invective. Damn it! Lin Fei felt an overwhelming urge to slam Wu Tianhua against the wall and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. He knew he could not resort to violence. Should he strike, the situation would only worsen, and Wu Tianhua would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to have him dismissed at this critical juncture. Lin Fei had to temper his temper, even though he was aware that Wu Tianhua was deliberately targeting him. He had no tangible evidence to substantiate his claims that assert that Wu Tianhua was acting at the instigation of his nephew, Wu Yinzhong. With a notion Lin Fei alone understood, Wu Tianhua would never concede to such an admission. Get out, and do it now. If you fail to report to the timber farm today, I will escalate this matter to the county organization department and the county disciplinary committee. You won't have any chance of continuing your work then. Wu Tianhua barked at Lin Fei, who had yet to make his exit. Just wait, Wu Tianhua. You may revel in your current triumph, but mark my words, when the day comes that I, Lin Fei, rise again, you will be the one seeking my favor. Lin Fei retorted defiantly before storming out of Wu Tianhua's office. Humph, what nonsense! You think you'll ever rise again? You'd better prop your pillow high. In dreams, anything is possible. Wu Tianhua scoffed inwardly, convinced that Lin Fei would never have the opportunity to reclaim his standing. Lin Fei's strongest ally had passed away, County Party Secretary Xiao Tianli, and now Lin Fei was but a stray dog, lost and forsaken. What Wu Tianhua did not anticipate was that Lin Fei would soon orchestrate a remarkable turnaround. Not only had Wu Tianhua failed to foresee this twist of fate, but even Lin Fei himself had not anticipated such a swift reversal. In hindsight, Lin Fei could only marvel at the capriciousness of fate. When misfortune struck, it could be relentless, yet when fortune smiled, it could come as a complete surprise. Chapter 8. The bitter trials before fortune smiles. Lin Fei exited Wu Tianhua's office and stepped out of the town government building. Lin Fei, hey! Wang Liao followed closely behind him, her voice laden with concern. Sister Wang, did you hear everything I discussed with Wu Tianhua? Lin Fei inquired. Yes. Wang Liao nodded gently, stating, I heard it all. I never imagined Director Wu could be such a person. He deliberately targets you for the sake of his nephew, as a leader. His pettiness is astonishing. Lin Fei, you cannot remain passive. Why not report this to your superiors and try to secure your position in the town? Sister, that would be futile. I have to go to the timber farm, but if I don't report there today, Wu Tianhua will surely exploit the situation, placing me in an even more precarious position. I am but a small fry, unable to compete with someone of his rank. Lin Fei's gaze lingered briefly on Wang Liao's impressive figure. Wang Liao felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of Lin Fei going to the timber farm. Yet she found herself powerless to intervene as an ordinary staff member in the party and government office of Heishui Town. She lacked the authority to assist Lin Fei. Sister, I must head to the timber farm now. Farewell. Lin Fei waved goodbye to Wang Liao. Wait. Wang Liao called out, stopping him in his tracks. What is it, Sister Wang? Lin Fei asked curiously. Are you really going to the Huangzai timber farm without a vehicle? Wang Liao questioned. No. Lin Fei replied. But it's fine. I'll take a motorcycle taxi. He was aware that the journey to Huangzai timber farm was lengthy and devoid of public transport. One had to either drive or take a motorcycle taxi to reach it. Here, take this. Wang Liao suddenly produced a set of car keys and handed them to Lin Fei. Sister Wang, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei was taken aback. This is my car parked just over there. The license plate ends with 2 5s. You could drive my car to the timber farm. Wang Liao explained that no, absolutely not. If I take your car, what will you do? Lin Fei firmly declined. It's all right. I live in town and rarely use the car. I only occasionally drive into the city to visit home. Wang Liao reassured him. Lin Fei seized upon a crucial piece of information and asked, Sister Wang, do you and your husband live apart? Are you a weekend couple? I don't have a husband. Wang Liao blushed and pouted. Oh, Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly. The idea that such a beautiful woman was single seemed a bit of a waste. Ultimately, Lin Fei declined Wang Liao's offer of the car keys, feeling he could not accept such a significant gesture of kindness from someone he had only just met. After bidding Wang Liao farewell, he headed into town, purchased a bottle of chilled mineral water, and then took a motorcycle taxi to the Huanghazai timber farm. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Fei arrived at the timber farm, his stomach growling with hunger, when he beheld the dilapidated tile-roofed house concealed within the dense mountain greenery, with a few electrical wires running through it and a large fan whirring without an air conditioner in sight. He frowned deeply. This is a real hassle. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Fei had anticipated the poor conditions at Huanghazai timber farm, yet had not expected them to be this dire. Here, apart from the pristine natural environment, there was nothing else to speak of. An elderly man with graying hair and a weathered face approached Lin Fei, limping slightly. "You must be Lin, the new forest ranger?" "Yes, I am Lin Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Fei acknowledged, recognizing the old man as Old Li, who was set to retire in a month. Such a young and promising individual, assigned to this place. What a pity. Old Li sighed, expressing sympathy for Lin Fei's unfortunate fate. He then offered Lin Fei a few words of casual comfort before guiding him through the work, pulling out a map to highlight several key locations and explaining crucial knowledge about forest fire prevention and flood control in reservoirs. Accepting the situation with grace, Lin Fei listened attentively, absorbing the information. Witnessing Lin Fei's diligent attitude, Old Li sighed again. That evening, Lin Fei settled into the wooden house at the timber farm. Old Li vacated a room for him and rode a dilapidated motorcycle down the mountain to return home, which was not far from there. For dinner, Lin Fei boiled some noodles, hastily resolving his hunger. Old Li had left behind a bag of rice, a can of lard, half a barrel of vegetable oil, as well as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and basic condiments such as salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Behind the house, some vegetables like eggplants, loofahs, cowpeas, and tomatoes were also planted. Lin Fei found himself living alone in the timber farm, realizing he would have to cook for himself at every meal. A life more arduous than he had anticipated. Buzzing mosquitoes swarmed around him, leaving numerous red welts on his skin. Most distressing of all, the weather was stiflingly hot, and even at night, the temperature remained uncomfortably high. The old fan creaked away, proving almost ineffective. "Damn, this miserable life! Wu Tianhua, Wu Yinzhong, you have wronged me. Just wait until my fortunes change. I will make you pay." Lin Fei felt utterly overwhelmed, his animosity towards the duo reaching a boiling point. Late into the night, he finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the trees, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. Lin Fei rolled out of bed, washed his face and brushed his teeth, then lit a fire to prepare breakfast. After eating, he followed the customary routine of patrolling the timber farm. Focusing on several critical areas, he also inspected the reservoir, discovering it had long been abandoned, overgrown with green moss and unfathomably deep. "Damn, if only I had a fishing rod. Catching a few fish here would surely improve my circumstances," Lin Fei murmured to himself. Upon returning to the old wooden house at the forest farm, he stumbled upon a box of needles and threads left behind by Old Li. Without hesitation, he extracted a large needle and deftly twisted and bent it to fashion a fishing hook. He then procured a sturdy length of line and fashioned a bamboo pole, digging up some earthworms before heading to the reservoir with a bucket in hand to begin his fishing endeavor. Fortune smiled upon Lin Fei, as within a mere 10 minutes, he had caught a hefty grass carp weighing 2 pounds. Perhaps the remoteness of this abandoned reservoir had kept it hidden from anglers, allowing the fish within to thrive, unaccustomed to being caught, making them easy prey. After 2 hours of fishing that morning, Lin Fei had surprisingly filled over half a bucket with fish. The bountiful catch brought him a fleeting sense of joy. With these fish, at least his meals for the next few days would not be dismal. Lin Fei was an excellent cook, adept at preparing delectable dishes such as braised fish, grilled fish, sour cabbage fish, and spicy fish. He continued fishing until the bucket was brimming before finally returning home with his substantial haul. He placed the fish in a large water tank to keep them alive and immediately set about preparing lunch. Lin Fei dispatched one large grass carp and, utilizing the seasonings left by Old Li, crafted a sumptuous braised fish dish, enjoying it alongside a bowl of white rice until he was satisfied. After his meal, he indulged in a brief nap before rising to venture into the woods for a leisurely patrol. ultimately discovering a tranquil waterfall with a clear, deep pool beneath it. Overjoyed, Lin Fei rushed to the edge of the pool, shed his clothes, and leapt into the refreshing waters, reveling in the coolness. The weather was sweltering, yet the depth of the pool provided a delightful respite. He lingered in the soothing waters for a while longer. Upon returning to the old wooden house, he found that evening had fallen, but he reheated the leftover rice and braised fish from lunch and began to eat heartily. After cleaning up the dishes, he was disturbed by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, which put him in a rather irritable mood. Suddenly, his phone rang, a sound breaking the evening stillness. Who could be calling me? A man down on his luck. At such a late hour? Curiosity piqued. Lin Fei retrieved his phone to find it was his mother calling. Xiao Fei, have you finished work? Are you busy or tired recently? Before Lin Fei could respond, he heard his mother's gentle and caring voice. Mother, I'm doing well. How have you and father been? Does father still have his medication? If you run low, remember to go to the town clinic. If money is tight, just let me know, and I will transfer some to you. Lin Fei suppressed the recent pangs of sadness and spoke to his mother in a tone of feigned nonchalance. Xiao Fei, your father and I are both well. He has been watching the news and heard about your leader's unfortunate incident. He is quite worried about you. His mother continued, It's all right. Mother, my work is as usual. Lin Fei replied, That is good to hear. By the way, how are things going with Iya? Don't neglect her while you're busy with work. When will you bring my daughter-in-law home for a visit? Also, you're not getting any younger. It's time to discuss marriage with Iya. Your father and I are eagerly awaiting a grandchild. The familiar topic of marriage came up yet again. Mother, I have my own plans regarding marriage. You and father needn't worry. Now, I must attend to a work matter, so I'll have to cut this short. After hanging up with his mother, Lin Fei could no longer hold back his tears. A man may not shed tears easily, yet when sorrow strikes, it becomes inescapable. The floodgates of his grief opened, and tears streamed down his face. Recently, his career had hit a rough patch. He had broken up with Su Qingwei and witnessed her betrayal with a wealthy scion. Wu Nianzong. Lin Fei felt like a complete failure. The individuals he felt most guilty towards and cared for the most were his parents. Heaven, why must you treat me this way? Will I, Lin Fei, never have another chance in life? A profound sense of sorrow enveloped him. Little did Lin Fei know that fortune would soon turn in his favor. All could be attributed to the whims of fate. Chapter 9. Rescuing the four beauties in the deep mountains as night fell. The Huanghezai forest farm grew increasingly quiet and serene. Inside the wooden cabin, mosquitoes buzzed about. Outside, the woods and fields echoed with the sounds of chirping insects. Moonlight cascaded down, draping the forest farm in a pure, silvery veil, enhancing its tranquility. However, Lin Fei was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the surroundings, for he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His mind was plagued with the weight of recent events, the impact of which had been profound. He had never anticipated being relegated to such a desolate place as the Huanghezai forest farm. After finally succumbing to slumber, Lin Fei awoke drenched in sweat the following morning. Rising early, he prepared a large bowl of noodles to satiate his hunger before seizing the opportunity of the still cool weather to grab his notepad and venture out to patrol the mountains. What is this? While wandering, Lin Fei stumbled upon a cluster of wild chicken mushrooms. Wow, chicken mushrooms. These are a delicacy for soup. Without delay, he gathered the wild mushrooms. After an hour of patrolling, Lin Fei returned to the old wooden house, placed the mushrooms aside, and grabbed a large wooden bucket to head into the forest, intent on foraging for more fungi. If chicken mushrooms could be found, perhaps other varieties awaited discovery as well. The natural ecological environment of Huanghezai Forest Farm was pristine, and with no residents, it was highly likely that various wild mushrooms thrived therein. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Fei was quite familiar with life in the mountains. From a young age, he had foraged for mushrooms, dug up medicinal herbs, caught fish, and trapped crabs. He possessed the knowledge to distinguish between edible and toxic mushrooms, as well as which were particularly delicious. As he entered a grove of pine trees, Lin Fei quickly identified several damp spots where mushrooms thrived, including porcini, chanterelles, morels, and milkcaps. Setting aside his frustrations about his demotion, Lin Fei busied himself collecting mushrooms. tossing the good specimens into his bucket. After a morning of foraging, he had filled his container to the brim with wild mushrooms. Feeling a pang of hunger, he turned to make his way back to the old wooden house, intending to prepare lunch. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Help! Just as Lin Fei exited the pine grove and strolled along a narrow forest path, he suddenly heard cries for help emanating from nearby. What is going on? How could there be people here? His curiosity piqued. Lin Fei hurried toward the source of the distressing sounds. Moments later, he arrived deep within a tea grove and spotted several figures. The cries for help were indeed coming from this spot. Rushing forward, Lin Fei was taken aback to find 4 young women lying on the ground. All were in their 20s to early 30s, each strikingly beautiful, clad in branded athletic wear, with fair skin and exceptional poise. At this moment, the 4 young beauties lay on the ground, their bodies stiff, lips dark, faces pale, and foreheads beaded with sweat. Lin Fei was stunned. How could 4 beautiful women be found in such a desolate wilderness? Were it not for witnessing the scene firsthand, he would scarcely have believed it. Staring at the 4 young women, he felt as though he were in a dream to ensure his senses were intact. He pinched his thigh hard, feeling the pain and confirming the reality before him. Help! Help! Hello! Can you save us? The 4 young women, upon spotting Lin Fei, clung to him as if he were a lifeline. Their voices faint and desperate. Don't move. As Lin Fei approached, he quickly discerned that the 4 women had been poisoned. He noticed a stinger from a wild bee embedded in the face of one of them. Sisters, you've been stung by a venomous bee and are now poisoned. Luckily, you encounter me. I can save you. But you must endure the method I employ. Lin Fei assessed the situation and addressed the 4 women. Please save us. We'll do anything. Just help us. The young women, driven by their will to survive, pleaded fervently. Very well. Lin Fei immediately knelt beside the nearest beauty, carefully extracting the bee's stinger from her face before applying pressure to expel the venomous blood. Ah! As Lin Fei pressed down, the young woman screamed in pain. It hurts. Just endure a moment longer. Lin Fei found himself in a predicament, compelled to continue forcefully extracting the venomous blood. Any delay could jeopardize the lives of the women, with dire consequences including the potential loss of life. Growing up in a mountain village, Lin Fei was acutely aware of the potent venom of wild bees, having witnessed villagers succumb to fatal stings due to untimely medical attention in his youth. He diligently administered aid to the 4 beautiful women, but by the time he reached the second, an awkwardness enveloped him, as the sting had occurred in a rather delicate area, her chest. Reluctantly, Lin Fei had to pull apart her clothing to apply pressure on the wound, inevitably making contact with soft areas, a necessity he could not evade, given the urgency of saving her life. The 3rd beauty had suffered 3 stings on her back, her condition the most severe. Lin Fei had no choice but to turn her over, exposing her back, and after extracting the bee's stinger, he swiftly pressed on her wounds. The 4th beauty had been stung on her thigh. And once again, Lin Fei was left with no option but to extract the venom. I have managed to expel the venom from your bodies, but some toxins remain. Please remain still while I fetch some herbs to disinfect and reduce the swelling. Lin Fei declared before venturing into the nearby dense forest to gather suitable herbs. Upon his return, he kneaded the herbs into a paste and applied the extracted juice to their wounds. During this process, it was unavoidable for Lin Fei's hands to brush against sensitive areas, a circumstance he could do little about. Once he completed the task, fatigue washed over him. His body ached, and he was drenched in sweat. All is well now. You are no longer in grave danger. Lin Fei straightened his posture, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead as he addressed the 4 beauties. Thank you so much. They responded in unison, mustering their strength to stand. Little brother, thank you. My name is Li Jia. May I know how to address you? One tall, fiery-haired beauty with shoulder-length hair extended her hand in gratitude. I am Lin Fei. No need for formality, he replied, shaking her hand. Internally, Lin Fei mused, please don't call me little brother. I am far from small to tea that moment. He found himself reluctant to release her delicate hand. Hello, Lin Fei. I'm Kai Winning. I truly appreciate your help today. Another beauty, around 1.6 meters tall, with a particularly prominent chest, reached out to Lin Fei. It was she who had been stung on her chest. and memories of that awkward moment flooded Lin Fei's mind, prompting a flurry of thoughts. Greetings. Lin Fei quickly grasped her hand. The third beauty, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sophistication, then approached him. Her mature and alluring presence set her apart, appearing nearly 30 years old, adding a unique charm that was hard to describe. She introduced herself as Jiang Xiao, having also been stung on her thigh. Lastly, the fourth beauty, named Yi Xinyan, had suffered stings on her back, and as the four women stood before him, Lin Fei noted their distinct beauty, each possessing their individual allure, with Lin Fei's gaze lingering. Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Jiang Xiao, and Yi Xinyan shared knowing smiles. Had it been any other man staring so intently, they would have been incensed, but as their savior, they welcomed his gaze. Chapter 10. A Turn of Fortune. Jiang Xiao was the first to speak. Lin Fei, dear brother, please lead us away from here. It is perilous with those venomous bees around. Had it not been for your timely arrival, we might have met our demise. Very well, I shall guide you out. Lin Fei replied, taking a few steps forward while carrying a large wooden bucket filled with wild mushrooms, leading the group along the forest path. Are you a local villager? Do you often venture out to collect mushrooms? Jiang Xiao inquired curiously during their walk. Li Jia, Kai Wenting, and Yi Xinyan also awaited his response with interest. They could not help but think that if he were indeed a villager, he was exceptionally handsome, his demeanor surpassing even that of city elites. No, I work at the forestry station. I am a forest ranger. Lin Fei clarified. Oh, so you are a forest ranger, which means you are a civil servant? Jiang Xiao pressed further. Yes, I am a civil servant. Lin Fei confirmed with a nod. Then he posed a question. Ladies, I assume you are from the city? What brings you to this remote Queens Hill forestry station? It is an ancient forest teeming with venomous snakes, insects, and even wild boars, leopards, and bears. It is truly dangerous here. We are on a self-driving adventure, seeking to conquer nature. Upon arrival, we parked and whimsically decided to explore deeper into the woods. Not anticipating such a misfortune with the wild bees today, Jiang Xiao explained. Indeed, we were fortunate to encounter you, Lin Fei. Otherwise, we would have been in grave peril. Li Jia interjected, still rattled by their earlier ordeal. Lin Fei chuckled wryly. Exploring such places is exceedingly risky. Please refrain from such reckless adventures in the future. By the way, where is your vehicle? Our car is parked on a road outside. Lin Fei. Please lead us to our car. Li Jia replied. All right, Lin Fei agreed, guiding the four beauties toward the road. As they walked, Lin Fei engaged in light conversation, learning more about their backgrounds. Point 3 of the women hailed from Tianhai City, while one was from the provincial capital, Jiang City. Li Jia worked as a professional manager at a clothing company in Tianhai City. Kai Wenting owned a yoga studio and was a seasoned instructor, and Yi Xinyan taught at a local undergraduate institution. Only Jiang Xiao worked in Jiang City as a reporter for the provincial television station. Upon hearing their introductions, Lin Fei realized that these four women were no ordinary individuals, particularly Li Jia and Kai Wenting, who undoubtedly belonged to affluent families. What Lin Fei did not know was the impressive backgrounds they hailed from. Li Jia's father was the executive deputy director of the organization department of the Tianhai Municipal Committee, a figure of significant authority in the city, a genuine cadre at the department level, capable of serving as a county governor in lesser regions. Her mother held a prominent position in a large state-owned enterprise, embodying the essence of a strong woman. Kai Wenting's father was a wealthy businessman with extensive holdings throughout Tianhai City and even in the provincial capital, amassing a fortune of over 10 billion. Yi Xinyan came from an intellectual family. Her father was a senior professor who transitioned into a political career, now leading a large state-owned enterprise in Tianhai City. Her mother was a renowned pediatrician in the area. Jiang Xiao's lineage was the most illustrious. Her father previously served as the executive deputy mayor of Tianhai City and now held a prominent position as the deputy secretary general of the provincial government, concurrently directing the provincial government's policy research office. This was a genuine high-ranking official, and at under 50 years old, he had a promising future ahead. By inadvertently saving these four beauties, Lin Fei experienced a remarkable turn of fortune. Soon leaving the Queens Hill Forestry Station to return to his work in the county, It was only later that he learned of the mysterious family backgrounds of the four women. As Lin Fei led the four beauties out of the depths of the woods and onto the road, they arrived at their parking spot, where a blue BYD Yangwang U8 awaited them. Lin Fei recognized it as a high-end new energy vehicle worth over $1 million, a car driven by those of wealth and taste. Kai Winning retrieved the car key and unlocked the doors. Taking her place in the driver's seat, Lin Fei, please sit in the passenger seat, she invited. Okay. Lin Fei complied, opening the passenger door and bringing the large bucket of wild mushrooms inside, fastening his seatbelt. Li Jia, Jiang Xiao, and Yi Xinyan settled into the back seat. With the doors and windows closed and the air conditioning running, the interior was refreshingly cool, and Lin Fei caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance, an intoxicating scent emanating from the four beautiful women. Let us head down from here. Lin Fei gestured to Kai Winting, indicating the way. All right, she responded. Kai Winting set off at her vehicle, descending the mountain with ease. Before long, she arrived at the old wooden house in the forest where Lin Fei resided. Sister Winting, I have arrived. Please stop the car. Lin Fei called out to Kai Winting. She promptly parked the vehicle in front of the old wooden house and turned off the engine, addressing Lin Fei. Lin Fei, we are famished. Oh, you have any food here? Could you prepare something for us? We would also like to rest a while before heading back down to the city. Certainly. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. I can cook something for you. No, I'm not fond of noodles. I prefer rice. Kai Winting replied. Cooking rice takes a bit longer. Lin Fei remarked. That's all right. We can rest for a moment. Very well. Lin Fei then led the four beautiful ladies out of the car and into the old wooden house. He brought over chairs and benches for them to sit and relax. Lin Fei also turned on the electric fan, which creaked and groaned as it began to operate. Sisters, please rest for now. I will prepare the meal shortly, Lin Fei announced as he gathered mushrooms and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. While cooking, he also began to prepare the ingredients. He first gutted several fish that he had caught yesterday. Lin Fei then washed a piece of cured pork left by old Li and cut it into chunks, intending to stew it with the wild mushrooms. After about an hour, Lin Fei completed the lunch. Presenting the stewed wild mushrooms with cured pork, braised fish, oil-braised eggplant, and a chicken egg soup with loofah, all accompanied by steaming white rice, he set the table with bowls and chopsticks and called to the four ladies. Sisters, it's time to eat. Coming, Li Jia, Kai Winting, Jiang Xiao, and Yi Xinyan rushed over, drawn by the enticing aroma of the food. Wow, it smells amazing. I can't wait to eat. Lin Fei, you are so capable. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The girl who marries you will surely enjoy a life of luxury. The four ladies chimed in, each praising his cooking. Sisters, are you hungry? Please enjoy your meal. Lin Fei warmly encouraged Li Jia and the others. They were indeed hungry, and they eagerly filled their bowls, enjoying the sumptuous feast with gusto. Is it delicious? Does it suit your tastes? Lin Fei inquired. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. The ladies devoured their meal, showering Lin Fei with compliments about his culinary talents. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm glad you were pleased. The four ladies were genuinely hungry, and with Lin Fei's impressive cooking skills and the fresh, organic ingredients, the flavors were indeed delightful. Lin Fei himself joined in, savoring the meal as well. Once satisfied, they all set down their bowls and chopsticks, with the four ladies volunteering to help clean up. Sisters, please don't worry. I will take care of it. You are unfamiliar with this place. Lin Fei quickly stood up to handle the dishes. After tidying up, he brewed a large pot of tea and brought it out to offer to Li Jia and the others. Lin Fei, are you working here alone? Do you manage this entire force by yourself? Yi Xinyan asked curiously after taking a sip of tea. Not entirely. There's a senior colleague that I reported for duty yesterday, and he has already gone home. He is retiring in a month, so no one oversees him anymore. Lin Fei replied with a wry smile. Why Yi Xinyan, perceptive and quick-witted, immediately grasped the essential information and asked, What? You just reported yesterday, so you have only been here for 1 day? Yes, Lin Fei nodded. You are so young. Why would you choose to work in such a place? Yi Xinyan continued her inquiry. Realizing her question might have been inappropriate, she quickly added, Lin Fei, please don't misunderstand. I do not look down on your job. I am simply curious why someone your age would take a position in a forest station, as it might seem lacking in prospects. Sigh, what prospects could I possibly have? Lin Fei sighed deeply. What is wrong? Being so young, why shouldn't you have a future? Yi Xinyan pressed on. Lin Fei hesitated, not wanting to delve into his recent sorrows. However, the curiosity of the four ladies was piqued, and they gazed at him expectantly, eager for him to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fei decided to share his recent tragic experiences with the four beautiful sisters. It was also a chance for him to unburden his heart, as he had been feeling oppressed lately. And since these four ladies showed interest, he felt inclined to share his story to, oh dear. It seems you have been wronged. Lin Fei, your ex-girlfriend lacks discernment. A man like you deserves better. She will surely regret her decision. The four ladies expressed their sympathy for Lin Fei's plight, condemning both his superior and his ex-girlfriend. Su Qingwei. Their comforting words eased Lin Fei's heart somewhat. We are heading back now. Lin Fei, would you like to join us? After a while, Kai Winning stood up. Lin Fei, come back to the city with us. Yi Xinyan warmly invited. I will ride down with you to the town. Lin Fei replied. He planned to buy some necessities such as mosquito repellent, electric mosquito coils, instant noodles, and milk, as he had not had the chance to purchase these items when he reported to the force station yesterday. Great, let us head down together, Kai Winning said with a smile. Lin Fei got into the car, and the four ladies joined him. Kai Winning drove steadily down the mountain. During the ride, the four ladies requested Lin Fei's contact information, which he willingly provided, storing their numbers in return. They all added Lin Fei on WeChat, and he accepted each request while noting their names. Upon reaching the town, Lin Fei signaled for Kai Winning to halt, and he waved goodbye to the four ladies' sisters. Goodbye. Xiao Fei, we will see each other again soon. As Lin Fei exited the car, the four ladies blew him playful kisses, leaving him blushing and causing them to erupt in laughter. After watching them depart, Lin Fei turned towards a relatively large supermarket in the town to shop. Meanwhile, Wu Tianhua, the director of the Party and Government Office of Heishui Town, happened to be conducting research on a timber processing company with a subordinate named Chen Gao. After their investigation, they felt parched on their way back to the town government compound and decided to buy some cold soda from the supermarket. At that moment, Wu Tianhua received a phone call from his nephew, Wu Nianzong. Uncle, how is the matter I mentioned to you coming along? Wu Nianzong inquired. Rest assured, as long as I am in Heishui Town, that little brat Lin Fei will never have a chance to rise again. He obediently reported to the Hu Ngh Azai Forest Station yesterday, and now he must be patrolling the mountains. He will be stuck in that desolate place for the rest of his life. Ha ha! Wu Tianhua laughed heartily as he spoke to his nephew. Ha ha! Thanks, uncle. As long as it's taken care of, that dog Lin Fei deserves it. He even dared to hit me. He is getting what he deserves now that he is stuck guarding a forest. Meanwhile, his woman is with me every day. He deserves it even more. Wu Nianzong chuckled wickedly. Don't worry, you can sleep with Lin Fei's woman without a care. Wu Tianhua chuckled and hung up the phone. Just then, Lin Fei entered the supermarket. The moment Lin Fei saw Wu Tianhua and Chen Gao, Wu Tianhua also spotted Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what are you doing here? Wu Tianhua exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at him. Why shouldn't I be here? Lin Fei retorted, anger rising within him. Having overheard snippets of the conversation between Wu Tianhua and Wu Nianzong, his hatred for Wu Tianhua was at a boiling point. You should be at Hu Ngh as I guarding the forest. Coming here is a dereliction of duty, a serious neglect of your responsibilities that I could report you to the County Committee Organization Department and the County Discipline Inspection Commission, recommending disciplinary action or even your dismissal. Wu Tianhua threatened, his fingers still aimed at Lin Fei. I came down to purchase some daily necessities. Is that not permissible? Lin Fei countered, IT is not acceptable. You must adhere to organizational discipline even while coming down. Did you request leave? Which leader in the town did you ask for leave from? Did you request leave from the forestry station chief or from me? If you did not request leave, it means you have abandoned your post, which is a severe dereliction of duty, Wu Tianhua asserted. Damn it. Lin Fei felt incredibly unfortunate. He had left the mountain without informing anyone, which in itself was a trivial matter. He had purchased his items and merely needed to take a motorcycle taxi back to the forestry station. Little did he know, he would encounter Wu Tianhua, a truly unfortunate twist of fate. If Wu Tianhua insisted on exploiting this situation, it could lead to complications. While it might not warrant dismissal from public service, Disciplinary action and salary deductions were certainly within the realm of possibility. Just then, Lin Fei's phone rang that he promptly retrieved his mobile device. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, stepping away from Wu Tianhua, he pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. "Greeting, hello, this is Lin Fei. Is this Lin Fei?" came a melodious voice from the other end. "Yes, I am Lin Fei. May I ask who is calling?" he inquired politely. "This is Song Yanran from the County Party Committee's organization department. You need to come to the organization department immediately. There are important matters we need to discuss," Song Yanran stated. "Understood, Section Chief Song, that I will be there shortly," Lin Fei replied. Song Yanran, the head of the cadre section in the County Party Committee's organization department, held a position equivalent to a department-level cadre. Having worked in the County Party office for over a year, Lin Fei was familiar with Song Yanran, a stunning woman in her 30s rumored to have considerable connections, which explained her rapid ascent to such a position at a young age. Although they had interacted professionally, they were not particularly close. "Come quickly. Our colleagues in the organization department are awaiting your arrival," Song Yanran concluded before hanging up. "What is going on?" Lin Fei wondered, tucking his phone away in confusion. Why was Song Yanran calling him to come to town at this hour? Wu Tianhua hadn't even had the chance to report him yet. Chapter 12. A brief meeting. Lin Fei's return to the city perplexed. Lin Fei was lost in thought when Wu Tianhua and Chun Gao emerged from the supermarket. "Lin Fei, you have abandoned your post. This is a serious issue. You are in big trouble," Chun Gao exclaimed loudly, eager to curry favor with Wu Tianhua. Lin Fei chose to ignore both Wu Tianhua and Chun Gao, swiftly making his way to the nearby bus station and boarding a bus that was about to depart for the county. "Director Wu, what does this mean? He is actually taking a bus to the city. Is he really throwing in the towel?" Chun Gao asked Wu Tianhua in disbelief. "Damn, what is Lin Fei up to?" "He is heading to the city. I need to report this to the higher-ups immediately," Wu Tianhua declared, pulling out his phone to inform his superiors, painting Lin Fei in a negative light and emphasizing his abandonment of duty. An hour later, Lin Fei disembarked at the West Bus Station of Baiyun County. He hurried out, hailed a taxi, and promptly made his way to the County Party Committee and government compound. Upon arrival, Lin Fei quickly entered, heading straight for the office of Song Yanran, the head of the cadre section. Section Chief Song. As he reached the door, he saw Song Yanran seated at her desk, intently focused on data on her computer. Dressed in a casual dress, she appeared particularly enchanting, her posture slightly leaning forward, accentuating her figure in a captivating manner. "Hello, I am Lin Fei," he greeted, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, feeling somewhat nervous. Upon hearing his voice, Song Yanran turned around, stood up with a warm smile, and approached him, saying, "Lin Fei, you've arrived. Thank you for your efforts. Come with me." Lin Fei followed in her wake, his thoughts drifting as he admired her alluring silhouette and the graceful sway of her movements. Song Yanran's courteous demeanor puzzled him. Soon, she led him to a small conference room on that floor. "Lin Fei, please have a seat," she invited, personally pouring him a glass of water, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Lin Fei accepted the glass and looked at Song Yanran, asking, "Section Chief Song, what is this about? Please enlighten me." "Don't rush. Let me call Minister Liu and the others," Song Yanran replied with a wink. "All right, Section Chief Song." Lin Fei nodded. She then picked up her phone and made several calls. Shortly after, County Party Committee Organization Minister Lu Mingsheng, Deputy Minister Yang Tianfu, and several staff members from the organization department entered the small conference room. "Comrade Lin Fei, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you," Lu Mingsheng greeted enthusiastically, extending his hand toward Lin Fei. Uncertain of Lu Mingsheng's intentions, Lin Fei extended his hand in a courteous manner, replying, "Hello, Minister Liu. Hello, Minister Yang. Please, everyone have a seat." Lu Mingsheng gestured for everyone to sit. The seating arrangement followed strict hierarchical norms, with the highest-ranking official occupying the central position. Lu Mingsheng, as a member of the county committee and the organization minister, held a significant rank, placing him at the core of the gathering. Yang Tianfu, as the deputy minister, took the seat to Lu Mingsheng's left, while Song Yanran, being the head of the cadre section, sat to his right. Lin Fei and the other staff members took more casual positions across from them. Once everyone was seated, the door to the small conference room was closed. Lu Mingsheng took a sip of tea and turned his gaze toward Lin Fei, stating, "Now that everyone is here, we have convened this brief meeting to discuss your work arrangements. Comrade Lin Fei." "My work arrangements?" Lin Fei's heart sank. Hadn't he just been assigned to the forestry station in Huanghazai? Was there more to this? He thought to himself, "Damn it, how much worse could it get? I refuse to believe there's a more remote place than Huanghazai." Then, stealing his resolve, Lin Fei mused that the Huanghazai forestry station was already the most challenging position imaginable. "Comrade Lin Fei, please share your thoughts," Lu Mingsheng prompted. Lin Fei shrugged, saying, "Minister Lu, Minister Yang, Section Chief Song, I really have nothing to say. I accept all arrangements." Lu Mingsheng chuckled. "Lin Fei, do you harbor grievances against the organization?" Lin Fei silently scoffed, thinking, how could I not have grievances? What are you playing at? However, he restrained himself from voicing his frustrations, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "Minister Lu, I, Lin Fei, will comply with the organization's arrangements. I cannot harbor any grievances. Every arrangement is a test and a cultivation for me." "Haha, well said," Lu Mingsheng laughed, giving Lin Fei a thumbs up. "Lin Fei, your awareness is commendable. You are indeed a talented young individual with solid political acumen and professional skills. It would be a disservice to assign someone like you to work in the town that we called you back today to ask if you would be willing to return to the county party office." "What?" Lin Fei was taken aback, certain he had misheard. The head of the county party committee's organization department was personally asking him to return to the county party office from the township. What did this mean? Just a few days ago, he was demoted to the countryside, and now they wanted him back. This was bewildering. Chapter 13, Becoming the Head of the Secretary Section. Lin Fei. "Minister Lu is addressing you. Are you going to return to the county party committee office or not? Just say something." Upon noticing Lin Fei still in a daze, Song Yinran promptly winked at him, offering a kind reminder. "Well, work is work, regardless of the position. It is all about serving the people." Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. "So?" Song Yinran inquired again. "Thus, I am willing to return to the county party committee office to serve the people and alleviate the leader's burdens." Lin Fei stated, "Good." Lu Mingsheng nodded. He then took a sip of water, lifted his gaze to Lin Fei, and said, "Comrade Lin Fei, you will return to the county party committee office immediately. Previously, you served as the deputy section chief overseeing the secretariat. Effective immediately, you are officially promoted to the position of section chief. You must engage in deeper contemplation and decision-making, fully utilize your intellect and writing skills, and be an excellent assistant to the county party committee leaders. Thank you for your support, Minister Lu." Lin Fei promptly responded, this moment. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Not long ago, Lu Mingsheng had convened a meeting with the personnel from the organization department and relegated Lin Fei to the remote Heishui town, where the director of the party and government office, Wu Tianhua, had deliberately made things difficult for him by assigning him to guard the logging site at Huanghazai. Little did he anticipate that now. With a single decision from Lu Mingsheng, he was being recalled from the desolate logging site back to the county, transforming from a deputy section chief to the section chief of the secretariat. This dramatic turn of events left Lin Fei somewhat bewildered. Since the moment he arrived at the Huanghazai logging site, he had been contemplating a reversal of fortune, never expecting it to occur so swiftly, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. "Comrade Lin Fei, Section Chief Lin, I have high hopes for you, young man. Your future is boundless," Lu Mingsheng remarked with a smile. "Section Chief Lin, as we will be working together in the future, I will have much to learn from you." Song Yinran continued to wink at Lin Fei. Lin Fei managed to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him and humbly responded, "I am grateful for the support and assistance from all the leaders and colleagues. As I am still young and inexperienced, I will undoubtedly need your guidance in my work moving forward." With that, the meeting concluded, and everyone left the small conference room, each harboring their own thoughts. Lin Fei returned to the county party committee office, having left some of his belongings at the logging site, but he couldn't be bothered to retrieve them, deciding instead to buy a few new outfits at the mall on a weekend or evening. Song Yinran, the head of the cadre section in the organization department, escorted Lin Fei back to the county party committee office, briefly explaining the situation to the other leaders and colleagues, and arranging a new office for Lin Fei. In the world of politics, secrets are scarce. News of Lin Fei's return to the county party committee office spread rapidly. When everyone heard this bombshell of a revelation, each person's thoughts diverged. Lu Mingsheng, a member of the county party standing committee and minister of the organization department, returned to his office, closed the door, and then took out his phone to make a call. Secretary Luo, hello, this is Lu Mingsheng from Baiyun County. I have clarified the situation regarding Lin Fei. The previous decision to send him to the township was a mistake in organizational procedures. It was due to a lack of rigor from my colleagues. I have reprimanded that individual sternly. Now that Lin Fei has returned to the county party committee office, I have promoted him to the position of section chief in the secretariat. This young man is quite impressive, capable, talented, and of good character that I believe he will shine in this role and achieve remarkable results. After the other party answered, Lu Mingsheng immediately began to speak animatedly to I understand. The other party replied nonchalantly before hanging up. Lu Mingsheng leaned back in his office chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Fei, how did you manage to gain the favor of Secretary Jiang? Your background is rather humble, coming from a family of impoverished farmers. How could you possibly have the connections to secure such a position? Could it be that the late Xiao Tianli had a hand in this? If Xiao Tianli introduced you to Secretary Jiang, he must have thought highly of you. Lu Mingsheng muttered to himself. The Secretary Jiang he referenced is Jiang Feng, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Government and Director of the Policy Research Office, who happens to be the father of Jiang Xiao. Earlier, Lu Mingsheng had received a call from Secretary Luo Linyuan, who hinted at Lin Fei as a young person of particular interest to Secretary Jiang. As an experienced political figure, Lu Mingsheng understood Luo Linyuan's implication, which prompted him to instruct Song Yanran to contact Lin Fei immediately and bring him back to the county, subsequently resulting in a brief meeting that reinstated Lin Fei to the county party committee office and elevated him to section chief. Jiang Feng is a senior official at the provincial level, holding significant authority. Logically, one would not expect someone of his stature to take an interest in a grassroots official like Lin Fei, especially since Lin Fei lacked any substantial backing, particularly after the passing of his previous supporter, Xiao Tianli. Now that Lu Mingsheng had resolved Lin Fei's placement issue, he still felt a whirlwind of confusion within. Unable to comprehend the core of the situation, that he speculated that Lin Fei's connection to Jiang Feng likely stemmed from Xiao Tianli's acquaintance with him, who might have mentioned Lin Fei to Jiang Feng, creating some semblance of recognition. This line of reasoning, though tenuous, was the best Lu Mingsheng could muster. Never mind. There's no need to overthink it as long as the higher-ups are satisfied. Lu Mingsheng promptly redirected his focus to other tasks. Lin Fei's reassignment was merely a minor subplot in his perspective that Lu Mingsheng. Lin Fei remained too low in rank to have any significant impact as the minister of the organization department. Responsible for distributing positions among officials throughout the county, Lu Mingsheng felt it unnecessary to spend excessive time on someone as inconsequential as Lin Fei. Little did Lu Mingsheng realize that Lin Fei's connection to Jiang Feng was due to Jiang Feng's daughter, Jiang Xiao. Earlier that day, Lin Fei had saved Jiang Xiao's life, prompting her to inform her father of the incident, recounting Lin Fei's circumstances, which led Jiang Feng to instruct his secretary, Luo Linyuan, to contact Lu Mingsheng and facilitate Lin Fei's position. Chapter 14. Reactions from all sides. Upon returning to his office, Deputy Minister of the Organization Department Yang Tianfu received a call from Wu Tianhua, the director of the Party and Government Office in Heishui Town. Minister Yang, hello, this is Wu Tianhua, Wu Tianhua stated. Director Wu, hello. Yang Tianfu greeted him. Minister Yang, I wanted to report some work-related matters to you, Wu Tianhua continued, fawningly addressing Yang Tianfu. Please go ahead, Director Wu. Yang Tianfu replied with an air of authority. Minister Lin Fei, who was assigned by the organization department to gain experience in our Heishui town, has been quite unreasonable. He actually left his post without permission. Today, I saw him leave town directly. Is he abandoning his responsibilities? I've already informed the town's secretary and mayor about this situation. After considering it, I believe I must report this to you as well. Lin Fei's behavior is both disorganized and undisciplined, and the county must take strict action against him. We cannot manage him here in our town. Wu Tianhua began to disparage Lin Fei. You mean Lin Fei, the section chief? I think you may have misunderstood. Yang Tianfu chuckled. What section chief? Lin Fei was demoted to our Heishui town, and I arranged for him to guard the logging site. He is not a section chief. Wu Tianhua assumed Yang Tianfu was mistaken. Director Wu, let me clarify. Comrade Lin Fei is now the section chief of the Secretariat in the Organization Department. His trip to town was at the Organization Department's request, Yang Tianfu explained. What? He is now the section chief of the County Party Committee office. Who appointed him? Wu Tianhua was taken aback that IT was a direct appointment from Minister Liu. Yang Tianfu remarked that Wu Tianhua was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend this reality. Yet, it was indeed the truth. As the deputy minister of the county committee's organization department, Yang Tianfu could not possibly fabricate such a matter, let alone bring Lu Mingsheng into the conversation. Wu Tianhua had initially believed that Lin Fei would never have an opportunity to rise again, which led him to heed his nephew Wu Yinzhong's advice to severely deal with Lin Fei, relegating him to the Huanghe Zhai to oversee the forest farm as a deputy division-level official. Why would Wu Tianhua follow his nephew's recommendations in such personnel arrangements? The backstory was rather intricate. It primarily stemmed from Wu Tianhua's somewhat ambiguous relationship with his brother's wife, who happened to be Wu Yinzhong's mother. Upon learning that Lin Fei had been transferred back to the county and appointed as the head of the Secretariat section in the county committee office, Wu Tianhua's mind was in turmoil. He first found it perplexing, unable to fathom why Minister Liu from the organization department would make such an arrangement. Secondly, he was anxious, realizing that he had deeply offended Lin Fei. If Lin Fei were to harbor resentment, there was a possibility that he might sabotage Wu Tianhua in the future. Although Lin Fei was currently merely a division-level official, the position of head of the Secretariat was uniquely significant, as it involved interactions with the county's top leaders and liaising with various towns and streets. Should Lin Fei choose to covertly undermine him, Wu Tianhua would be powerless to resist. Approaching 50 years of age, Wu Tianhua was still full of ambition, wishing to ascend further in his career, ideally securing a substantive division-level position before retirement. Now, with Lin Fei as an unexpected adversary in the political arena of Baiyun County, this was certainly not a favorable situation. He resolved to seek an opportunity to meet Lin Fei and present him with a token of goodwill. After all, it is better to resolve a conflict than to let it fester. In the county committee office, Lin Fei's workspace was now established. Comrade Lin Fei, from now on, this will be your office, and we shall keep in close contact, Song Yinran said with a warm smile, her demeanor towards Lin Fei exceedingly amiable. Today, Lin Fei realized that this frosty beauty, Song Yinran, was not perpetually cold. She too possessed a gentle and passionate side. Director Song, I hope you will look after me in the future. Lin Fei responded with a smile. Ha! We shall look after each other, Song Yinran laughed. Their exchange was naturally filled with polite banter. Subsequently, Lin Fei and Song Yinran indeed cared for each other, nurturing feelings that would unfold later. Yet that is a story for another time. Director Lin, congratulations. Your promotion is a momentous occasion for our Secretariat. Upon Song Yinran's departure, Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong, albeit reluctantly, mustered the courage to congratulate Lin Fei as Lin Fei advanced. Their envy and jealousy were rendered futile. Lin Fei, no, Director Lin, you are truly remarkable. Han Rian had already approached Lin Fei, giving him a thumbs up. Sister has long predicted that you would not remain in the township permanently. A talent like yours surely deserves a prominent position. I did not expect your return to be so swift. Congratulations. Han Rian genuinely wished the best for Lin Fei, hoping he would ascend even higher in his career. Lin Fei, touched by Han Rian's sincerity, replied, Sister Han, your words have indeed proven prophetic. Please, just call me by my name or Xiao Lin. Let's not be too formal. Haha, then I shall continue to call you by your name. Han Rian chuckled. Then, glancing at her phone, she remarked, Lin Fei, it's almost time to clock out. Allow me to treat you to a meal to welcome you back. Sister, dining together is fine. I insist on treating you. Lin Fei smiled, tidying up his desk before inviting Han Rian to join him for dinner. Darn it. Those two are off to dine without inviting me. Zhang Huabao grumbled as he watched Lin Fei and Han Rian depart. Sigh. Zhou Yong lamented. How could Lin Fei invite us for dinner? Our relationship was merely average before, and now that he's returned to the Secretariat as its head, he certainly wouldn't regard us highly. Zhang Huabua turned to Zhou Yong, asking, Zhou Yong, why do you think Lin Fei's luck is so extraordinary? I thought he would never recover after being sent to Heishui Town. When he left, I thought you might finally ascend to the position of deputy section chief, but now that Lin Fei is back, he has occupied that role, leaving us with no opportunities. I have no idea. Even with Xiao Tianli gone, he has no backing. How could he rise so quickly again? Has he found a new patron? He truly knows how to latch onto powerful allies, Zhou Yong replied indignantly. Meanwhile, Lin Fei had left the office with Han Ryun, arriving at the parking lot of the county committee and government compound. Han Ryun, driving a Volkswagen La Vida, took the keys and ushered Lin Fei into the car before departing directly towards Baiyun Xinqing, the largest commercial center in Baiyun County, teeming with restaurants, clothing stores, entertainment venues, fitness centers, and cultural establishments. Seated in the passenger seat, Lin Fei observed the beautiful young woman behind the wheel, his spirits lifted, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Fei, what are you staring at? Han Ryun casually asked. Shaking her head, to you, Sister Han. Lin Fei replied earnestly, am I pretty? Han Ryun inquired further. Upon asking, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, realizing that her question appeared somewhat ambiguous. Very beautiful. Lin Fei answered truthfully. What makes me beautiful? Han Ryun could not resist probing further, despite knowing how suggestive her question was. Everything about you is beautiful. Your face, your figure, your upper body, your thighs, and your fair skin. Lin Fei grinned cheekily, boldly complimenting Han Ryun. Oh, Director Lin, have you just assumed office and already begun to flirt with your female subordinates? Han Ryun teased, playfully, Sister Han, I was just joking. Please don't take it the wrong way. Lin Fei stammered. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Ryun, of course, did not take offense. She was not bothered by Lin Fei's remarks. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat flirtatious. Driving to Baiyun Xinqing, Han Ryun parked in the underground garage and walked with Lin Fei towards the elevator. What do you feel like eating? She asked as they walked. Sister Han, you choose. After all, tonight is my treat. Lin Fei insisted no. We agreed that I would treat you to welcome you back. Han Ryun pouted. Sister Han, you've taken care of me for so long. I'm thrilled to be back in the county committee office, so it should be my treat. Lin Fei argued. You could treat me next time. Today it's my turn. What do you want to eat? Han Ryun stood her ground. That I'm craving hot pot. Lin Fei declared. All right, let us go have hot pot then. Han Ryun nodded. Baiyunxin City boasts numerous hot pot establishments, encompassing both traditional and modern styles. Lin Fei and Han Ryun favored the old-style beef tallow hot pot, so they chose a well-decorated restaurant of this kind, finding a private room to sit down and begin ordering. The private room was quieter, facilitating their conversation. Both were figures in the officialdom of Baiyun County. While not particularly high-ranking, they worked in the county committee office, a core department, making their discussions somewhat sensitive, hence the preference for a private setting. Soon, their orders for dishes and drinks were placed, and as they awaited the staff to serve the broth and ingredients, they started to indulge in the hot pot. However, the atmosphere of solitary man and woman dining together in a private room was inevitably tinged with ambiguity. Han Ryun's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled their earlier conversation in the car, which left her feeling bashful. She chastised herself for this reaction, reminding herself that she was a few years older than Lin Fei and, as an older sister, should not feel flustered in the presence of her younger colleague. Yet, she found herself experiencing a youthful shyness when interacting with him. Lin Fei noticed the blush on Han Ryun's face and felt puzzled, unsure why she was reacting this way. Having worked with her for over a year, he had received various forms of support from her, but these gestures had been purely professional. Their personal interactions had been limited, and even shared meals were typically in group settings. This was indeed their first time dining alone together. Lin Fei had never heard Han Ryun mention her husband or children. Typically, women of her age would often speak of their offspring. It dawned on him that he did not know much about her as an older sister. The dishes and drinks arrived promptly. Beef tripe, goose intestines, beef liver, marinated beef with skin, lamb rolls, pig throat, fresh squid tentacles, quail eggs, black tofu, oyster mushrooms, bean sprouts, kelp sprouts, and large fish were all laid out abundantly as they cooked the ingredients. Lin Fei and Han Ryun engaged in conversation. Lin Fei, Let me propose a toast to you, congratulating you on your return to the county committee office. We will continue working together, and I hope you, as my leader, will take good care of me, Han Ryun said, lifting her glass after savoring a piece of beef tripe. Han Jia, let us skip the formalities between us, Lin Fei replied with a smile. He then raised his glass and clinked it with hers before downing the drink in one gulp. Refreshing, he exclaimed, feeling invigorated as he set down his glass and began to eat. Lin Fei, how did you end up back at the county committee office? Han Ryun suddenly inquired. This was a critical question. Lin Fei had only just been reassigned to a township, and after only a day, he was transferred back to the county seat. This was indeed strange, and Han Ryun's curiosity prompted her to ask. Typically, such inquiries are considered taboo in the political arena, but their relationship was special. Han Ryun had no political ambitions and had never sought a promotion, so there was no competitive dynamic between them, allowing her to candidly ask the question. Han Jia, I find this situation quite perplexing as well. I did not anticipate returning to the county committee office so swiftly, especially with Minister Liu personally appointing me as the head of the secretary section. It truly is odd, Lin Fei confessed. Could it be that Secretary Xiao orchestrated this for you? Perhaps he anticipated this outcome and strategically planned ahead. Though he has moved on, he still looks out for you as a secretary. Secretary Xiao is quite considerate, Han Ryun remarked. Initially, I entertained the thought that it was Secretary Xiao's strategic move. Despite being merely a county secretary, he surely has a complex network behind him. If he truly wanted to assist me, it wouldn't be difficult, Lin Fei replied, pausing before adding. However, upon further reflection, if Secretary Xiao had indeed planned this, I wouldn't have been demoted to the township first. Indeed, that raises a valid point. Han Ryun nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Fei as she continued. Lin Fei, think back. Have you encountered anything particularly unusual during this time? Unusual, you say? Lin Fei scratched his head, then promptly responded, Yesterday, while patrolling the mountains at the Huanghozhai forest in Heishui town, I came across 4 girls from the city who had ventured into the depths of Huanghozhai for an adventure and were stung by wild bees, resulting in poisoning. That I helped them out of the forest and cooked a meal for them. Perhaps your recent fortune is connected to this incident. Han Ryun seized on this significant point. Indeed, Lin Fei nodded. Continuing, I suspect that one of those 4 beautiful sisters might have substantial connections that my return to the county could very well be the result of her influence. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, all 4 of the beautiful sisters possessed formidable backgrounds. And in the future, he would rely on these connections to ascend to even greater heights. It's likely this is the reason. Your luck has truly turned, and this is a reward you deserve. Han Ryun concluded. The two continued to relish the hot pot and sip on chilled beer. After satisfying their appetites, Han Ryun scanned the QR code to settle the bill, and they exited the hot pot restaurant. Having consumed about 3 bottles of beer, Han Ryun appeared somewhat inebriated, her complexion flushed, and her steps wobbly. Han Jia, you're intoxicated and shouldn't drive. What should we do? Lin Fei quickly approached her, ready to assist if she were to stumble. It's fine. Let's call a ride. There are plenty of drivers waiting in the underground parking lot. Han Ryun replied. All right. Lin Fei nodded gently. Lin Fei, please take me home, that I'm a bit scared to be alone. Han Ryun suddenly linked her arm with his. Sure, Lin Fei agreed, nodding. Feeling her soft, supple form against him, Lin Fei became acutely aware of the warmth radiating from her. He inadvertently brushed against her chest, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Stay composed, Lin Fei urged himself, striving to suppress his rising excitement. Chapter 16. Han Ryun's Grand Villa. Lin Fei and Han Ryun entered the elevator. Descending to the basement level, just outside the elevator doors, they encountered 2 familiar figures, Wu Yinzhong and Su Qingwei. Wu Yinzhong was tightly embracing Su Qingwei, preparing to enter the elevator. Upon noticing Lin Fei and Han Ryun together, Wu Yinzhong's expression shifted dramatically, while Su Qingwei's emotions became notably complex. Just the night before, they had crossed paths with Lin Fei, during which Wu Yinzhong had berated him as a hopeless, impoverished individual, claiming he would never find a woman. Yet here was the enchanting Dr. Chen Feifei, who had just walked into Lin Fei's life, seemingly enamored with him. Now, To their astonishment, Lin Fei was accompanied by yet another beauty. And notably, this was not the same woman from the previous night. This revelation struck Wu Yinzhong with a profound sense of defeat. Su Qingyue's feelings were particularly complicated. Lin Fei, you really are something else. It seems you are constantly surrounded by new women, she exclaimed, unable to contain herself, pointing an accusing finger at him. What is going on? Han Rian glanced at Lin Fei in confusion. Han Jie, this is my ex-girlfriend. An English teacher at County Number 1 High School. Lin Fei quietly explained to her. Oh, Han Rian said, suddenly enlightened, tightening her grip on Lin Fei's arm, pressing her soft form closer to him, deliberately attempting to elevate his standing. Su Qingyue, what purpose does it serve to speak to me like this? You are the one who strayed first, who wanted to break up. Whether I have women around me is no longer any of your concern. Lin Fei responded, visibly displeased. Lin Fei, I did not err in breaking up with you. That I made a choice that was advantageous to me. What's wrong with that? It is you who frequently changes women. Your lifestyle is seriously problematic. As a public servant, this is a grave offense, do you understand? Su Qingyue retorted, confronting him. Who says I frequently change women? Lin Fei shot back that I am currently single, do you understand? Lin Fei retorted to Su Qingyue. This moment, Lin Fei has completely lost hope in Su Qingyue, having seen her true, ugly nature. Lin Fei, be quiet. Let's not delve into that. Wu Yinzhong suddenly pointed at Lin Fei and exclaimed loudly. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the forest at Huanghezai? How did you end up here? Are you shirking your duties? Do you believe I will write a report to the county's disciplinary committee? Do as you please. Write if you wish. Lin Fei dismissed Wu Yinzhong, regarding him as a mere clown. Ever since he learned that Wu Tianhua had sent him to the logging site at Wu Yinzhong's suggestion, Lin Fei's resentment towards Wu Yinzhong had deepened. For now, he could not find an opportunity to deal with Wu Yinzhong, but he vowed to settle the score when the time was right. Lin Fei, I will definitely report you. Just wait. When the county's disciplinary committee investigates you, you won't be able to escape, and you might even lose your job. Wu Yinzhong threatened Lin Fei. You plan to report Lin Fei? At that moment, Han Riyun chuckled and inquired of Wu Yinzhong. Indeed, I intend to report him. As a public servant, he has abandoned his post, wasting our taxpayer money. Wu Yinzhong proclaimed with righteous indignation, IT is after working hours. Why can't Lin Fei be here? How is that abandoning his post? Han Riyun countered. Lin Fei is stationed at the Huanghezai logging site. With the recent heat, forest fire prevention tasks are heavy, and as a forest ranger, he should not be here, Wu Yinzhong insisted. Lin Fei has long been absent. Han Riyun was about to continue when Lin Fei gently interrupted. Sister Han, let's drop it. I can't be bothered to waste time on him. All right, I will listen to you. Han Riyun replied with a warm smile and a nod. Lin Fei then took her wrist, leading her toward the direction of her car. Lin Fei, just wait for my report. Wu Yinzhong glared at Lin Fei's retreating figure and added, if you want to keep your job, you must remain forever at that desolate Huanghezai logging site, while I enjoy a comfortable life in the city with a house, a car, wealth, and leisure, sleeping with your ex-girlfriend every night. Ha. After finishing, Wu Yinzhong squeezed Su Qingyue's rear, causing her to let out a soft whimper. Wu Yinzhong, your aspirations are so limited. I had a year-long relationship with the very woman you treasure. Lin Fei casually remarked to Wu Yinzhong. What? You slept with Su Qingyue? Wu Yinzhong's anger surged suddenly, his tone filled with fury. Is that a problem? We are all adults. Su Qingyue and I were together for nearly a year. Do you think we didn't share a bed? Lin Fei replied, coolly to Su Qingyue. Did you deceive me? You claimed to be a virgin and said you had never been touched by Lin Fei. Wu Yinzhong interrogated Su Qingyue. Darling, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately sowing discord between us. I have never slept with him. I lost my virginity during college in a sports class. Su Qingyue quickly defended herself. Lin Fei could hardly be bothered to engage in their squabble any longer. Soon, they arrived at Han Riyun's car. Han Riyun promptly operated her phone to summon a designated driver. Lin Fei, your relationship is truly complicated. Isn't it? Han Riyun remarked with a smile as she looked at him. Sigh. Lin Fei sighed loudly, saying, Sister Han, this is a past I wish to forget. It is quite embarrassing. It's nothing to worry about. You are now the promising Lin Kazhong, young and handsome. Finding a girlfriend should be a breeze for you. Han Riyun reassured Lin Fei. Thank you, Sister Han. Lin Fei felt warmth in his heart when the designated driver arrived. Han Riyun handed over the car keys and sat in the back seat with Lin Fei. Perhaps Han Riyun was genuinely intoxicated and fatigued. Throughout the ride, she leaned against Lin Fei, allowing him to feel her softness and catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Han Riyun insisted on resting against him, leaving Lin Fei with no choice but to acquiesce. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at Han Riyun's residence. Lin Fei was astonished to discover that she resided in the most upscale villa community in Baiyun County. When the car halted on the expansive lawn in front of her standalone villa, Lin Fei was genuinely taken aback. He had never known that Han Riyun lived in such an affluent neighborhood. Even though Baiyun County's housing prices were not exorbitant, a standalone villa of several hundred square meters, complete with private parking and a spacious garden, would still cost several million, given that Han Riyun worked as an ordinary staff member at the county committee. Earning a salary slightly higher than those in the private sector, it seemed unlikely she could afford such a large villa. This could only indicate that Han Riyun had significant connections. Either her husband was wealthy, or her family was well-off. By the way, is Han Riyun's husband home? Will my being here with her cause any misunderstandings? Lin Fei felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 17. Feed me, Lin Fei. Why are you still standing there? Come on, help me inside. Han Riyun playfully pinched Lin Fei's waist and pouted. Oh, all right. Lin Fei suppressed his swirling thoughts and assisted Han Riyun toward the grand entrance of the villa. Han Riyun scanned her face, and the villa door swung open. Smack. Once they entered, Han Riyun flipped on the lights in the spacious foyer. And I'm drunk. I want to rest. Han Riyun gestured towards the sofa. All right, Sister Han. Lin Fei nodded gently. He promptly helped Han Riyun onto the sofa. She reclined comfortably, kicked off her shoes, and propped her feet on the coffee table. Her posture appeared quite unrefined, starkly contrasting with her polished image as a professional young woman at the county committee. Perhaps at home, one naturally returns to their true self. Sister Han, you've had too much to drink. Let me get you some warm water, Lin Fei said, rising to head toward the kitchen. He turned on the lights, opened the refrigerator, and discovered an abundance of fruits, including a few large pears and a jar of honey. I shall prepare honeyed pears for her. Lin Fei quickly set to work, taking out a large pear and the jar of honey, peeling and cutting the pear before cooking it with the honey. Before long, Lin Fei had prepared the honeyed pear and brought it out, placing it in front of Han Riyun as he approached. He noticed Han Riyun still reclining on the sofa, her legs crossed in a manner that revealed enticing glimpses. Sister Han, I made you a bowl of honeyed pears. Enjoy it. It will warm your stomach and help sober you up. Lin Fei said softly, good. Han Riyun attempted to sit up. It feels so uncomfortable. Lying down is much better. After a brief effort, she sank back down. Sister Han, you're still quite tired. Rest for a bit, and then we can have the honeyed pears, Lin Fei suggested. Lin Fei, feed me. Suddenly, Han Riyun winked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a request from her. What's the matter? If I ask you to feed me, hurry up. My stomach feels awful. I want something warm. Han Riyun pouted, resembling a playful child. All right then. Lin Fei picked up the bowl of honeyed pears, sat beside Han Riyun, and used a small spoon to scoop a bite. Bringing it to her lips, Sister Han, open your mouth and eat. Han Riyun gently parted her cherry-like lips. Lin Fei slid the spoon in her mouth. Gulp. Han Riyun swallowed the spoonful of honeyed pears. That feels so good, she exclaimed, visibly pleased. Lin Fei continued to feed her, and if an outsider were to witness this scene, they would surely assume they were a couple deeply in love. Before long, Han Riyun had consumed a significant portion of the honeyed pears and, feeling much better, gently caressed her slightly swollen abdomen. Xiao Fei, I'm full. I can't eat anymore, she informed Lin Fei. Then let's stop eating. Lin Fei chuckled. Little Fei, it would be a waste to throw away what's left. How about you finish it? Han Riyun casually suggested. All right. Lin Fei leaned closer to the edge of the bowl, scooping up the honey pear with a spoon, finishing the remaining sweet dish in just a few large bites. Observing Lin Fei's manner of eating, Han Riyun suddenly felt her cheeks flush, thinking to herself, oh dear. He used that spoon to eat, the very same spoon I just used, still bearing my saliva. If he does this, Doesn't tea that mean we've indirectly kissed? As Lin Fei set down the bowl. He noticed Han Riyun's face had turned crimson, reminiscent of a layer of tomato sauce. Curiously, he inquired, Sister Han, why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot? A bit hot. Han Riyun nodded in response. Then let me turn on the air conditioning. Lin Fei quickly activated the central air conditioning. Afterward, he took the bowl and spoon to the kitchen to wash them clean. Upon returning to the living room and settling onto the sofa, he gently asked Han Riyun, Sister Han, do you feel more comfortable now? Yes, much more comfortable. She nodded. Subsequently, Han Riyun rose from the sofa, intending to take a shower. Suddenly, she lost her balance due to her legs being numb and fell. Sister Han, be careful, Lin Fei exclaimed, feeling helpless as he watched her tumble towards him. Instantly, Han Riyun collapsed onto Lin Fei, causing him to recline back onto the sofa, in an unfortunate twist of fate. Her lips landed directly on his, resulting in an unintentional kiss. Lin Fei was momentarily stunned. He then embraced Han Riyun tightly and deepened the kiss. Han Riyun reciprocated, and the two engaged in a fervent kiss. After a few minutes, she gently pushed him away and said, Lin Fei, please let go of me. I feel so hot. I need to take a shower. Lin Fei knew he had to release her. He couldn't be so domineering as to hold her and kiss her indefinitely. Once Han Riyun stood up, Lin Fei's body sprang upright as well that he looked at her, his expression awkward, and stammered. Sister Han, that just now was an accident. I didn't mean to. It was you who accidentally fell onto me, and I just couldn't help myself. Puffed. Han Riyun burst into laughter and teased. Oh, Lin, you look so scared. I'm not going to eat you. What are you afraid of? Do you really think I would devour you? Hearing the lightheartedness in her tone, Lin Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Fei, sit down and rest a bit. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, it's so hot. Han Riyun winked at him and swayed her slender waist and curvy hips as she departed. Lin Fei had intended to inform her that he was about to leave to return home for some rest, but before he could voice it, Han Riyun had already left. Thus, he resigned himself to waiting until she finished her shower to speak. Han Riyun first went to her bedroom, retrieved a delicate, sheer nightgown and a clean undergarment, and then headed to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from the bathing area. Lin Fei knew that Han Riyun was now showering. Sister Han is in the shower. Cough, cough. Various thoughts began to swirl in Lin Fei's mind. Suddenly, a startled scream emanated from the bathroom. Sister Han, what happened? Lin Fei's heart raced at the sound of her distress, and he rushed towards the bathroom. The door was closed, but not locked, allowing him to push it open easily. Inside, he found a steam-filled room where Han Riyun sat in a corner, her expression one of panic. Completely unclothed, Lin Fei quickly reined his complex emotions and asked with concern, Sister Han, what's wrong? Did you fall? Are you hurt? Is everything all right? Lin Fei, their SA centipede, a centipede. Han Riyun pointed frantically towards the windowsill. A centipede? Lin Fei shifted his gaze and indeed spotted a centipede the length of a chopstick perched there. Understanding now, he realized that the large centipede had frightened Han Riyun. It was quite a fearsome sight. Sister Han, please stay still. I'll get something to remove that centipede. Lin Fei dashed out, fetched a broom, and swiftly swept the creature away. He glanced back at Han Riyun and said, Sister Han, I'm going out. Please get back to your shower. Thank you, thank you. Han Riyun's cheeks flushed. Lin Fei settled onto the sofa, reflecting on the earlier incident, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. Before long, Han Riyun emerged from the shower, clad in a sheer nightgown that rendered her figure alluringly indistinct. Lin Fei couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, causing her to blush even deeper. Despite her shyness, Han Riyun approached Lin Fei. He noticed she walked with a slight limp. Sister Han, did you hurt your foot? Did you twist it when you fell earlier? He inquired with genuine concern. She nodded gently, now seated close to him on the sofa. I was startled by that centipede and lost my balance. At the time, I didn't feel anything, but now I realize I've twisted my right ankle and it feels a bit uncomfortable. She pouted, then continued, Lin Fei, I need to trouble you to help me to the hospital for a checkup. First, help me into my room so I can change clothes. I can't go to the hospital in this. Sighing, she added, Oh, I feel so embarrassed for causing you trouble tonight. Sister Han, let me see your foot, Lin Fei said, gazing at her intently. All right. Han Riyun lifted her legs, placing them on the sofa, her left leg curled while her right leg stretched out. Her delicate foot resting near Lin Fei, he examined her right ankle, noticing some swelling, though it didn't appear severe. After gently grasping her foot, he reassured her, Sister Han, it's nothing serious. Your sprain is minor. Just a small issue. You don't need to go to the hospital. I can help you with it. You can help me? Really? Han Riyun appeared taken aback. If it could be resolved without a hospital visit. That would be splendid. She certainly didn't want to go through the hassle of a late-night trip. Indeed, I can help. First, let us apply an ice pack, and then I'll massage it. By the way, do you have ice at home? Lin Fei asked. Yes, in the bottom compartment of the fridge, Han Riyun replied. Please wait a moment, I'll get the ice. Lin Fei stood and went to the kitchen. Opened the freezer, retrieved 2 ice cubes, placed them in a plastic bag, and returned to the living room. He sat next to Han Riyun, asking her to rest her right leg on his lap. Keeping her foot elevated, he then placed the ice on her swollen ankle, initiating the cold treatment. After about 15 minutes, he disposed of the partially melted ice and grasped Han Riyun's delicate foot. Ah, she let out a soft whimper, her body trembling slightly. Sister Han, don't move. I'll massage you now. Ice treatment combined with massage will yield double the effect. Lin Fei continued to hold her foot while his other hand gently massaged her ankle. Ah, Han Riyun called out again. What's wrong? Does it hurt? It shouldn't anymore, right? Lin Fei looked at her puzzled. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It feels good, really good, she replied. Ah, that's great. I'll keep making you feel good. Lin Fei resumed his focused massage. After several minutes, he released his hands and said, Sister Han, the massage is finished. Ah, is it over so soon? Han Riyun felt a tinge of disappointment. She wished Lin Fei would continue to massage her for a while longer, as she found his touch exceedingly comforting. All right, we can't continue. Too much pressure may harm you. Lin Fei remarked, Oh. Han Riyun nodded in understanding. She immediately drew her right leg back, only to discover that the swelling in her right ankle had completely subsided, and the pain had vanished. After stretching a little, she got off the couch and casually walked a few steps in her slippers. Wow, Lin Fei, you're truly remarkable. My foot is completely healed. You, a mere clerk, actually possess medical knowledge? Aren't you a medical student? Han Riyun returned to the sofa. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lin Fei. My grandfather was an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. As soon as I learned to read, he began teaching me to peruse medical texts. I grew up by his side and learned a bit of the rudiments of medicine. Lin Fei explained to Han Riyun. Oh, I see. I never would have expected our esteemed section chief Lin, the great talent, to also be a skilled healer. Han Riyun said with a playful smirk, Sister Han, you've misunderstood. I am no divine physician. I merely learned some basic techniques like cupping, scraping, and massage that I can handle minor ailments. But treating serious illnesses is beyond my capabilities. That if I were truly a divine doctor, I wouldn't bother being a civil servant. I'd simply become a physician, helping more people and earning more money, thus improving my own life. Lin Fei replied with a wry smile. Mentioning his grandfather brought a hint of sadness to Lin Fei's expression. His grandfather had showered him with love throughout his childhood, guiding him through medical literature and imparting life lessons. Lin Fei was unable to attend his grandfather's funeral while he was preoccupied with his graduation defense, a lingering regret that would forever haunt him. Oh, I see. That is still quite impressive. Just now, when my ankle was sprained, without you, I would have had to seek help at the hospital. You solved my problem with such ease, Han Riyun said, her face beaming with joy. The two continued their conversation, finding a remarkable rapport. Lin Fei, I truly enjoyed our dinner and conversation tonight. Please come and spend time with me more often. While work is work, I will wholeheartedly support you in your role as a leader. Outside of work, it is rare for me to find someone with whom I can connect so well. Han Riyun expressed her sentiments that, of course, Sister Han, that is absolutely fine. Lin Fei replied before asking, By the way, where is your husband? What husband? If I had one, why be able to take you home so late and chat for this long? I doubt any man would be that generous. Han Riyun pouted. Oh, then what about your family? Surely you don't live alone in this vast villa. Lin Fei inquired further, and my family is not in Baiyun County. They reside in the city, Han Riyun answered. Oh, Lin Fei chose not to pry further, sensing that Han Riyun seemed uncomfortable discussing her family. Perhaps her family situation was unique, making her reluctant to mention them. during his time at the county committee office. Lin Fei had never heard her speak of her family, nor had he encountered any gossip regarding her personal life. Lin Fei, have you ever considered a certain question? At that moment, Han Rian shifted the tone of the conversation, her expression growing serious. Sister Han, what question? Lin Fei responded earnestly, focusing on her. Have you ever thought that Secretary Zhao's death may not have been an accident? Han Rian posed the question. What? Secretary Zhao's death was not an accident. Lin Fei gasped in shock. This revelation detonated like a bombshell in his mind. Chapter 19. Walking on thin ice, Lin Fei had never contemplated such a notion. The death of County Secretary Xiao Tianli was simply an accident. Wasn't it? He had fallen into the water while responding to a flood emergency. Could there be more to the story? Lin Fei was not present when Secretary Xiao fell, so he had not witnessed the incident firsthand. However, he had never doubted the authenticity of Secretary Zhao's fall, nor considered it a conspiracy. The flood response site. Besides Secretary Xiao, there were also the director and deputy director of the Baiyun County Emergency Management Bureau, leaders from the Baiyun County Fire Department, and soldiers from the county's armed forces. Even if the Baiyu political family sought to sideline Secretary Xiao, they would hardly have the audacity to push him into the flood in broad daylight with so many witnesses present. Now, hearing Han Riyun's words, Lin Fei felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Did Han Riyun know some hidden secret? Had she brought him home tonight primarily to discuss this matter? Sister Han, you suggest that Secretary Zhao's death was not an accident. Is this information credible? We were in the office together when Secretary Xiao fell. We weren't at the scene. Where did you hear this news? Lin Fei inquired again. Lin Fei, I never claimed that Secretary Zhao's death was not an accident, nor do I possess any specific information, Han Rian clarified. Sister Han, then what do you mean by that? Lin Fei was left bewildered. I merely wanted to ask if you have considered that Secretary Zhao's death might not have been an accident, but rather something else entirely, a truth we both may be unaware of. Han Rian elucidated. Oh. Lin Fei felt a sense of relief. He had thought Han Riyun was privy to some secret. It turned out she was merely speculating. You still haven't answered my question. Have you ever contemplated the possibility that Secretary Zhao's death was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act? Han Riyun pressed Lin Fei. I have thought about it. Lin Fei nodded, gazing earnestly at Han Riyun as he replied seriously. I have indeed considered this issue. The fact that Secretary Xiao left us in such a sudden manner is itself quite unexpected. I guess there's some truth behind it that we do not know. Secretary Xiao was parachuted into Baiyun County, and there must be many who sought to undermine him, perhaps even those who wished him harm. Exactly. This is the crux of my inquiry. There are certainly many who would want to eliminate Secretary Xiao. Han Riyun gently nodded in agreement. Lin Fei continued. However, I later thought that my suspicions might be unwarranted. When Secretary Xiao encountered his misfortune, there were numerous witnesses present, including journalists from television stations and newspapers, as well as some civilians nearby. Even if someone had intended to harm Secretary Xiao, they would surely hesitate to act so brazenly. Your analysis does hold some merit. It is logically sound. However, Han Riyun paused, her demeanor suggesting she had more to say. However, what? Lin Fei's tension mounted. However, you should remain cautious. Han Riyun earnestly advised Lin Fei that I should be cautious. Of what, exactly? Lin Fei was perplexed by her meaning. Han Riyun stretched lazily, revealing her delicate waist and charming navel, then spoke to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, whether Secretary Zhao's death was accidental or deliberate remains uncertain, but has become a fixed fact. We need not dwell on it. Yet we must remain vigilant. Have you considered the possibility that Secretary Zhao's fall was orchestrated? If so, that could be quite terrifying. Therefore, I urge you to be wary of unseen forces that may seek to undermine you. When Secretary Xiao was alive, you were his secretary. Now that he is gone, and you have ascended to the position of section chief in the county office, there are surely many eyes on you. I see. Setting aside Secretary Xiao, my current position is indeed precarious. There are many watching me, waiting for me to falter. Is that what you mean? Lin Fei asked. Exactly. That is precisely what I wanted to convey. You have unexpectedly gained a position of power, becoming the section chief in the county office, and now you are a thorn in the side of many. Han Riyun gently affirmed. Understood, Sister Han. Thank you for your warning. Lin Fei sincerely expressed his gratitude to Han Run. Despite Han Run not holding a high-ranking position, merely serving as a staff member in the county office, her political acumen and insight were undoubtedly sharp. Lin Fei sensed that Han Run was not an ordinary individual. Just considering the lavish villa worth millions where she resided, it was clear that such a lifestyle was beyond the means of an average person. Han Run's advice carried substantial weight. Lin Fei had initially overlooked these details, but her words heightened his sense of caution, now that he had become the section chief in the county office. He truly felt he was walking on thin ice, and no need to mention it. Han Run stretched again, then yawned. Sister Han, if you're feeling tired, you should get some rest. I'm going to head home now. Lin Fei suggested, don't leave. Han Run suddenly grasped Lin Fei's hand, preventing him from leaving. Sister Han, what's wrong with you? Lin Fei was taken aback, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Just moments ago, they had embraced and kissed for several minutes. Now, Han Run wanted him to stay. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him, or even desired something more? It's late, and you must be tired. Why not sleep here? Han Run suggested. Is that true? Sister Han, you want to spend the night at your place? It's rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together, especially considering our superior-subordinate relationship. If anyone finds out, they might say, I'm taking advantage of you. Lin Fei replied, half seriously and half jokingly, don't overthink it that I'm single. And so are you. If rumors spread, it wouldn't matter that you're young and handsome. If I were to be with you, I'd be the one benefiting. Han Run said with a playful smile, Sister Han, are you serious? Please don't scare me. I'm quite timid. Lin Fei stammered. Han Run laughed heartily. After a moment, she continued, just stay over. I have plenty of rooms. We can go to work together tomorrow. As a woman, I'm not worried about rumors. So why should you be? All right, then I suppose I shall stay for the night. Lin Fei nodded. Given Han Run's warm invitation, he felt it would be unreasonable to refuse any longer. Persistently declining would only seem overly pretentious. Thus, Lin Fei settled into Han Run's grand villa. Han Run first arranged for him to take a shower before leading him to the adjacent room to prepare a bed for him. Lin Fei, get some rest. Good night. She waved as she closed the door behind her. Good night, Sister Han. Lin Fei waved back. He lay in bed and quickly drifted into slumber, entering a dream where he first envisioned Han Run in his arms. Followed by fleeting images of Wang Lia, a young married woman from Heishui Town, and Song Yanran, the head of the personnel section of the county committee. Eventually, Lin Fei dreamt of enjoying a hot spring with 4 beautiful women: Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Jiang Xiao, and Yi Xinyan. Upon waking, Lin Fei realized the absurdity of his dreams and offered a wry smile before returning to sleep. Chapter 20. Behind the scenes as fate would have it. Lin Fei was promoted to the head of the secretary section of the county committee office, a fact that circulated among certain circles in the officialdom of Baiyun County. Wu Yinzhong was still unaware of Lin Fei's elevation. In the parking garage, Wu Yinzhong, embracing Su Qingwei, encountered Lin Fei and Han Run, that he exchanged a few words with Lin Fei, ultimately ending up in a dismal mood. Subsequently, Wu Yinzhong took Su Qingwei to a hotel. After showering, as they sat on the edge of the bed, Su Qingwei leaned closer to Wu Yinzhong, wrapping her arms around him. Oh dear, are you still upset? I've explained it all. It was an accident during gym class. I didn't deceive you. Lin Fei is clearly envious of our relationship and is trying to sow discord. Why would you believe him? Fine, I understand. That bastard Lin Fei dared to say such things. Deliberately provoking me, he's truly asking for trouble. Wu Yinzhong exclaimed, his hand clenching Su Qingyue's thigh in anger, cursing Lin Fei with indignation. Exactly. Why stoop to Lin Fei's level of failure? Su Qingyue tightened her embrace. Damn it, I'm calling my uncle right now to discuss this, Wu Yinzhong declared, pulling out his phone to dial his uncle, Wu Tianhua. The phone rang until it connected in a self-built house in Heishui Town. Wu Tianhua, embracing a charming woman, was interrupted by the call. Sure. He gestured to the woman, who immediately stilled. Xiao Zhong, what's the matter? Calling so late. Is there an emergency? Wu Tianhua asked, slightly annoyed at the disruption. Uncle, I saw Lin Fei in the Baiyun Xinqing underground parking lot with a woman. Isn't he supposed to be guarding the forest at Huanghuzai? How could he be in town? He is neglecting his duties. You could use this to deal with him. Wu Yinzhong seethed with indignation. Xiao Zhong, this matter is beyond my authority, Wu Tianhua replied. Why not? You're an official in Heishui town, and Lin Fei is merely a forest ranger. You're his superior. You can handle him, Wu Yinzhong protested. Bewildered, Lin Fei is no longer just a ranger. He is now the head of the secretary section of the county committee. Although I rank higher, Lin Fei is a core figure in the county committee, and I am merely a vice section level cadre nearing retirement. If you want me to deal with Lin Fei, it's tantamount to courting death. I have no desire to jeopardize my own progress. Wu Tianhua was visibly displeased, expressing his frustrations to his nephew. What? Lin Fei is now the head of the secretary section of the county committee? Uncle, are you joking? Wu Yinzhong could hardly believe it. I'm not joking. Such a jest is hardly amusing. Lin Fei is indeed the head of the secretary section, a fact confirmed by Deputy Minister Yang of the organization department. Minister Liu personally appointed Lin Fei. He likely has someone backing him, but I currently have no idea who that might be. Enough talk. I need to sleep now, Wu Tianhua concluded before hanging up, leaving the woman to rest. Damn it. Lin Fei, how could he? Wu Yinzhong fumed, throwing his phone in frustration. What's wrong, dear? Su Qingwei inquired gently. It's all because of that bastard Lin Fei. He has been promoted, now the head of the secretary section. What gives him a right? He should forever remain a forest ranger. Wu Yinzhong vented his anger. What? Lin Fei is now the head of the secretary section. How can this be? Su Qingwei exclaimed, incredulous, before Xiao Tianli's death. Lin Fei was just the deputy head of the secretary section. Now that Xiao Tianli is gone, what could possibly justify his promotion? This is utterly bizarre. Is there a mistake in the news? Honey, you have connections. Why not ask your friends in the system to verify? This is what my uncle told me. There's nothing to confirm. He said Deputy Minister Yang of the organization department informed him. Wu Yinzhong remained unsatisfied. Lin Fei's promotion felt like a slap in the face to him. How could this be happening? Why was Lin Fei so fortunate? Su Qingwei felt a swirl of complex emotions. Realizing that had she known Lin Fei would be promoted, she would have never broken up with him. Despite being financially inferior to Wu Yinzhong, Lin Fei surpassed him in every other aspect. He was handsome, well-educated, talented, and now, at such a young age, he was the head of the secretary section, on the cusp of becoming a true deputy-level cadre. In contrast, Wu Yinzhong, despite his wealth, was utterly lacking in merit. Even in bed, where Lin Fei excelled. Damn it, forget Lin Fei for now, Wu Yinzhong dismissed, pushing Su Qingwei down. Lin Fei, wake up. The next morning, Lin Fei was still lost in his delightful dreams, imagining holding Han Riyun on the sofa when her voice jolted him awake. He quickly dressed and stepped outside, where he found Han Riyun already finished with her morning routine, applying makeup. With her back turned to him and her body slightly bent, her slender waist and long legs added a touch of allure. Watching her, Lin Fei recalled some scenes from his dream, and a warmth surged within him. Stay composed, stay composed. He admonished himself, retreating to the bathroom to wash up. Are you ready? Once you're done, we'll head out for breakfast at work. Han Riyun called to him. All set, Sister Han, Lin Fei replied as he emerged. Let us go. Han Riyun winked at Lin Fei and led him out of the villa, driving swiftly towards the county committee and government compound. Chapter 21. The county office's Hong Jiao takes the initiative to make friends. Upon arriving at the county committee and government compound, Han Riyun parked the car. Lin Fei and Han Riyun stepped out together. Coincidentally, Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong were also nearby. Upon seeing Lin Fei descend from Han Riyun's vehicle, they exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions slightly odd. Lin Fei and Han Riyun chose to ignore them. Proceeding together to the cafeteria of the county committee and government compound, essentially the official cafeteria of Baiyun County, is situated not far behind the county committee and government building. This cafeteria caters to the dining needs of civil servants from the county committee, government, and various major county departments, providing excellent meals for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even overtime meals during special circumstances, with a rich variety and delightful flavors. At the serving window, Lin Fei ordered a bowl of braised beef green bean noodles, accompanied by a bowl of sweetened soy milk and a youtiao. Han Riyun selected several small meat buns and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. The green bean noodles are a local delicacy of Baiyun County. made from ground mung beans mixed with rice and water, then cooked in a hot pan with oil and rolled into sheets, sliced into strips, and served in a spicy soup base along with braised beef. A delightful combination indeed. Lin Fei and Han Riyun sat across from each other. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong also gathered their meals and sat down not far from them. Director Lin, good morning. A young woman in a checkered long dress and twin ponytails passed by, holding a bowl of pea sauce green bean noodles, and greeted Lin Fei with a cheerful smile. Hello. May I ask who you are? Lin Fei found the girl somewhat familiar, but could not quite recall her identity, leaving him feeling slightly awkward. Director Lin, it's me, Hong Jiao. I used to work in the party and mass work section of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Last month, I was selected to the county office. And now we share the same floor that we were classmates in last year's training class for grassroots section cadres. You were the class leader, while I was the group leader. Oh, you remember me? The girl in the checkered dress beamed at Lin Fei, recounting her introduction in one breath. Oh, it's you. Now I remember. Lin Fei nodded vigorously upon hearing Hong Jiao mention last year's training class. He recalled his role as the deputy section chief leading the secretarial section in the county committee office, where he was notably favored by county party secretary Xiao Tianli, often referred to as Baiyun County's number 2 leader. He had been selected as the class leader by the training work group, while Hong Jiao had served as a group leader. Lin Fei had a strong impression of Hong Jiao. She had performed exceptionally well in the training class, showcasing solid theoretical foundations and possessing an excellent demeanor and eloquence, particularly shining during the mock debate segment. Given her remarkable abilities, it was no surprise to Lin Fei that she had swiftly emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau's party and mass work section to be selected for the county office. Director Lin, you really do forget your friends easily. If I hadn't mentioned it, you wouldn't have remembered me. Hong Jiao teased, pouting slightly. Ahem, while Lin Fei was a loss for words. Take your time eating. Director Lin, that if I have any questions at work in the future, I hope you can assist me. Hong Jiao chuckled, waving at Lin Fei before skipping off to find an empty seat nearby. Lin Fei, your romantic prospects are blossoming. After Hong Jiao departed, Han Rian smiled at Lin Fei, playfully winking at him. Sister Han, please don't tease me. What kind of romantic prospects are we talking about? Lin Fei replied sheepishly. Don't underestimate it. You are currently the youngest cadre at the county level in Baiyun County, working in the core department of the county committee office. There are many envious eyes on you, and naturally, there are quite a number of young women eyeing you as well. I bet numerous eligible ladies consider you a target. Han Riyun remarked. Sister Han, you're exaggerating. Please, if this gets out, people will think I'm overly conceited. Lin Fei quickly changed the subject. Once a woman's gossiping instincts are ignited, they can be quite difficult to suppress. Lin Fei needed to prevent Han Riyun's curiosity from spiraling further. Director Lin, good morning. Director Lin, personally here for breakfast? More people passed by, smiling and greeting Lin Fei. Good morning, Lin Fei responded warmly, smiling at everyone, whether you recognized them or not. Lin Fei, come here for a moment, Secretary Wei is looking for you. Just then, Yang Tianfu, the deputy minister of the organization department, approached Lin Fei. Oh, Secretary Wei is looking for me. I'll be right there. Lin Fei had just finished the last bite of his green bean noodles, quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and followed Yang Tianfu towards the private dining room of the cafeteria. The Baiyun County cafeteria is quite spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of diners. County-level officials, including the county party secretary, county mayor, chairperson of the County People's Congress, chairperson of the County Political Consultative Conference, along with various standing committee members and deputy mayors, dine in private rooms, while other section-level officials and civil servants dine in the main hall. The arrangement for county-level officials to dine in private rooms is not merely a privilege. It is primarily for safety and tranquility, as they sometimes need to discuss work matters while dining, which is more confidential in a private setting. The Secretary Wei mentioned by Yang Tianfu refers to Wei Xuan, the deputy secretary of the Baiyun County Party Committee, the third highest-ranking official in Baiyun County. Her position is significant. There are 4 active county-level officials: the county party secretary, county mayor, chairperson of the County People's Congress, and chairperson of the County Political Consultative Conference. However, the latter 2 do not hold positions on the standing committee of the Baiyun County Party Committee. Despite being county-level officials, their power and influence do not match that of Wei Xuan, who is at the deputy county level. With the unexpected death of County Party Secretary Xiao Tianli, County Mayor Zhang Yanhua has assumed the role of acting County Party Secretary, currently shouldering the responsibilities of both the county committee and government. But if there are no unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that Zhang Yanhua will soon officially become the County Party Secretary, consequently leaving the mayoral position vacant. Wei Xun, the Deputy County Party Secretary, is the most formidable candidate for the mayoral position. The only other competitor is Fu Tao, the Executive Deputy Mayor and a member of the County Party Standing Committee. Other deputy-level leaders in Baiyun County are either too senior and nearing retirement or lack sufficient credentials to be promoted directly to mayor. Currently, rumors are circulating that both Wei Xuyan and Fu Tao have been seeking support from high-ranking officials in the city. With the likelihood of Wei Xuyan becoming mayor appearing somewhat greater at this moment, it is curious that Wei Xuyan has summoned Lin Fei to a private room, provoking speculation among diners outside. What could this mean? Is she preparing to cultivate her loyal team in anticipation of her potential elevation to mayor? Lin Fei, as the head of the secretarial section in the county committee office, could be favored for a future role, such as deputy director of the county office, should Wei Xuyan ascend to the mayoralty. However, why does Secretary Wei place such importance on Lin Fei? Is it merely his capabilities, or does she see potential in his connections? Many began to speculate. The whispers about Lin Fei's connections have circulated widely. No one knows precisely who stands behind him, but it is widely assumed that he has influential support, that if he didn't, how could he have been so quickly and significantly reassigned back to county work from the Huangazai forestry farm, and even appointed as the head of the secretarial section? Damn it, Lin Fei's luck is truly unparalleled, Zhang Huabo remarked with a hint of envy. Whatever, let's focus on our work. His affairs have nothing to do with me. Zhou Yong feigned indifference, though he secretly felt unsettled. Chapter 22. A private conversation with Secretary Wei. Secretary Wei, Lin Fei has arrived. As Lin Fei entered a private room, Yang Tianfu greeted Wei Xuan, who was currently enjoying some dumplings. Inside the room, Wei Xuan was alone for the moment. Lin Fei, please come in. Wei Xuan raised her head. Lin Fei promptly entered the room. Minister Yang, please wait outside, that I need to discuss some matters with Lin. Kindly close the door behind you, Wei Xuan instructed Yang Tianfu. Yes, Secretary Wei. Yang Tianfu nodded, bowing slightly as he exited and closed the door, taking position outside to guard it. Damn it, as the deputy minister of the organization department. Why am I standing guard for this little section chief? What gives Lin Fei such favorable treatment? Why does Secretary Wei want to speak with him privately? Yang Tianfu felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had never experienced such treatment before, being summoned by a high-ranking leader like Secretary Wei to discuss matters in a private dining room, while Lin Fei, a mere section chief, seemed to possess such extraordinary fortune. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. Inside the private room, Wei Xuan gazed at Lin Fei, a gentle smile gracing her face. Xiao Lin, please take a seat. She gestured to the chair opposite her. Thank you. Secretary Wei. Lin Fei responded with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant as he settled into the chair across from her. His gaze met hers directly. Wei Xuan, not yet 40, maintained an impressive physique through regular exercise. Dressed in a light-colored blouse adorned with a patterned silk scarf, her thick black hair cascaded like a dark cloud, and her sparkling eyes were particularly enchanting. Even in her 30s, describing her as retaining her charm would not be an exaggeration. Xiaolin, how has work been treating you lately? Wei Xuan inquired. Thank you for your concern, leader. With a considerate leader like Secretary Wei, my work has been quite smooth. Lin Fei replied, adhering to formalities, unsure of the underlying intentions behind Wei Xuan's words. Wei Xuan recognized that Lin Fei's response was merely polite convention. However, she found no disdain in his words. Instead, a sense of warmth and contentment enveloped her heart. She continued, Xiaolin, if you encounter any difficulties or frustrations at work, feel free to share them with me. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. As the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, I am indeed your superior, and our work domains overlap. Thank you, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei nodded. Given the openness of Wei Xuyan's invitation, he felt compelled to articulate his request. In this context, he could not afford to be overly courteous. He needed to express his thoughts candidly. The very fact that Wei Shuyan had summoned him to this private room indicated that her intentions were significant. For the moment, Lin Fei could not discern the deeper meaning behind Wei Shuyan's actions. But he sensed that she harbored no ill will towards him. Fixing his gaze on her, he stated, "Secretary Wei, I do have a small request, and I would appreciate your assistance. Speak freely, as long as I can manage it." "I shall assist you," Wei Shuyan assured him. "I wish to request a personnel change." Lin Fei articulated, "A personnel change? Are you referring to the secretary section of the county committee office?" Wei Shuyan asked. Seeking clarification, "Yes," Lin Fei affirmed with a nod. "Well, if a change is to be made in the secretary section, it would typically require the oversight of Comrade Chun. And if he is unavailable, then Deputy Director Luo Gang would handle it." Wei Shuyan replied, her brow furrowing slightly, sensing a potential difficulty. The Comrade Chun she referred to was Chun Dingkong, the director of the county committee office, who was relatively young and had recently been promoted during the recent reshuffle of the Baiyun County leadership. The director of the county committee office and the director of the county government office are commonly known as the two chief administrators, responsible for the daily operations of both the county committee and the county government. Typically, the director of the county committee office is a member of the standing committee and is tasked with managing the daily functions of the office, such as document processing and meeting organization, effectively conveying the voice of the county committee. Individuals who hold the position of director of the county committee office usually possess strong writing skills and coordination capabilities, and they are known for their composure in handling affairs. This position carries significant authority within the county, garnering respect even from deputy county heads. Jokingly, people refer to the director of the county committee office as the county's chief steward, since Chun Dingkong is also a member of the standing committee. He holds a substantial position equivalent to a deputy division level. Although Chun Dingkong ranks slightly below Wei Shuyan, they are essentially of the same level. Lin Fei aspired to request a personnel change within the secretary section of the county committee office, a matter that should indeed be directed to Chun Dingkong. If Chun Dingkong were too preoccupied with other responsibilities, it would fall to Deputy Director Luo Gang. Normally, Luo Gang would be the most appropriate choice. However, Lin Fei's relationship with Luo Gang was strained. They had previously clashed, resulting in Lin Fei believing that approaching Luo Gang would likely lead to uncooperative behavior. Conversely, Lin Fei did not have a solid rapport with Chun Dingkong either, as their interactions had been limited to work-related matters, and it was uncertain whether Chun Dingkong would acquiesce to Lin Fei's request, having just been promoted to the position of section chief. Seeking a personnel change would likely not garner Chun Dingkong's support. Nonetheless, Lin Fei was determined to pursue this course of action to assert his authority and establish a team that aligned with his objectives. Facilitating his future endeavors, Secretary Wei, I merely mentioned this in passing, that if you find it challenging to address, please disregard my comment. I certainly do not wish to burden you. Lin Fei quickly added, observing Wei Shuyan's expression. Not all, Wei Shuyan interjected, raising her hand. In fact, this is a trivial matter. It's not difficult to manage. I can facilitate it for you. As long as I communicate with Comrade Chun, and he has no objections to your request. You can proceed to the organization department to submit a report for the personnel change. Thank you, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei expressed his gratitude immediately. The matter of changing personnel within the secretary section was indeed a straightforward task for a leader of Wei Shuyan's caliber. The only question was whether she was genuinely willing to assist him. With her affirmation, it was clear that she intended to help, regardless of her underlying motives, and Lin Fei felt a deep sense of appreciation for her support. "You're welcome," Wei Shuyan smiled. Subsequently, she posed several additional questions to Lin Fei, to which he responded earnestly. She even inquired about his romantic status, offering to assist him in finding a girlfriend if the opportunity arose. Lin Fei simply smiled in response. In truth, he was not in a hurry to pursue a relationship. Following his breakup with Su Qinhue, Lin Fei had gained a clearer understanding of societal realities. In this world, if one possesses nothing and struggles, they are rendered insignificant, and even a relationship may falter, or worse, lead to divorce after marriage. Conversely, if one thrives and has a promising future, finding a partner would be a matter of mere moments. At just over 20, Lin Fei felt no urgency to marry. Having recently transitioned to his role as section chief, He recognized the necessity of prioritizing his work and establishing a solid foothold within the county committee office. He was treading carefully, acutely aware that even if someone were to assist him out of gratitude, their support might not be unwavering. The path ahead was one he must navigate himself, facing the thorns and challenges that lay in wait. His eagerness to initiate personnel changes stemmed from a desire to assert his authority and genuinely establish a competent team, thus facilitating the execution of his future responsibilities, while Wei Shuyan had agreed to help him facilitate the personnel change. She had not specified who he wished to replace. After an extended conversation, the time for work drew near. Lin Fei, it's time to return to work. Let's go, Wei Shuyan announced, rising to her feet. Lin Fei promptly stood and walked to the door, opening it and bowing slightly as he gestured. Leader, please, after you. Thank you, Wei Shuyan replied, her smile bright as she exited the room. Lin Fei followed closely behind. Thus they exited the cafeteria together, entered the office building, shared the elevator, and departed it in unison. Throughout this journey, Lin Fei and Wei Shuyan engaged in light-hearted conversation, visible to many within the office complex. The news of Lin Fei's private meeting with Deputy Secretary Wei quickly spread throughout the office grounds. Speculation arose regarding why Lin Fei garnered such attention from Wei Shuyan, with some even spreading gossip, absurdly suggesting that she had taken a liking to him and fancied him as a youthful beau. Such ludicrous rumors reached both Lin Fei and Wei Shuyan, leaving them both at a loss for words, as the absurdity of it all was truly beyond comprehension. Chapter 23. The eve of personnel changes upon arriving at the office. Lin Fei found that the alluring Han Ryun had already prepared a cup of hot tea for him. Witnessing her diligent efforts, he felt a swell of gratitude, recalling the previous night spent at her home, where they shared a kiss for several minutes on the sofa, and he had gently massaged her swollen ankle. An array of emotions surged within him. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong exchanged glances, perceiving Lin Fei's demeanor as peculiar, harboring their own discontent regarding Lin Fei's position as the leader of the secretary section. Lin Fei, there's a standing committee meeting at 10 o'clock. Please have your secretary section revise and polish this industrial investigation report and submit it to me for review within half an hour. At this moment, Luo Gang, the deputy director of the county committee office, presented a printed document to Lin Fei, instructing him to revise and refine it immediately. The tasks of editing texts and formulating plans fall within the purview of the secretary's department, and Luo Gang's directive was a routine assignment. While conveying the task, Luo Gang maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, as the previous unpleasantness lingered unspoken among them. After all, they would still have to collaborate in the future. All right, Director Luo. Lin Fei accepted the document and the responsibility that accompanied it. Luo Gang turned on his heel and departed. Lin Fei, holding the document, cast a glance around the room. Zhang Huabo promptly shook his head and waved his hands, saying, Lin, don't look at me. I'm swamped with agricultural research data that I didn't complete yesterday. This is a task assigned by County Chief Zhang Yinhua, who is the county chief and currently acting as the county committee secretary, had naturally delegated this work to the secretary's department. Zhou Yong also shook his head at Lin Fei, stating, Comrade Chun just assigned me a task, and I must complete it immediately. Whether Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong were genuinely busy or merely seeking excuses mattered little to Lin Fei. He had already resolved to replace them, as long as he could substitute Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong with individuals he trusted. Future operations would be significantly smoother. Lin, let me assist you. Together we can complete this document. Han Ryun approached Lin Fei's side, slightly bending at the waist, showcasing her graceful figure. In informal settings, Han Ryun would often address Lin Fei by name, sometimes affectionately calling him Xiao Fei. However, in this professional context, with Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong present, she referred to him as Section Chief Lin. All right, let us get started right away. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Without delay, Lin Fei and Han Ryun commenced their work. Han Ryun's capabilities were truly commendable. Despite her beauty, she was far from being a superficial woman. The synergy of their collaboration made the work less burdensome, with Han Ryun as his capable assistant. Lin Fei found himself invigorated in his tasks. In less than half an hour, they thoroughly reviewed and amended the document. Lin Fei then proceeded to deliver it to Luo Gang, the deputy director of the county committee office. Luo Gang accepted the document, offering only a casual acknowledgement, without engaging Lin Fei in further conversation. Upon returning to his office, Lin Fei resumed his routine tasks. Han Rian also began addressing her responsibilities, proactively inquiring if Lin Fei required any assistance. In stark contrast, Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong appeared rather idle, with Zhang Huabua engrossed at his phone reading a novel and Zhou Yong chatting with a female acquaintance on WeChat. Their claims of being occupied were mere fabrications, as their animosity towards Lin Fei was quite palpable. However, Lin Fei remained unfazed, intent on replacing them. Since they were inclined to shirk their duties, it would be best to reassign them to departments where such behavior was permissible. The secretary's department, being a crucial position, could not tolerate any form of negligence. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Fei's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered a WeChat message from Secretary Wei Xuan. Seeing her profile picture filled him with excitement. Lin Fei immediately opened the chat window and read the message. Section Chief Lin, I just concluded the standing committee meeting that I spoke with Comrades Liu and Chun regarding your request to make personnel changes. Comrade Chun has agreed, and you can proceed with the arrangements. Go to the organization department and discuss with Section Chief Song about who you wish to replace and how. After reading Wei Xuyan's message, Lin Fei was elated. Liu, of course, referred to Minister Liu Mingsheng, while Chun was the director of the county committee office, Chen Dingkong. Lin Fei quickly replied, Thank you, Secretary Wei. No need for thanks. We look out for each other, was Wei Xuyan's response, which left Lin Fei somewhat puzzled. What did she mean by looking out for each other? As a county committee member and deputy secretary, ranking among the top deputy-level officials in the county, at just over 30 years old with a promising future, Lin Fei felt he was the one seeking her support rather than the other way around. Putting aside his curiosity about Wei Xuyan's words, Lin Fei focused on executing the personnel changes. Section Chief Lin, what's the matter? You seem quite cheerful. Han Rian inquired, noticing the charming smile on Lin Fei's face. Sister Han, it's a secret. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Fei chuckled, then stepped out toward the office area of the organization department. What's with the air of mystery? Han Rian pouted, furrowing her brow. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at the office of Song Yanran, the head of the organization department as cadre section. Section Chief Song, I'm here to report on work. Lin Fei joked. Song Yanran looked up, her smile radiant and demeanor captivating. Section Chief Lin, please don't flatter me. We are peers. What work do you have to report? She playfully retorted. Section Chief, you are the leader of the organization department, overseeing the appointments. I must rely on your support for progress. Lin Fei continued to jest with Song Yanran. In her professional capacity, Song Yanran was quite serious, often presenting a stern and icy demeanor. Any other man would likely provoke her ire with such banter. However, Lin Fei's playful remarks seemed to amuse her, and she was visibly pleased. Her demeanor towards Lin Fei markedly different from that towards other men. Perhaps it was Lin Fei's youth and charm that swayed her. Even in the political arena, good looks could symbolize integrity. Section Chief Lin, you are the talented scribe of the county committee office, and with your youth, your future is boundless. If anyone should be seeking support, it is I who should be seeking yours. Song Yanran smiled at Lin Fei. Haha, you're too kind, Section Chief Song. Lin Fei regained his composure, gazing intently at Song Yanran, and stated now, to the matter at hand, I wish to make personnel changes in the Secretary's department. I would like to promote Han Rian to Deputy Section Chief and replace Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong with Han Lin from the County Committee Office S Information Section and Zhang Hao from the County Local Chronicle Office. Regarding this matter, Minister Liu and Comrade Chun have already briefed me. Please proceed. How do you wish to execute these changes? Song Yanran nodded, inquiring further. Lin Fei elaborated on his proposals. Understood. I will handle this matter immediately. And you can expect results by this afternoon at the latest, Song Yanran affirmed. Thank you, Section Chief Song, that I'll treat you to tea when you're free. Lin Fei waved goodbye and exited Song Yanran's office. Goodbye, Section Chief Lin. Song Yanran did not decline his invitation. Upon returning to his office, Lin Fei found Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong still idling away, while Han Rian diligently reviewed documents. Lin Fei settled down to continue his work. At noon, he and Han Riyun went to the cafeteria for lunch. After their meal, they returned to the office. Although it was time for a break, work was piling up, so Lin Fei and Han Riyun each had a cup of coffee and continued their tasks. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Song Yinran arrived at Lin Fei's office with two new individuals in tow. Han Lin from the information section of the county committee office and Zhang Hao from the county local chronicle office. However, Han Lin and Zhang Hao were about to become members of the Secretary's department, reporting to Lin Fei. Upon seeing Song Yinran, Lin Fei promptly set aside his work and stood to greet her. Han Riyun, along with Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong, also acknowledged her presence. Seeing Han Lin and Zhang Hao join them left Han Riyun, Zhang Huabua, and Zhou Yong perplexed. Section Chief Lin, I bring you two new colleagues. Han Lin from the information section and Zhang Hao from the county local chronicle office. From this moment on, both Han Lin and Zhang Hao will be working under your supervision, Song Yinran announced. Welcome. With the addition of these two new colleagues, our Secretary's department will undoubtedly perform even better and more effectively. Lin Fei promptly extended his warm welcome to Han Lin and Zhang Hao. Moving forward, it would be imperative for Section Chief Lin to provide guidance and support to Han Lin and Zhang Hao, who responded in kind to Lin Fei. In fact, Lin Fei had previously communicated with Han Lin and Zhang Hao in private. He intended to transfer them to the county committee office's secretariat, which necessitated a preliminary discussion with them to ascertain their personal preferences. That it would be quite inappropriate for the organization department to directly reassign personnel without prior communication, leaving everyone bewildered and creating an awkward atmosphere. Of course, there exists another scenario where one may be demoted or sidelined, in which case there would likely be no prior consultation and a notification would simply be issued. Han Lin and Zhang Hao were not being demoted. Rather, they were being repositioned, that if they showed no interest in Lin Fei's proposal, he would have to seek alternative candidates that could hardly be termed as mentorship. They were all working together for the benefit of the people. Lin Fei smiled. Han Riyun, Zhang Huabua, and Zhou Yong were utterly perplexed. Two individuals were joining the secretariat. Soon enough, Han Riyun grasped the crux of the matter. This must have been orchestrated by Lin Fei. No wonder he had left the office earlier in such a mysterious manner. He must have made a trip to the organization department. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong, seasoned veterans of the bureaucratic arena, quickly recognized the implications, understanding that Lin Fei was planning a significant personnel change. At that moment, Song Yinran announced the second piece of news, addressing Han Riyun. Comrade Han Riyun. Yes, Director Song, I'm here. Han Riyun immediately adopted a formal posture. Comrade Han Riyun, in light of your commendable performance at work and following an evaluation by the county committee's organization department with the agreement of the relevant leadership, you are hereby appointed as the deputy chief of the county committee office's secretariat. You will be collaborating with Lin Fei in your duties, and I hope you will excel in your role, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to public service. Song Yinran declared to Han Riyun. Han Riyun was taken aback. How'd she been promoted to deputy chief of the county committee office's secretariat without any prior notice? Sister Han, Lin Fei gently nudged Han Riyun's waist. She quickly recalled and understood that this had undoubtedly been arranged by Lin Fei behind the scenes. Director Song, Han Riyun, am grateful for the organization's cultivation. I will certainly be a diligent assistant to Section Chief Lin, serving both the leadership and the people to the best of my abilities, and I will not betray the trust placed in me by the organization. Thank you, Director Song, Han Riyun promptly expressed to Song Yinran. Good. Song Yinran nodded approvingly. She then turned her attention to Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong. Zhang Huabua and Luo Gang felt a tightening in their chests. Was it their turn now? Song Yinran stated. Zhang Huabua, Zhou Yong, you two are to report to the Elderly Affairs Bureau immediately, starting today. Director Song, may I ask why? Why are we being reassigned to the Elderly Affairs Bureau? Which leader has issued this directive? Zhang Huabua questioned, somewhat disgruntled. Indeed, Director Song, it seems rather abrupt to transfer us from the county committee office to the Elderly Affairs Bureau without prior consultation. Surely, some explanation is in order? Zhou Yong chimed in, his displeasure evident. Zhang Huabua, Zhou Yong, I will communicate your concerns to comrades Lu and Chun. Your reassignment is based on the organization as plans, intended for you to gain experience in different roles. I hope you will embrace your new positions with unwavering commitment and perseverance. You are to report to the Personnel section of the Elderly Affairs Bureau immediately, as they are awaiting your arrival to assign relevant tasks. The organization will be observing your performance, and I trust you will not disappoint the expectations placed upon you, Song Yinran replied calmly. Her words carried several layers of meaning. Firstly, the arrangement for Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong was at the behest of higher authorities, with both Organization Minister Lu Mingsheng and County Committee Office Director Chen Dingkong being informed. Secondly, should they express dissatisfaction or resist the decision, they would have to accept the scrutiny of the organization. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong, being seasoned professionals, were certainly astute enough to decipher these implications. Director Song, I will gather my belongings and head to the Elderly Affairs Bureau. Zhang Huabua managed to suppress his inner anger. Zhou Yong chose not to voice any further objections, resigning himself to the situation. Section Chief Lin, Deputy Chief Han, I entrust the two comrades, Han Lin and Zhang Hao, to your capable hands that I hope you will lead the Secretariat in fulfilling its duties effectively. And I look forward to our future collaboration. Song Yinran waved goodbye to Lin Fei and departed from his office. Goodbye, Director Song. Lin Fei watched a retreating figure, also waving farewell, as he admired Song Yinran's graceful silhouette. He found himself wishing for a deeper conversation with her. Chapter 25. Wei Xun's subsequent invitation before long. Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong had gathered their belongings and swiftly exited the County Committee Office's Secretariat. Han Lin and Zhang Hao had now joined the Secretariat. Section Chief Lin, I look forward to working under your guidance in the future. Han Lin, a beauty in her late 20s, regarded Lin Fei with her sparkling eyes. Thank you for your support, Section Chief Lin. Zhang Hao echoed his gratitude, adding, now that the workday is over, I'll treat everyone, Section Chief Lin, Sister Han. Han Lin, let us go out for a meal. Lin Fei smiled lightly and replied to Han Lin and Zhang Hao, as members of the County Committee Office's Secretariat. I'm already familiar with your political acumen, work ethic, and capabilities that I am confident that both of you will excel in your roles. However, as for dining out, let us postpone that for now. With the current workload, it would be prudent for you to familiarize yourselves with your responsibilities first. In due time, I will organize a gathering for our department, a small team-building event. Thank you for your trust, Section Chief Lin. I will certainly perform my duties well. Han Lin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Section Chief Lin, I, Zhang Hao, will be here to assist you. Zhang Hao flattered. Lin Fei, as the Section Chief of the County Committee Office, was at the most foundational level of leadership. He was beginning to experience the weight of authority. Even though he wielded considerable power, those beneath him still regarded him with a degree of caution. Unlike Zhang Huabua and Zhou Yong, whose relationships with Lin Fei had soured beyond repair, it was only a matter of time before he would reassign them. Lin Fei then convened a brief meeting to delineate the work responsibilities within the Secretariat. After the meeting, everyone returned to their respective stations to commence their tasks. Han Riyun approached Lin Fei, playfully nudging him and batting her eyelashes, then glanced towards the outer balcony of the office. Lin Fei understood her silent invitation. She was beckoning him to step outside for a chat, with Han Lin and Zhang Hao present in the office, even though they were now his colleagues. Their rapport with Lin Fei was not as profound as that with Han Riyun. Certain matters were best discussed away from their ears. Lin Fei promptly rose and made his way to the outer balcony, followed closely by Han Riyun, who discreetly drew the curtain. Section Chief Lin, what is going on? You appointed me as Deputy Chief of the Secretariat without any prior discussion. Han Riyun pouted, looking at Lin Fei with a hint of grievance. What is this, Sister Han? Are you reluctant to accept the position? Lin Fei inquired. That I believe you possess the capability to thrive in this role, that my intention was for you to serve as my deputy, ensuring a harmonious collaboration. That I have very few individuals I can trust, and you are among them. That if you decline this position, I would genuinely be at a loss as to whom I should appoint. Lin Fei conveyed his thoughts candidly. That I understand your intentions. That if it were anyone else assigning me to this role, I would certainly be hesitant. But since it's you, I will accept it. Just in the future, please communicate with me beforehand in similar situations. When Director Song from the organization department announced my appointment, I was quite taken aback. Han Riyun replied, "Ha ha. I admit, I did not consult you in advance this time." I merely wanted to surprise you. I promise to communicate better in the future. Lin Fei responded with a chuckle, gently patting Han Ryun's shoulder. By the way, do you have any plans for this evening? Han Ryun suddenly asked. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts in disarray. Why was she inquiring about his plans for the evening? Did her question stem from their previous encounter, where he had held her close for a few minutes and given her a foot massage? Was she developing special feelings for him? No plans, just free time, he finally replied. Lin Fei answered truthfully. If Han Ryun truly harbored feelings for him, even to the extent of wanting to consume him, Lin Fei felt no fear. After all, both were single, and it remained uncertain who might end up devouring whom. You're free tonight? That's splendid. Let us dine together, and then perhaps enjoy a stroll. Han Ryun exclaimed joyfully. Absolutely. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Accompanying Han Ryun for dinner in the evening was perfectly agreeable, and the idea of shopping after the meal was even better, as Lin Fei had been intending to find some time to shop for clothes. Having ended up in the Queen's camp of the Blackwater town, Lin Fei had not brought back any of the clothes he had taken, and he currently lacked the time to return to the camp for them. So procuring a few new outfits was a necessity. It's settled then. We shall leave together after work, Han Ryun declared. Sounds good. Lin Fei nodded, giving her a gentle pat on the shoulder. This gesture made Han Ryun feel a subtle hint of ambiguity between them, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Director Lin, I need to get back to work, Han Ryun stammered, quickly lifting the curtain and returning to her desk, her heart racing as she began handling an urgent document. Why is Sister Han blushing? How amusing. Lin Fei chuckled to himself as he returned to his office to resume work. The workload in the Secretary Department of the County Committee was consistently substantial, with only a handful of personnel, resulting in a busy environment. Nevertheless, Lin Fei now possessed the confidence to excel in his role within the department. Han Ryun, the deputy section chief, was one of his own, someone he had subtly maneuvered into a position of promotion. Han Lin and Zhang Hao were also individuals he had transferred from other departments, effectively his people as long as he had capable subordinates, and everyone worked together. They could undoubtedly accomplish their tasks successfully. As the workday drew to a close, the deputy secretary of the county committee, Wei Xuan, unexpectedly arrived alone at the office of the secretary department, Secretary Wei. The first to notice her was Han Ryun, who promptly greeted her. Lin Fei, Han Lin, and Zhang Hao quickly rose from their chairs to acknowledge Wei Xuan. The sudden appearance of Wei Xuan, especially unaccompanied, raised questions in Lin Fei's mind regarding her intentions. Regardless of the fact that she had recently assisted him with the personnel changes in the secretary department, he remained cautious, as he was not particularly familiar with her character or temperament. Hello, comrades. Wei Xuan waved her hand in greeting to Lin Fei and the others. Good day, Secretary Wei. Greetings, leader, they responded in unison. Please, sit down and continue your work. Do not feel constrained. I'm merely here to observe how the comrades in the Secretary Department, under the leadership of Director Lin, are faring, whether there's enthusiasm or any challenges. Wei Xuan's demeanor was warm and inviting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Lin Fei and his colleagues remained uncertain about her true purpose, hesitant to take their seats. Wei Xuan proceeded to ask them several questions, receiving satisfactory responses that pleased her greatly, and she commended the team for their spirited work. Finally, she turned to Lin Fei, inquiring, Director Lin, do you have any plans for this evening? Oh, this evening. Lin Fei was on the verge of explaining that he had no availability, having already promised Han Ryun to accompany her for dinner and a shopping spree after work. At that moment, Han Ryun interjected, Secretary Wei, Director Lin is free tonight. He has no plans. Following her statement, she winked at Lin Fei. Understanding her implication, Lin Fei realized that Han Ryun was sacrificing their evening together to allow him to accompany Wei Xuan. With Han Ryun having made such a declaration, Lin Fei had no choice but to align himself with her words. Indeed, Secretary Wei, I am free this evening. Then come with me at once. We have matters to attend to. Wei Xuan commanded, turning to leave. Lin Fei watched her retreating figure, then glanced at Han Ryun, who was subtly urging him to follow Wei Xuan, suggesting he seize the opportunity to align himself more closely with her. Chapter 26. Assisting Secretary Wei with towels, Lin Fei promptly waved goodbye to Han Ryun before hastily following Wei Xuan. Once he departed, Han Lin turned to Han Ryun and asked, Deputy Chief Han, our director Lin has been taken away by his Secretary Wei. It seems she holds him in high regard. Indeed, Secretary Wei values Director Lin highly. Han Ryun replied nonchalantly, although internally she felt a pang of jealousy and discontent. Originally, she had arranged to spend the evening with Lin Fei after work, and he had agreed. Little did she know that the deputy secretary of the county committee would arrive to take him away for official business. Rationally, Han Ryun understood that she must put Lin Fei's interests above her own, so she had stepped forward when he was in a bind, asserting that he was free. However, despite her rationality, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Tonight was supposed to be hers with Lin Fei, but now he had been whisked away by Wei Shuyan. She believed herself to be younger and more attractive than Wei Shuyan, naturally believing she had a greater appeal to Lin Fei. Yet, with Wei Shuyan as high-ranking position, if she truly wished to make a move on Lin Fei, he would likely find it difficult to refuse, unless he was uninterested in advancing his career. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Han Ryun felt as though she was in a tangle of emotions. Why am I overthinking this? Secretary Wei only summoned Lin Fei for work-related matters. There is no need for wild speculation, she ultimately concluded, forcing herself to regain her composure. Dwelling further on the matter would only distract her from her work. Lin Fei caught up with Wei Shuyan, inquiring, Secretary Wei, where are we headed? Are we going out for a work-related investigation? Shaolin, can you drive? Wei Shuyan responded, sidestepping his question. At this moment, her address for Lin Fei had shifted. While in the office, she referred to him formally as Director Lin, but now, with just the two of them, she affectionately called him Shaolin. Yes, I have my driver's license, though I haven't driven in a while. So I might be a bit rusty, Lin Fei replied. That is all right, just drive slowly, Wei Shuyan encouraged. Understood, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei nodded. Soon, Wei Shuyan led Lin Fei to the parking lot of the county committee and government compound, where she handed him the car keys. Her vehicle was a black Buick Regal. The government had several official vehicles, including a multi-passenger bus and a Buick GL8, among others. Official cars were typically reserved for work purposes. And even a high-ranking official like Wei Shuyan did not have a dedicated vehicle or chauffeur, but could request a government car for outings. It was surprising to Lin Fei that Wei Shuyan chose to let him drive her personal car instead, especially since she had come alone. Shaolin, what are you waiting for? Get in and drive, Wei Shuyan said with a light laugh. All right, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei nodded, first opening the rear door for her, gesturing for her to enter. Please, Secretary Wei. Typically, leaders do not sit in the front passenger seat of personal vehicles, likely due to safety considerations. Thank you, Wei Shuyan said as she entered the car. Lin Fei closed the door, proceeded to the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, started the engine, and asked, Secretary Wei, where are we headed? First, we're going to my home at the Sunshine Garden community, Wei Shuyan instructed. Understood. Lin Fei nodded, pressing the accelerator as he drove towards the Sunshine Garden community. In his mind, a flurry of questions arose. Why was Wei Shuyan bringing him to her home? Hadn't she mentioned needing to take him out for work? Lin Fei was puzzled, unable to fathom what sort of business could be conducted at her residence. Though he was filled with inquiries, he felt it inappropriate to pose them to Wei Shuyan, so he resolved to follow her lead. The Sunshine Garden community was not far from the county committee and government compound. Before long, Lin Fei parked the car in a designated spot in the underground parking lot, following Wei Shuyan's directions. Follow me. We're going to my home, Wei Shuyan instructed. Okay, Secretary Wei, Lin Fei replied. Lin Fei and Wei Shuyan exited the vehicle together. Lin Fei pressed the key fob, securing the car doors, and followed closely behind Wei Shuyan as they entered the elevator. Wei Shuyan then selected the 18th floor. Upon arriving at her residence, Lin Fei noted the commendable layout of Wei Shuyan's home, a standard 3-bedroom apartment with ample lighting and a pleasing view. Shaolin, please have a seat. I'm going to take a shower first, Wei Shuyan instructed Lin Fei. All right, Lin Fei replied with a nod. Wei Shuyan proceeded to the bedroom to fetch a clean set of clothes before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Lin Fei felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Wei Shuyan had invited him to her home, and now she was eagerly heading off to bathe. What could this mean? Was it possible that after a shower, she might make some inappropriate request of him? Oh dear, If Secretary Wei were to emerge from the bath and propose something outrageous, how should he respond? Should he refuse, risking his standing at the county committee? Or should he acquiesce, bearing in mind that Secretary Wei was a woman in her 30s, nearly a decade his senior? While it was true that she possessed a captivating charm, this felt rather too intimate. Lost in thought, Lin Fei envisioned an alluring image in his mind. Just then, the sound of water began to trickle from the bathroom. It was Wei Shuyan bathing. Goodness! A surge of restlessness ignited within Lin Fei. Calm down, calm down. How could I harbor such thoughts about Secretary Wei? He immediately attempted to rein in his wandering thoughts. Despite his musings about Secretary Wei, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Shaolin. After a few minutes, Wei Shuyan gently opened the bathroom door a crack and called out to Lin Fei. Secretary Wei, how may I assist you? Lin Fei promptly rose from the sofa and inquired. I forgot my towel. Could you please fetch it for me? It's the white one hanging on the railing of my bedroom windowsill, Wei Shuyan requested. Certainly, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei quickly made his way to her bedroom, approached the windowsill, and indeed spotted a white towel hanging there. As he retrieved the towel, he noticed nearby a few of Wei Shuyan's delicate undergarments and stockings drying in the vicinity to his surprise. Secretary Wei had a penchant for black lace. Lin Fei murmured softly to himself, his mind conjuring images of Wei Shuyan adorned in such enticing lingerie. Shaolin, have you found my towel? Please hurry. Wei Shuyan urged from the bathroom. I found it. I'm on my way. Lin Fei quickly glanced at the black lace lingerie once more before hastily exiting to the bathroom's threshold, where he passed the white towel through the gap in the door. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fei's gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of something white within the bathroom. Oh no, I mustn't look. He swiftly suppressed any improper thoughts. After a few more minutes, Wei Shuyan emerged. At that moment, she had changed out of her work attire and donned a light-colored casual long dress. Naturally youthful in appearance, the stylish dress accentuated her allure, making her appear even more radiant. As if she were a mature woman in her early 30s. Lin Fei couldn't help but gaze at her, somewhat entranced. Shaolin, this evening, accompany me to a dinner in the city, Wei Shuyan said, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Fei's gaze, offering him a gentle smile. Of course. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. It turned out that Wei Shuyan merely sought his company for the dinner, rather than any inappropriate intentions. As they descended from the vehicle and entered the underground parking garage, Lin Fei took the wheel, activating the navigation on Gouda Maps and heading towards Tianhai City. Tianhai City was approximately 100 kilometers from Baiyun County, and under normal traffic conditions, the journey would take about an hour and a half. Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback that Wei Shuyan chose to go to Tianhai City for a dinner without inviting anyone else, only bringing him along as her driver. Her choice seemed to suggest a more personal motive behind this gathering rather than a mere professional obligation. Perhaps she deemed Lin Fei to be a reliable companion. A myriad of thoughts raced through Lin Fei's mind, leaving him uncertain about Wei Shuyan's true intentions. He refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the dinner, aware that in the realm of politics, it was prudent to speak only when necessary and avoid unwarranted questions. Upon their arrival in Tianhai City, guided by Wei Shuyan, Lin Fei parked the car at the rear of a high-end private dining establishment. Together, they ascended to the second floor, room 888. As they entered, Lin Fei noticed 4 individuals already seated within the room. Judging by their attire and demeanor, he sensed an air of authority about them, suggesting they were all individuals of considerable status. This was to be expected, as Wei Shuyan, serving as the deputy secretary of the Baiyun County Committee, was a significant figure, and her presence at the dinner indicated that the attendees were likely influential in their own right. Shimmy, you've arrived. Please take a seat. At that moment, a somewhat portly middle-aged man with a balding head beckoned to Wei Shuyan. Greetings, Shi Xiao. Hello, Minister Li, and everyone. Wei Shuyan greeted the 4 middle-aged men with a warm smile. She then took her seat, gesturing to the empty chair beside her. Shaolin, you should sit here. Yes. Lin Fei complied and settled next to Wei Shuyan. You must be Lin Fei. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face and an imposing presence addressed Lin Fei with a smile. Hello, I am Lin Fei, he replied, somewhat taken aback, unsure of the man's identity and how he might know him. Thank you for saving my daughter. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. What? Lin Fei's mind raced in confusion. He had saved his daughter, recalling the incident a few days prior at the Huanghozhai forest farm. He indeed rescued 4 young women. Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, Kai Wenting, and Jiang Xiao. Was this dinner organized to express gratitude on behalf of those 4 young ladies? But that didn't quite add up, as they had not contacted him in advance, despite having his contact information. Why was it Secretary Wei who had summoned him for this dinner? Comrade Lin Fei. I am Li Changming, and Li Jia is my daughter. The middle-aged man continued. Oh, hello, uncle. Lin Fei quickly greeted Li Changming. Lin Fei, this is the Executive Deputy Minister of the Tianhai City Municipal Organization Department. Wei Shuyan introduced Li Changming's position to Lin Fei. What? Li Changming is the Executive Deputy Minister of the Tianhai City Municipal Organization Department. Lin Fei was taken aback that he had suspected that the 4 young women had significant backgrounds, but he had not anticipated that Li Jia's father would hold such a prominent position as the Executive Deputy Minister. Li Changming wielded real power, able to govern a prosperous county or lead a major municipal department directly. In a few years, he might even ascend to the position of deputy mayor. Minister Li, it's an honor. After a few moments of astonishment, Lin Fei quickly composed himself and addressed Li Changming. Haha, just call me uncle. It sounds more affectionate. Li Changming chuckled. Uncle. Lin Fei promptly adjusted his address. It was a rare opportunity for Lin Fei to dine with a leader of such stature from the Municipal Organization Department. Being recognized as a lifesaver of Li Changming's daughter afforded him this privilege, for otherwise, as an ordinary cadre, you would never have the chance to share a table with someone of Li Changming's caliber. Immediately following this, Wei Shuyan introduced 3 other individuals. Among them was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight with a balding crown, named Gao Tianxiang. He was Wei Shuyan Sr. from university and currently serves as the Deputy Director of the Tianhai City Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Research Institute. Gao Tianxiang is also a full professor and a doctoral advisor, thriving in both political and academic circles. The other 2 middle-aged men were one slender, named Chun Jie, the chairman of a large construction company in Tianhai City, and the other, quite portly, named Huang Jun, who is the Deputy Director of the Tianhai City Natural Resources Bureau. Wei Shuyan concluded her introductions with Lin Fei, Senior Brother, Minister Li, Director Huang, Chairman Chun. This is Xiao Lin. Lin Fei. He is currently the head of the Secretary Section of the Baiyun County Committee Office, the youngest cadre at the division level in Baiyun County. Xiao Lin, you are quite accomplished at such a young age. Huang Jun smiled at Lin Fei, greeting him. Director Huang, you flatter me that my advancement is entirely due to the nurturing of leaders like yourselves. Lin Fei replied politely to Huang Jiu and a deputy-level official. Huang Jun's position held significance. Thus, even if his influence may not be immediately applicable, it was wise to maintain a cordial demeanor in case of future dealings. Director Lin, I hope to trouble you more in the future. I may need to rely on your expertise at times. Chunjie addressed Lin Fei with utmost courtesy, displaying the shrewdness and humility characteristic of an outsider businessman. Finally, Gao Tianxiang chuckled and remarked to Wei Shuyan, Junior sister, you still have a penchant for younger men, just as you did in school. Haha, senior brother, you jest, Wei Shuyan replied, slightly embarrassed. Lin Fei felt even more awkward, yet he understood the necessity of suppressing his discomfort in this setting. As introductions concluded, Gao Tianxiang instructed the servers to bring forth the dishes and drinks. Gradually, cold dishes, hot dishes, and beverages were served. Lin Fei, having grasped the situation, realized that this gathering was organized by Gao Tianxiang. Wei Shuyan Sr., primarily to facilitate connections for her, as Baiyun County was soon to undergo significant personnel changes, and she was eager to vie for the position of county magistrate, despite Gao Tianxiang's administrative rank being lower than that of Minister Li Changming. His stature as a doctoral advisor and full professor endowed him with considerable influence and social prestige that transcended mere deputy-level status. The fact that Gao Tianxiang could summon Li Changming, the executive deputy minister of the Tianhai City Organization Department, spoke volumes about his formidable connections. Huang Jun and Chen Jie were merely ancillary figures. The evening's pivotal character was undoubtedly Li Changming. Chapter 28. All is resource exchange. Why did Wei Shuyan bring Lin Fei to this banquet? Lin Fei conjectured that it must relate to Li Changming, that Li Changming's daughter is Li Jia. Just a few days prior, Lin Fei had saved Li Jia's life, and she must have informed her father of this incident, that it was likely that she had conveyed Lin Fei's predicament to Li Changming, who, in gratitude for Lin Fei's heroism, reached out to the leaders of Baiyun County, resulting in Lin Fei's immediate reassignment from the Huanghuzai Forest Farm back to the county committee office. Tonight, Wei Shuyan had planned to attend this banquet well in advance, and Lin Fei was likely included as a result of some information she had received, allowing him to serve as her driver while also enabling an introduction to Li Changming. Given that Lin Fei was the savior of Li Changming's daughter, Wei Shuyan's gesture of bringing him along demonstrated her concern for him and served to curry favor with Li Changming. Wei Shuyan's intention was to leverage her connection with Lin Fei to facilitate her ascent to the position of county magistrate in Baiyun County. Absent this relationship, it would have been unlikely for a deputy-level official like Wei Shuyan to actively seek the alliance of a mere section chief like Lin Fei. Having unraveled this intricate web of logic, Lin Fei felt a sense of clarity that in this world, there exists neither unprovoked affection nor baseless animosity. It was no wonder that earlier that morning, Wei Shuyan had made a grand gesture to summon him to the cafeteria's private room for a conversation. The content of their discussion was inconsequential, as her true intent was to signal her goodwill towards Lin Fei while simultaneously broadcasting to the outside world that he was under her wing. Having served as a civil servant for several years, including over a year as the secretary to the unexpectedly deceased county party secretary, Xiao Tianli, Lin Fei had a keen understanding of the intricacies of officialdom. Due to the need for confidentiality during their conversation, the servers, having filled the tables with food and drink, discreetly departed and closed the door. Tonight, I asked for an opportunity to serve you all well. Chen Jie, the construction company executive, busily poured drinks for everyone. Shaolin, allow me to toast you first, in gratitude for saving our dear Li Jia. Li Changming raised his glass, shaking it towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei hesitated, knowing he had to drive Wei Shuyan home afterward, making it unwise to indulge in alcohol. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, Wei Shuyan gently pinched his waist with her left hand and softly urged, Lin Fei, why not toast ministerly? With her encouragement, Lin Fei felt emboldened to raise his glass. It was a small risk to drink. If he ended up intoxicated, he could simply find a hotel with Wei Shuyan in Tianan City for the night and return to Baiyun County for work the following morning. Alternatively, he might hire a designated driver, though that felt less secure given Wei Shuyan's sensitive position. It seemed likely that they would be staying overnight in Tianan City. Lin Fei promptly lifted his glass and clinked it with Li Changming's, deliberately holding his glass lower by 2 centimeters as a sign of respect. Ministerly, it was no trouble at all. Li Jia and her 3 sisters encountered an unfortunate incident while on the mountain. I happened to pass by, and it was only right to help them as a civil servant. My duty is to serve the people, and when I saw them in peril, I could not stand idly by. After clinking glasses, Lin Fei spoke these words with a balance of humility and assertiveness. Very good, young comrade. Your awareness is commendable, and I appreciate it. Li Changming smiled and nodded thoughtfully. He then downed his glass of liquor in one go. Although the glass was small, leaders typically sip their drinks slowly, rarely consuming it all at once. To everyone's astonishment, Li Changming not only finished his drink in one go, but did so even more swiftly than Lin Fei. This attitude left all present astounded. The esteemed executive deputy minister of the Tianhai City Organization Department was demonstrating such warmth towards Lin Fei. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Lin Fei was the savior of Li Changming's daughter, and such gratitude would naturally elicit a different kind of treatment. Indeed, should Li Changming take a liking to Lin Fei and consider him as a potential son-in-law, Lin Fei's fortunes would truly soar. With this thought, both Chen Jie and Huang Jun felt a pang of envy towards Lin Fei, pondering why they had not encountered such fortunate circumstances in their youth. Thank you, ministerly. Lin Fei promptly downed the liquor in his glass as well. Since Li Changming had done so, it was only fitting that Lin Fei follow suit. He then raised his glass in a toast to Gao Tianxiang, Huang Jun, and Chen Jie, ultimately toasting Wei Shuyan. Regardless of her intentions, Wei Shuyan had brought him into this high-profile gathering providing him the opportunity to meet influential figures such as Li Changming, Gao Tianxiang, and Huang Jun, which he acknowledged as her assistants. Shaolin, let us drink freely, Wei Xian said, raising her glass, her cheeks flushed from the several drinks she had already consumed, rendering her even more alluring. Secretary Wei, please be at ease, Lin Fei responded, again downing his drink. Even with Wei Xian's casual encouragement, Lin Fei felt he could not truly be at ease. As long as both he and Wei Xian remained in Baiyun County, it was imperative for him to maintain a good relationship with her. Offending her was not an option. Secretary Wei, allow me to toast you, Chun Jie declared, raising his glass towards Wei Xian. I await good news from you. Secretary Wei, I hope that the next gathering will celebrate your promotion to county magistrate. Chairman Chun, you flatter me. Such matters are still far from certain, Wei Xian replied, clinking glasses with Chun Jie and taking a sip. Junior sister, let's raise a toast to Minister Li, Gao Tianxiang suggested as soon as Wei Xian set her glass down. Chun Jie, ever perceptive, promptly filled Gao Tianxiang and Wei Xian's glasses. Soon, Gao Tianxiang and Wei Xian clinked glasses with Li Changming and drank. After finishing their drinks, Gao Tianxiang looked at Li Changming and said, Minister Li, with the upcoming personnel changes in Baiyun County, I kindly ask for your assistance in advocating for my junior sister. She has experience working in the municipal government and has been seconded to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Having gained practical experience at the grassroots level, she is a versatile talent. Appointing her as the county magistrate would ensure she can effectively lead Baiyun County's economic development and help our citizens achieve a prosperous and happy life. High Director, Secretary Wei, rest assured about this matter. I will endeavor to accomplish all that I can. However, as you are aware, I am merely the Deputy Minister of the Organization Department. Even if I were the Executive Deputy Minister, I would still hold the title of Deputy Minister. Above me is Standing Committee Member Liao, and even higher is Secretary Ma. Ultimately, the authority over personnel appointments and dismissals lies with Standing Committee Member Liao and Secretary Ma. Nonetheless, I can certainly offer some suggestions to Standing Committee Member Liao. Thus spoke Li Changming. Li Changming's words were indeed heartfelt. As the Executive Deputy Minister of the Municipal Organization Department, he held a position of considerable influence. Yet the true leader of the department was the Minister of Organization, Liao Binghua. When it came to appointing a county mayor, Liao Binghua had substantial sway, but the final approval rested with Secretary Ma Yufeng. Li Changming lacked even the qualifications to participate in the standing committee meetings, leaving him no opportunity to engage in discussions regarding personnel decisions at the mayoral level. Minister Li, all I ask is that you speak a few kind words on behalf of my junior sister before Minister Liao. Any assistance you can offer her would be greatly appreciated. Gao Tianxiang smiled as he said this. Of course, that is no problem at all, Director Gao. Regarding the doctoral admission of my niece, you have no issues on your end. Correct? Li Changming then inquired of Gao Tianxiang. Rest assured, Minister Li, I have reviewed your niece's resume. She is exceptionally talented, and I am willing to admit her as a doctoral candidate, Gao Tianxiang replied. Thank you. Director Gao, I raise my glass to you. Li Changming lifted his cup. Lin Fei began to understand the situation. It turned out that Li Changming's niece was about to pursue her doctorate, and he hoped that Gao Tianxiang would consider her for admission. Indeed, in the realm of politics, everything revolves around the exchange of interests with little regard for sentiment. Without equivalent resources for exchange, no one is inclined to pay you any mind. Chapter 29. Su Qingwei seeks reconciliation. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. As Lin Fei set down his glass, his phone began to vibrate. Upon entering the private room, Lin Fei had already silenced his phone to avoid disturbing the leaders with any ringing sounds while dining. He quickly pulled out his phone to find that it was a call from Su Qingwei. Upon seeing her name, Lin Fei instantly lost interest in answering the call. He promptly hung up and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Almost immediately, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was a friend request from Su Qingwei on WeChat. Previously, Su Qingwei had deleted Lin Fei from her contacts, and now she was attempting to add him back. Naturally, Lin Fei had no intention of accepting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated once more, again a call from Su Qingwei. Lin Fei felt that Su Qingwei was relentless. He quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Minister Li, esteemed leaders, I have a call to take. Please excuse me for a moment. Shaolin, go ahead. Li Changming waved his hand dismissively. Lin Fei promptly exited the private room, closed the door, and hurried to the stairwell. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he pressed the answer button and held the phone his ear. Lin Fei, you finally answered. Where are you? Why did you hang up on me just now? Su Qingyue's voice carried an edge of irritation. Upon hearing her tone, Lin Fei felt highly displeased. He retorted, Su Qingyue, who do you think you are? Why should I feel obligated to answer your call? Do you believe you are my ancestor? That I must cater to you? Previously, Lin Fei had been overly accommodating towards Su Qingyue, only to be met with her heartless breakup. Now, faced with her attitude, Lin Fei felt no need to endure her demands. After all, she was no longer his girlfriend, so why should he continue to placate her? Lin Fei, I apologize. My tone was inappropriate. That I am sorry. To Lin Fei's surprise, Su Qingyue was the one to admit fault. So, what was the reason for your call? Lin Fei replied coolly, I have little time to waste. Lin Fei, where are you? Su Qingyue inquired again. I need to report my whereabouts to you. That hardly seems necessary, does it? Lin Fei responded, clearly annoyed. Are you with Wei Shuyan? Su Qingyue pressed on. I heard that Secretary Wei is quite taken with you and takes you everywhere. Be honest with me. Are you currently accompanying Secretary Wei? Lin Fei sensed that Su Qingyue was relentless. In the past, such inquiries would have sparked a confrontation, but now she seemed to bear Lin Fei's irritation with remarkable patience. Hearing her question caused a jolt in Lin Fei's chest. Goodness, the rumor spread far too quickly. He had merely spoken with Wei Shuyan in the cafeteria this morning, and by the afternoon, it seemed he was being portrayed as her favorite. Who had spread such gossip, and how had it reached Su Qingyue? What did it mean to be spoiled by her? Were they portraying him as some sort of favored consort? Lin Fei, please answer me. Are you with Secretary Wei? Are you accompanying her? Su Qingyue pressed again. Whether I am with Secretary Wei is of no concern to you. Is it? Lin Fei replied. His response carried a deeper implication for Su Qingyue, who interpreted it as confirmation of his relationship with Wei Shuyan. Once Su Qingyue had the answer she sought, she said, Lin Fei, I am sorry. You called me just to say those 3 words? Is there nothing else? Lin Fei felt utterly perplexed by Su Qingyue's behavior. Lin Fei, let us reconcile. I want to be your girlfriend again, Su Qingyue stated earnestly. What? Su Qingyue, are you out of your mind? Just a few days ago, you were the one who wanted to break up? You were the one who willingly threw yourself into the arms of the wealthy Wu Yinzhong, and now you wish to be my girlfriend again? Do you think I am some sort of plaything? That I would simply accept your whims? Am I so lowly? Lin Fei was incensed, unleashing a torrent of frustration upon her. Had Su Qingyue not made this call, Lin Fei would have thought nothing of it. However, her insistence on reconciliation struck him as utterly ridiculous. Lin Fei, I truly apologize. It was my fault for failing to recognize your worth. Let us reconcile. I love you that I have already broken up with Wu Yinzhong. I am single now. Su Qingyue's voice trembled with emotion. Oh, you broke up with Wu Yinzhong. You mean he grew tired of you and cast you aside? Right? A rich kid like him, who indulges in a life of excess, would never cherish you. You genuinely believe you can hold on to someone like that? Do you think you can manipulate him as you did me? How laughable, Lin Fei responded scornfully. Lin Fei had long anticipated Su Qingyue's breakup with Wu Yinzhong, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Perhaps Su Qingyue could not tolerate Wu Yinzhong's frequent escapades or his interactions with various women in nightlife. A wealthy young man like him could hardly be expected to be faithful in matters of the heart. Lin Fei, I really do like you, truly love you. After breaking up with Wu Yinzhong, I realized that you are the one who treats me best, that Wu Yinzhong was merely playing with my feelings. He only wanted a fleeting romance. Breaking up with you was my mistake. Please give me another chance. I promise to treat you well and make amends for my past errors. Su Qingyue continued, her voice choked with tears. Enough, Su Qingyue. Be quiet. Don't discuss me further. If you hadn't been cast aside by Wu Yinzhong, would you still be begging me for reconciliation? If I were still at Huanghuzai Forest Farm, would you be reaching out to me now? If I hadn't returned to the county party committee office and become the head of the secretary section, and if you hadn't just been dumped by Wu Yinzhong, would you even consider reconciling with me? Lin Fei saw through Su Qingyue's true nature. He could no longer muster any interest in her. Lin Fei, you're right. I did break up with Wu Nianzhou. Now that you're doing well, I see your potential, and I am willing to rekindle our romance. That my choice is valid. I will always choose someone exceptional. Su Qingyue replied. Then take your time to choose. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Baiyun County. You can select anyone you wish. As for me, Lin Fei, the possibility of us is forever gone. Goodbye. Lin Fei hung up the phone abruptly after speaking, showing no desire to exchange further words with Su Qingyue. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingyue attempted to call again, only to be met with another disconnection from Lin Fei. In response, she sent him a text, merely expressing her enduring love for him, her deep yearning to rekindle their past romance, and her desire to build a stable life together. Lin Fei deleted her message without a second thought and blocked her number. He had long since let go of any lingering feelings for Su Qingyue, wishing nothing more than for her to cease her disturbances. Chapter 30. The gentle sister Li Jia. Before long, Lin Fei returned to the private room, where everyone was still engaged in conversation and drinking, the atmosphere lively with clinking glasses. He took a seat, offered his apologies, downed a few more drinks, and soon became part of the camaraderie. Suddenly, Lin Fei's phone buzzed again. Could it be that Su Qingyue had changed her number to contact me? How annoying! He felt a wave of irritation wash over him. When he pulled out his phone, he discovered it was a call from Li Jia. Shaolin, another call. Is your girlfriend checking up on you? Li Changming teased, grinning at Lin Fei. Minister Li, it's your daughter. Sister Li Jia, calling me. Lin Fei replied somewhat awkwardly. Oh, my daughter is calling you? Li Changming was taken aback. Huh. Minister Li, could it be that your daughter has a fondness for our Shaolin? If Shaolin were to become your son-in-law, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Gao Tianxiang chimed in with a jest. Leaders, please excuse me for a moment. Lin Fei quickly informed everyone before stepping out of the room. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Lin Fei, I sent you several messages on WeChat. Why haven't you replied? Li Jia's sweet, melodious voice greeted him. Sister Li Jia, I apologize. I was dining and drinking and didn't check my phone. Lin Fei responded promptly. What? Still eating and drinking at this late hour? Please take care of your health. By the way, who are you dining with? It wouldn't be a romantic evening with a girlfriend, would it? Li Jia inquired further. Not at all. I'm currently a single man, dining with your father. Lin Fei replied honestly. What? Dining with my father? Are you serious? Please don't joke with me. Li Jia exclaimed in surprise that I would never jest about such matters. I am indeed with Minister Li and a few others. Lin Fei clarified the situation briefly. Lin Fei, wait for me. I'll come to see you right away. That I was planning to drive to Baiyun County to meet you. But since you're in Tianhai City, I must see you. Li Jia quickly requested the address of where he was dining, and Lin Fei obliged. Upon returning to the private room, Lin Fei informed Li Changming. Minister Li, Sister Li Jia said she is coming over soon. Oh, my daughter is coming? Excellent. Li Changming beamed at the mention of his daughter. Within about 10 minutes, Li Jia arrived, dressed in a casual yet elegant outfit, exuding youthful beauty, reminiscent of a charming neighborly sister. Lin Fei, upon entering the room, Li Jia bypassed greetings to her father and walked straight to Lin Fei. She took the empty seat to his left, positioning herself right next to him. Sister Li Jia, Lin Fei greeted her warmly. Now, with Li Jia seated on his left and Wei Shuyan on his right, Lin Fei found himself flanked by two beautiful women, one radiating youthful vigor and the other exuding mature elegance. Li Jia was quite talkative, engaging Lin Fei in lively conversation, inquiring about his work and recent life experiences. It was evident to everyone that Li Jia harbored special feelings for Lin Fei, feelings that transcended mere gratitude. Lin Fei, aware of the unusual intensity of Li Jia's attention, answered her questions candidly. Wei Xian observed the interaction keenly, contemplating the potential advantages for Lin Fei should he become the son-in-law of Minister Li. Simultaneously, Wei Xian felt a twinge of envy towards Li Jia. Li Jia possessed an impressive family background and youth, and she too had the opportunity to be with a remarkable young man like Lin Fei. While Wei Xian, despite her own charms, felt somewhat overshadowed by Li Jia's youthful allure, she yearned for a prosperous lineage and a blissful romantic life. The dinner continued until nearly 11 in the evening. Friends, has everyone enjoyed their meal? Have we had enough to drink? Li Changming, showing signs of inebriation, surveyed the room. Yes, I've had my fill, Gao Tianxiang replied, and I'm also about ready to call it a night. Huang Jun added. Well then, let us conclude for today and gather again another time, Li Changming announced. Agreed, we shall meet again. Everyone echoed in agreement. Chun Jia took care of the bill, and as they exited the private room, Li Jia drove up, ready to take her father home. Lin Fei, where are you heading now? Li Jia asked, looking at him with reluctance to part ways. Sister Li Jia, I must accompany Secretary Wei. I drove with her to Tianhai City. Lin Fei explained. Oh. Li Jia nodded, then added, Lin Fei, in the near future, when they are all available, I'll arrange for them to visit Baiyun County to meet you in person and express our gratitude over dinner. That sounds wonderful. Sister Li Jia, you are most welcome, and I will gladly host you when you come. Lin Fei replied with a shy smile. Li Jia asked them naturally referred to Kai Winning, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao. Truth be told, Lin Fei also eagerly anticipated reuniting with the lovely sisters. As he reminisced about the enchanting moments in the woods of Huanghezai, where he assisted the enchanting women in extracting the venom from a poisonous bee. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Lin Fei, goodbye. Li Jia waved as she departed with her father, driving away. Gao Tianxiang called for a designated driver to take him home, while Huang Jun, who had driven to the venue, hailed a taxi to leave. Chun Jie made a phone call, summoning his young and beautiful female secretary to drive him back. In essence, these secretaries were both assistants and companions, providing Chun Jie with various services in exchange for a lavish lifestyle. Secretary Wei, what shall we do now? Should we call for a designated driver to return to Baiyun County? Lin Fei inquired. No, I'm quite inebriated. I'd prefer to freshen up with a shower and get some rest. Let's find a hotel nearby. Wei Shuyan replied. I have my ID with me, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei assured him my ID is in the car. Can you retrieve it for me? Wei Shuyan requested. Of course. Lin Fei nodded, promptly taking her car keys, pressing the button to unlock the door, and retrieving Wei Shuyan's ID that moment. However, Wei Shuyan began to sway slightly, struggling to maintain her balance. Secretary Wei, be careful. Lin Fei reacted swiftly, rushing to her side and wrapping his arms around her waist to steady her, preventing her from falling. Had she stumbled, it would have created quite a predicament for them upon returning to Baiyun County. As he supported Wei Shuyan, his hands encircled her waist, granting him a vivid sensation of her warmth and the softness of her body. Thank you, Lin. Wei Shuyan expressed her gratitude, leaning into him to avoid toppling over. Let us find a hotel nearby, shall we? Lin Fei suggested. He realized that Wei Shuyan was indeed quite intoxicated. In such circumstances, it was imperative that he safeguard her and promptly secure accommodations for the night. Yes, please arrange for a hotel. Nothing extravagant, but it must be clean and safe, Wei Shuyan instructed. Understood, Lin Fei affirmed. Lin Fei nodded slightly, continuing to support Wei Shuyan as they exited the parking lot and made their way to a bustling commercial street nearby. Goodness, this young man is certainly cozying up to a wealthy woman. Does he wish to avoid any hardships? Someone mused. To be with a rich and beautiful lady like her is no small feat. I find it rather appealing. Passers-by, upon noticing Lin Fei and Wei Shuyan, began to discuss them loudly. Their remarks reached both Lin Fei and Wei Shuyan's ears, bringing a sense of shyness and guilt to Wei Shuyan, while Lin Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 31. Booking a hotel room at that moment, Lin Fei was hardly inclined to heed the chatter around him. His foremost concern was to accompany Wei Shuyan and swiftly find a hotel for her to stay. He could genuinely sense that Wei Shuyan was quite intoxicated. Accompanying a superior, especially a female one, is a double-edged sword. If one manages to serve well, it may lead to a favorable impression and future opportunities. Conversely, failing to meet expectations could result in unwelcome consequences. Lin Fei was all too aware of these fundamental principles of office politics. This evening, he had learned of Li Jia's identity and discovered that her father was the executive deputy minister of the organization department of the Tianhai City Committee. This revelation struck Lin Fei with profound psychological shock. He also realized that his recent stroke of good fortune, which allowed him to leave the Huanghezai forest farm and returned to the county party committee's secretary office as its director, was likely due to Li Changming's special consideration. Earlier at the dinner, after sharing a few drinks with Li Changming and expressing his gratitude, Li Changming did not deny his involvement, tacitly acknowledging his behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Lin Fei had saved Li Changming's daughter, and in return, Li Changming had facilitated Lin Fei's job relocation. Thus, Lin Fei felt he owed a debt of gratitude, which Li Changming had now cleared. Lin Fei did not harbor any illusions that Li Changming would continue to look after him. His future path would have to be forged through his own efforts. During the dinner, Gao Tianxiang had even joked about Lin Fei potentially becoming Li Changming's son-in-law, but Lin Fei merely regarded it as jest. He was acutely aware that Li Jia, a professional manager at a large garment company in the city, came from an affluent background, with her father holding a prominent position. In contrast, Lin Fei, despite being the director of the secretary office in Baiyun County, hailed from a humble family of farmers. The disparity in their social standings was glaring. A relationship between him and Li Jia would be decidedly inappropriate. Lin Fei could discern that Li Jia harbored some affection for him, but he suspected it stemmed more from gratitude and novelty rather than genuine, enduring feelings. While he wished to lean on the formidable support of Li Changming, he recognized that such an opportunity was increasingly elusive. At present, the individual he could rely on was, in fact, Wei Shuyan. Should Wei Shuyan successfully ascend to the position of county mayor, Lin Fei could become her trusted aide, allowing him to potentially advance to the role of her personal secretary. Thus, Lin Fei's immediate task was to provide attentive service to Wei Shuyan while fervently hoping for her success in the election. Meanwhile, Fu Tao, the executive deputy mayor, was also scheming behind the scenes to secure the position of county mayor. A prospect Lin Fei dreaded. If Fu Tao succeeded, it would spell disaster for Wei Shuyan's ambitions, and consequently, for Lin Fei's own interests. Secretary Wei, there's a hotel just ahead that looks quite decent. Shall we inquire about available rooms? Lin Fei suggested, spotting a hotel sign 100 meters away. All right, Xiao Lin, but please don't call me Secretary Wei in public. IT could lead to unnecessary complications if overheard by those with ill intentions. Wei Shuyan cautioned him. Such was Wei Shuyan's nature, always cautious and unwilling to permit any misstep. Then what should I call you? Lin Fei inquired. Just call me sister, she replied. Very well, from now on, I shall refer to you as Sister Shuyan. Lin Fei said with a slight smile. With that, he helped Sister Shuyan towards the hotel. As he supported her, he couldn't help but notice her well-maintained physique. His arm brushed against her, causing a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, Wei Shuyan, in her intoxicated state, seemed oblivious to such details. Before long, they arrived at the hotel reception, where a young woman in her 20s, possessing a striking appearance, greeted them. Observing Lin Fei assisting a significantly older woman, despite her undeniable allure, the receptionist regarded him with a hint of disdain, thinking, another man living off a wealthy woman. Hello, do you have any rooms available? Lin Fei asked. We only have one deluxe room left. The receptionist replied, her internal judgment of Lin Fei unperturbed by her professional demeanor. Oh, just one room? Lin Fei murmured, feeling a sense of trouble brewing. The implication of sharing a bed with Wei Shuyan was daunting. What if their situation led to an unexpected intimacy? Despite her beauty and allure, engaging in such an act could complicate their future interactions. Indeed, we only have one deluxe room left. Do you wish to take it? The receptionist pressed. Lin Fei found himself in a predicament. Yes, Xiao Lin, hurry up and check in. I need a shower. I feel quite unwell. Wei Shuyan urged. All right, Sister Shuyan, please bear with me for a moment while I handle the check-in. Lin Fei quickly retrieved their identification cards and presented them to the receptionist. Once the receptionist processed their information and Lin Fei completed the payment via WeChat, she handed him the room key. He took the key and assisted Wei Shuyan into the elevator. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he guided her into the hotel room. The accommodations were quite satisfactory, spanning over 30 square meters, with a spacious layout featuring a large bed that would not feel overly cramped for two. Sister Wei, would you like to lie down first, or shall we head straight to the shower? Lin Fei inquired. Call me sister. Wei Shuyan insisted. Of course, Sister Shuyan. Would you prefer to rest a moment, or take a shower right away? He asked again. I'll rest for a bit. Help me to the sofa. Wei Shuyan replied. Certainly. Lin Fei promptly assisted her to the sofa. Bring me the trash can, she commanded. Lin Fei quickly fetched the trash can and placed it before her. Suddenly, Wei Xian opened her mouth and expelled the remnants of her inebriation into the trash can, followed by several more heaves. Sister Xuyan, have some water to rinse your mouth, Lin Fei urged, hastily retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, twisting off the cap, and offering it to her. Thank you. Wei Xian took the water, gulping down a few swigs before rinsing her mouth and spitting into the trash. Do you feel any better now, Sister Xuyan? Lin Fei gently inquired. This evening, it was evident that Wei Xian had indulged excessively in alcohol. Her desire to make an impression seemed to have overwhelmed her judgment, especially in the presence of Li Changming, the executive deputy minister. Lin Fei had witnessed her struggle several times and had attempted to drink in her stead, only to be firmly rebuffed. In witnessing her efforts, Lin Fei realized that a woman striving for success in the political arena must indeed sacrifice much. I feel a bit better now that I've thrown up, but I'm feeling somewhat hungry. I was so focused on drinking that I hardly ate anything, Wei Xian admitted. Shall I go down and fetch you a bowl of hot congee to warm your stomach? Lin Fei offered. No. Suddenly, Wei Xian grasped Lin Fei's hand, preventing him from leaving. Sister Xuyan, what is wrong? Don't you want hot congee? Lin Fei asked, perplexed by her reaction. Shaolin, please don't go. I'm a bit scared to be here alone, Wei Xian confessed, not mentioning her desire for congee, but rather her fear of Lin Fei's departure. Then I want to leave. I'll order takeout for a bowl of hot congee, all right? Lin Fei reassured her. Thank you, Wei Xian nodded, a silent affirmation of his offer. Lin Fei swiftly pulled out his phone, opened the Mate 1 app, located a nearby 24-hour congee shop, ordered a bowl of plain rice congee, entered the hotel room number, and confirmed the payment. Sister Xuyan, the congee is ordered and should arrive in about half an hour, Lin Fei announced as he tidied up the trash can, tying off the bag to prevent any unpleasant odors from escaping. Thank you, Shaolin. Wei Xian reclined on the sofa, her steady breaths revealing the gentle rise and fall of her flat abdomen, while her ample bosom also stirred in rhythm. Lin Fei quickly averted his gaze, admonishing himself to refrain from inappropriate thoughts. Moments later, he noticed the soft sound of her breathing had ceased, indicating she had drifted into slumber. Having consumed alcohol and being well past midnight, it was only natural for Wei Xian to succumb to fatigue. Fortunately, her slumber alleviated any awkwardness that Lin Fei might have felt, prompting him to take out his phone and occupy himself. A new message notification appeared on WeChat. It was from Li Jia, informing him that she and her father had arrived home safely, and she bid him good night. Good night, Sister Li Jia, Lin Fei promptly replied. Receiving no response, he surmised she had likely retired for the night. Just then, a stranger's profile picture popped up, requesting to add Lin Fei as a WeChat friend. Could it be Su Qingwei using a different account? He thought, a sense of trepidation washing over him. The prospect of it being Su Qingwei made him reluctant to accept the request. However, what if it weren't her? He hesitantly clicked to accept. Suddenly, several images were sent from the stranger. As Lin Fei opened them, he was met with a series of provocative photos of women, leaving him uncertain whether they were genuine or sourced from the internet. But a surge of restlessness coursed through him, and he found himself responding physically to the images. Brother, want to play? Came a message from the other side. Lin Fei shot back a question mark. Brother, I'm a university student. Due to family hardships, my father gambles and drinks. My mother suffers from poor health. And I have 2 younger brothers in school. I have no choice but to do this. My services are affordable, just 1,500 for a night. Please help me. Another message followed. Wow, I thought this was Su Qingyue's alternate account. Lin Fei mused, bemused, as he promptly deleted the stranger's WeChat contact. Regardless of the truth behind her claims, it held no significance for him. While he could afford the sum, he was determined not to indulge in such frivolities at this critical juncture. Lin Fei felt as if he were walking on eggshells, acutely aware that any misstep could have dire consequences. What if this woman was a setup intended to ensnare him? Should he engage with her? Only to be covertly recorded, his position as the secretary in the county committee would be irrevocably jeopardized. With a cautious mindset, he deleted the stranger and resumed scrolling through news articles, keeping an eye on personnel changes among the leaders of Tianhai City. Knock, knock, knock. Half an hour had nearly elapsed when a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He approached the door and, peering through the peephole, spotted a delivery person. He opened the door to receive a bowl of congee. Closing the door, Lin Fei returned to his room, opened the congee, and gently nudged the sleeping Wei Shuyan. Shaolin. Wei Shuyan stirred, blinking her eyes open. Sister Shuyan, the congee has arrived. Please have some. Lin Fei offered. All right. Wei Shuyan sat up, taking the bowl to begin eating. After finishing half, she set it down, declaring, That's enough. I don't want any more. Do you feel better? Lin Fei inquired. Much better, she replied. Then Wei Shuyan stood and said, Shaolin, you sit tight. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Fei nodded. She entered the bathroom, beginning to undress. The hotel's glass-walled shower made Lin Fei acutely aware of the awkwardness that ensued. He could see Wei Shuyan bathing, which stirred his restlessness. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to focus on his phone, knowing that if he lingered too long, she would surely be angered if she caught him staring. After a while, Wei Shuyan emerged from the shower. In her haste earlier, she hadn't brought sleepwear, so she donned only her undergarments and wrapped herself in a disposable towel provided by the hotel. The towel accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Lin Fei found himself unable to resist stealing glances at her. Noticing his gaze, Wei Shuyan seemed unfazed and said, Shaolin, you should go take a shower. Sister Shuyan, Lin Fei stammered, feeling embarrassed. What's wrong? Are you shy about me seeing you? She teased, her laughter lightening the mood. Caught off guard, Lin Fei's face flushed. No worries, you go wash up. That I've seen it all before, she said with a playful smile. Lin Fei was at a loss for words. By the way, were you watching me while I showered? Wei Shuyan suddenly inquired. Lin Fei fled to the bathroom. Seeking refuge. Wei Shuyan chuckled softly, enjoying the playful banter. As Lin Fei showered, he remained oblivious to the thoughts racing through Wei Shuyan's mind. Once he finished, he wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out. By then, Wei Shuyan had settled in a bed, covered by a blanket due to the cool air conditioning. Lin Fei chose to lie on the sofa. Shaolin, what are you doing? Wei Shuyan suddenly asked. Sleeping, he replied. Are you planning to sleep on the sofa? She pressed it. He nodded lightly, asserting, You take the bed. I'll take the sofa. No way. I cannot let you suffer like that, she insisted. Lin Fei felt cornered. Sister Shuyan, if I don't sleep on the sofa, where do I sleep? Let us sleep together, she suggested nonchalantly. That Lin Fei's anxiety heightened. Sister Shuyan, please don't joke like that. I'm timid. How could I sleep with you? A high-ranking official? A laugh escaped Wei Shuyan, realizing the double entendre in her words. Shaolin, that is not what I meant. I meant for you to sleep on the bed. It's wide enough for both of us. I feel guilty letting you sleep on the sofa. No, that's impossible. We can't share a bed. It's too inappropriate. Lin Fei vehemently shook his head. Even with the bed's width, he feared that sharing it could lead to unforeseen complications. If he succumbed to temptation, it could result in Wei Shuyan's ire, jeopardizing his position as the deputy secretary of the county committee. She could easily make his life difficult. Come on, just get up here. Stop dawdling. Act like a man. Wei Shuyan's tone shifted, becoming more authoritative. Sister Shuyan, Lin Fei felt overwhelmed and uncertain. Hurry up. I command you to come to bed, she asserted with a tone of authority. Left with no choice, Lin Fei climbed onto the bed, being careful to keep his distance from Wei Shuyan. This guy is quite the gentleman, she mused, amused by his cautious demeanor. Wei Shuyan pondered to herself. The noble demeanor exhibited by Lin Fei left Wei Shuyan quite impressed. Yet, concurrently, a sense of despondency enveloped her. Why did Lin Fei maintain such an upright disposition towards her? Was her allure not potent enough? After all, she was only in her 30s, possessed a commendable appearance, and had a captivating figure, not to mention her position as a deputy-level cadre with substantial authority. Why, then, did Lin Fei not harbor even a hint of improper thoughts towards her? In that moment, she fervently wished that Lin Fei would entertain some notions about her, hoping for a moment of impulsiveness from him. If Lin Fei were to act on such impulses, she would undoubtedly acquiesce to him. Little did she expect Lin Fei to be so principled. This was entirely beyond her anticipation. It had been quite some time since she had been with a man, and deep down, she yearned for such encounters, particularly with a young, handsome, and robust figure like Lin Fei. The memory of seeing Lin Fei's muscular physique while he was bathing ignited a fervor within her, leaving her restless and heated. Alas, Wei Shuyan sighed. Shuyan, what's wrong? Lin Fei inquired. Nothing, Wei Shuyan replied coldly. She could not confide the truth to Lin Fei. She certainly could not reveal, I wish for you to act mischievously towards me. Ah, the complexities of a woman's heart are indeed hard to decipher. Lin Fei mused internally, realizing that he found it challenging to gauge Wei Shuyan's fluctuating emotions. They both harbored their own thoughts and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 33. Gossip and Rumor That night. Lin Fei had a dream in it. Wei Shuyan took the initiative to embrace him. And then, Lin Fei cried out, jolting awake to his surprise. He found Wei Shuyan genuinely embracing him. However, she was merely asleep, having rolled over in her slumber and inadvertently pinned him down. Wei Shuyan awoke, startled by Lin Fei's exclamation. Shaolin, what is the matter? She asked, quickly moving away from him, feeling somewhat awkward about the embrace. She said, I just had a nightmare and was frightened. Lin Fei replied, casually, oh. Wei Shuyan paused for a moment before continuing, Shaolin, could it be that the death of Secretary Xiao, combined with the recent upheavals in your life, has left you feeling unsettled, thus prompting such a nightmare? Perhaps. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Shaolin, it's all right. What's in the past is past. We must look forward. Secretary Xiao Tianli was your support. And had he still been here, you would soon ascend to the position of Deputy Director of the County Party Committee office. Now that he is gone, if you align yourself with me, you too can rise swiftly. Should I successfully become the county mayor, I promise to promote you and resolve your issues regarding your deputy-level position by first appointing you as Deputy Director of the County Government Office. Wei Shuyan said thoughtfully. Thank you, Shuyan Jia. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. Lin Fei could only listen to Wei Shuyan's assurances without much expectation. As for whether Wei Shuyan would genuinely assist him, it was still uncertain if she could become the mayor of Baiyun County. The rumors suggested that her chances were significant, yet they remained merely whispers. By the way, Shaolin, you should make an effort to engage more with Minister Li's daughter. If you can win her over and become Minister Li's son-in-law, that would be ideal, Wei Shuyan advised. Shuyan Jia, the disparity between my background and Li Jia's is vast. We are not a match. Lin Fei responded with a bitter smile. Shaolin, please don't say that. You are a graduate of a prestigious university and currently the secretary of the Baiyun County Party Committee office. Your future is bright. Sometimes, families like Minister Li's do not solely consider social standing when selecting a son-in-law. As long as you are willing to strive, possess high emotional intelligence, and have a promising future, you could be favored by such elite families who often prefer not to engage with the spoiled children of well-matched backgrounds. Wei Shuyan encouraged Lin Fei, persuading him to seize the opportunity to win over Li Jia. Lin Fei understood Wei Shuyan's ulterior motives. She hoped he would capture Li Jia's heart, allowing him to become the son-in-law of Li Changming, the executive deputy minister of the organization department of the municipal party committee. In turn, this connection could pave a smooth path for Wei Shuyan in her own political aspirations. Presently, Li Changming, under 50, still had ample room for advancement. Should fortune favor him, it was conceivable that he could ascend to become a member of the municipal standing committee and serve as the minister of the organization department. Shuyan Jia, let us take it one step at a time. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Lin Fei expressed sincerely. When he had been in a relationship with Su Qingwei, he had been accommodating to her every whim. Yet the outcome was ultimately fruitless. Just the previous night, Su Qingwei had sought reconciliation, but Lin Fei had grown indifferent to her and would not agree to rekindle their romance. Wei Shuyan began to dress, and after preparing herself, she proceeded to wash her face and brush her teeth. Lin Fei followed suit, donning his own clothes. Once both had completed their morning routines, they left the room and checked out. It was still early, not yet 7 o'clock. Skipping breakfast, they returned to the private restaurant's parking lot from the previous day, where Lin Fei drove Wei Shuyan back to Baiyun County. During the drive, Their conversation flowed more freely, laughter punctuating their exchanges, despite having shared a room and a bed the night before. Where nothing untoward had occurred, their personal relationship had undeniably deepened, fostering a sense of intimacy between them. Lin Fei found the situation absurd. He had never anticipated his relationship with Wei Shuyan would become so close. Upon arriving at the Baiyun County Party Committee and Government Compound, it was just past 8 o'clock. The two immediately headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Wei Shuyan initially invited Lin Fei to join her in a private room, but Lin Fei declined, feeling it would not reflect well. Today, he parked Wei Shuyan's car in the compound S lot. And as they exited together to enter the cafeteria, several people took notice. Behind them, whispers circulated. Some speculated that Lin Fei was actually a relative of Wei Shuyan, suggesting that previously, under the protection of Xiao Tianli, he had refrained from seeking her favor, but following Xiao Tianli's demise, he was now eager to align himself with her. Others claimed that Lin Fei was being supported by Wei Shuyan, asserting that she fancied young, handsome, and vigorous men like him. These rumors quickly reached Lin Fei's ears, and all he could do was smile and dismiss them in bureaucratic circles. Such gossip was rampant, and the truth mattered little. Everyone seemed to revel in the intrigue. Director Lin, how should we interpret this document? I find it challenging to grasp its essence, and I would appreciate your guidance. As Lin Fei settled at his desk, Han Ryun had already prepared a cup of hot tea for him. Han Lin approached, holding a printed document, bending slightly as she greeted him. When Lin Fei glanced up, he was momentarily distracted by the sight of Han Lin's ample bosom subtly swaying within her blouse. Han Lin, not yet 30, was strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure. Quickly averting his gaze, Lin Fei pretended not to notice and took the document from her, examining it attentively. Han Lin, please fetch a stool and sit down. I'll guide you through this document at a leisurely pace, Lin Fei suggested. Director Lin, I prefer to stand, Han Lin replied. Sit when I tell you to. There's no need to stand, Lin Fei insisted. All right. Han Lin complied. Fetching a stool and sitting beside Lin Fei, he could detect her faint fragrance, which added to the atmosphere. As Lin Fei perused the document with his left hand, his right hand wielded a black pen, beginning to elucidate its contents for Han Lin. Chapter 34. The promise of the executive deputy mayor. As Lin Fei explained the document, Han Lin listened intently. Han Lin, do you now comprehend the essence of the document? Once he concluded his explanation, Lin Fei inquired. Han Lin nodded vigorously before adding, Director Lin, I fully grasp it now. Your ability to interpret policies and understand major directives, along with your practical operational insights, is truly impressive. Learning from you has illuminated areas I previously struggled with. Haha. Han Lin, please refrain from flattering me. Let us all focus on our work. If you have questions, ask me. If I don't understand something, I'll seek your input. Lin Fei responded with a smile. Director Lin, I genuinely am not flattering you. I speak only the truth. Han Lin blinked her large eyes. Subsequently, she returned to her workstation. After a busy morning, Lin Fei, Han Ryun, Han Lin, and Zhang Hao together went to the cafeteria for lunch. After finishing their meal and returning to the office, they turned off the lights and took a brief rest. In the afternoon, they brewed coffee and tea, resuming their diligent work. At 3 o'clock, Lin Fei, carrying an important document that he had meticulously revised, proceeded to the office of Chun Dingkong, a member of the county committee and director of the county committee office. Lin Fei had to personally deliver this crucial document to Chun Dingkong. Just as Lin Fei left, Lu Li, the head of the comprehensive section of the county government office, arrived at the secretary section of the county committee office. Hello, Lu section chief. Han Lin was the first to notice Lu Li and immediately greeted her. Han Lin, I'm looking for your section chief Lin. Lu Li replied, but section chief Lin just went to deliver materials to Secretary Chun. He just left. Why don't you give him a call? Han Lin suggested to Lu L. No worries. I can wait a bit. Lu Li said, finding a chair to sit down. Meanwhile, Lin Fei arrived at Chun Dingkong's office. Secretary Chun, I have revised the document. Please take a look. Lin Fei presented the materials to Chun Dingkong. Section Chief Lin, please take a seat. Chun Dingkong gestured toward a nearby office chair. Thank you, Secretary Chun. Lin Fei replied, sitting down properly. Chun Dingkong did not rush to examine the document. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei and asked, Section Chief Lin, is your work going smoothly? Thank you for your concern, Leader. I find my work quite enjoyable. However, there are some challenging issues I encounter, and my experience is limited, so I need to learn more from you. Lin Fei responded, his words carefully articulated. Indeed, young people go through a growth process as long as you're willing to learn. That is a commendable trait that I was once at your age too, Chun Dingkong remarked, pausing for a moment before continuing. Section Chief Lin, I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your trust and guidance. Leader, Lin Fei replied. Chun Dingkong then began to review the document. This part is excellent. Here, it needs some refinement, he noted, making corrections directly on the document. Chun Dingkong generously praised Lin Fei for his commendable work, while also personally revising areas that required improvement. After Chun Dingkong's edits, the document became richer in content, clearer in theme, more coherent in logic, and elevated in intellectual depth. Lin Fei held a deep admiration for Chun Dingkong. Despite his youth, he was the youngest member of the county committee, aside from Wei Shuyan, and his rise to such a position at this age was indeed impressive. After the document was finalized, Lin Fei returned to the secretary section of the county committee office, where he coincidentally found Lu Li waiting for him. Section Chief Lu, what an esteemed guest. Lin Fei greeted her in a teasing tone. The county committee office and the county government office, commonly referred to as the two offices, serve the county committee and the county government, respectively. Sometimes, during significant events, staff from both offices collaborate. Having worked in the county committee office for over a year, Lin Fei was acquainted with most of the personnel there, as well as many from the county government office. Lu Li being the head of the comprehensive section and also the secretary to the executive vice county head. Fu Tao was a key figure he knew well. Section Chief Lin, do you have a moment? Lu Li stood up and winked at Lin Fei. What is it, Miss Lu? If you have any requests, I will do my utmost to accommodate, even if I must make time. Lin Fei replied, and no need to be so formal. Come on, let us go. Lu Li laughed, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, and continued, if it's convenient for you. Please follow me. Just a moment. Section Chief Lu. Lin Fei quickly handed the documents in his hand to Zhang Hao, instructing him to promptly update the electronic version with the revisions made by him and Secretary Chun to finalize the text. Now, I have made time for you, Section Chief Lu. Please lead the way, Lin Fei said, following Lu Li as she beckoned him with a playful gesture. As he followed her, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of her slender waist and curvaceous figure. If only I had the opportunity to engage in a deeper conversation with this enchanting woman, it would surely be quite exhilarating, Lin Fei mused inwardly. Before long, Lu Li led Lin Fei to the entrance of the office of Fu Tao. The executive vice county head, Section Chief Lin, Director Fu would like to see you. He wishes to have a chat. Lu Li indicated toward Fu Tao's office. Director Fu called for me? Lin Fei was taken aback. What could this mean? He had little to no interaction with Fu Tao. Why would Fu Tao want to speak with him privately at this moment? Lu Section Chief, do you know why Director Fu is looking for me? Lin Fei asked, puzzled. Lu Li shrugged and replied, I'm not a mind reader. I can't say what's on Director Fu's mind. Just go in and ask him directly. Realizing the logic in her words, Lin Fei pushed open the door and stepped inside. Closing it behind him, Fu Tao was sitting in his office chair, casually crossed his legs and holding a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Fei, Fu Tao uncrossed his legs, greeted him with a broad smile, and said, Xiao Lin, you're here. Come, have a seat. Lin Fei took a seat across from Fu Tao and inquired, Director Fu, what work directives do you have for me? Fu Tao chuckled, no specific directives. I simply wanted to have a chat with you. A chat? Lin Fei was quite surprised. What could Fu Tao want to chat about? Xiao Lin, I need you to tell me, did you accompany Wei Shuyan to Tian High City last night? Lin Fei's heart raced. Fu Tao was inquiring about this. As the executive vice county head and a strong contender for the position of county head, Fu Tao's principal rival was Wei Shuyan. His direct question regarding Lin Fei's presence with Wei Shuyan at Tian High City made his intention glaringly clear. Lin Fei understood that this matter could not remain concealed. Xiao Lin, I'm asking you a question. Tell me what you know, and be honest. Fu Tao pressed further. Director Fu, I indeed accompanied Secretary Wei to the city last night. Lin Fei admitted. Oh, what was the purpose of your visit? Who did you meet? Fu Tao probed. We went out for a meal, Lin Fei replied. Who did you dine with? Fu Tao persisted. With Secretary Wei's senior, Gao Tianxiang, the deputy director of the Tianhai City Agricultural and Animal Husbandry Research Institute. Lin Fei stated flatly. Just him? Fu Tao inquired that no. There were a few business executives he had invited as well. Lin Fei replied, evasively, at this critical juncture. Lin Fei was determined not to mention Li Changming's name. Whether out of loyalty to Wei Shuyan or for his own interests, he could not reveal Li Changming's involvement. Li Changming was the executive deputy director of the organization department of the Tianhai City Committee. If Fu Tao learned that Li Changming had been present at the dinner, the situation would become complicated. Fu Tao, being a shrewd individual, would undoubtedly connect the dots and uncover the underlying significance. Oh, what topics did you discuss? Fu Tao asked Lin Fei. Initially, we talked about some trivial matters. Secretary Wei and Gao Tianxiang reminisced about their university days. Afterward, I got drunk and can't recall what else was discussed. Lin Fei replied. All right, Fu Tao nodded. He then continued. Xiao Lin, I'll be frank with you. County head Zhang Yanhua is likely to become the next secretary of the county committee. Once that position becomes vacant, both Wei Xian and I stand a chance to be appointed as county head. If I were to become county head, I assure you that I would place great trust in you, appoint you as my secretary, and secure you a deputy section-level position. What do you think? Thank you sincerely for the trust bestowed by the leadership. I genuinely wish for you to ascend to greater heights. Lin Fei articulated with a composed demeanor in response to Tao. Subsequently, Fu Tao posed a series of inquiries, all veiled attempts to extract key information from Lin Fei, yet Lin Fei remained tight-lipped, skillfully deflecting the conversation as if engaging in a game of Tai Chi Chapter 35, an accidental stain on the lady's attire. Old Eanby, dreaming of prying words from me. Are you? Lin Fei scoffed internally as he exited Fu Tao's office. Sweaty and uneasy, he had felt like a cat on a hot tin roof in Fu Tao's office, surrounded by an atmosphere of tension. Fortunately, Lin Fei had withstood the mounting pressure imposed by Fu Tao. The latter's intentions were glaringly evident. He sought to win Lin Fei over and explicitly indicated that upon his ascension to county magistrate, he intended to promote Lin Fei to a deputy division chief. Maintaining a clear mind, Lin Fei refrained from divulging Wei Shuyan's secrets, aware that he had become ensnared in the intricate web of Baiyun County's political landscape. Torn between Wei Shuyan and Fu Tao, he realized he must choose a side, resolutely refusing to be a fickle opportunist. Without hesitation, Lin Fei made his decision, aligning himself with Wei Shuyan. Perhaps it was the impression she had made first. But Wei Shuyan's earlier overtures had drawn Lin Fei to her more than Fu Tao. Moreover, having dined with Wei Shuyan, Li Changming, and Gao Tianxiang the previous night, Lin Fei had effectively entered Wei Shuyan's inner circle. That evening, Lin Fei had even shared a room with Wei Shuyan, witnessing her bathing, an intimate moment that deepened their bond. Though nothing untoward transpired, their shared experience forged a closer connection, making any potential betrayal of Wei Shuyan in favor of Fu Tao an uncertain gamble for the future. Furthermore, Lin Fei wagered that Wei Shuyan had a greater chance of becoming the county magistrate. Should she succeed, Lin Fei was certain he would be elevated by her, not merely due to their shared night, but also because he was the savior of Li Jia, the daughter of the executive deputy minister of the municipal organization department, Li Changming. Wei Shuyan had subtly advised Lin Fei to cultivate a good relationship with Li Jia, ideally pursuing a romantic relationship to become Li Changming's favored son-in-law. Wei Shuyan was betting on Li Changming's political future. Should he advance further, he would attain the rank of deputy bureau chief, thus providing Lin Fei an advantageous connection through Wei Shuyan. Damn it. You little rascal, your lips are sealed tight. Just wait until I become the county magistrate. You'll see your good days, Fu Tao grumbled, frustrated at his inability to extract information from Lin Fei, who steadfastly refused to betray Wei Shuyan, inciting Fu Tao's ire. Upon returning to his office, Lin Fei found Zhang Hao had prepared the electronic version of the document materials. He promptly printed it out and sent the electronic copy to Chen Dingkong. Delivering the hard copy to Chen's office as well. The workday drew to a close. Hanrun approached Lin Fei, suggesting, Department Chief Lin, shall we dine together this evening? Previously, Hanrun had hoped to share a meal with Lin Fei, only to be thwarted when he was whisked away by the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Wei Xuan. Today, Hanrun was determined to seize the opportunity to invite Lin Fei for dinner and a stroll. Certainly, Sister Han. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Hey, Department Chief Lin, are you going on a date with Sister Han? Han Lin teased from the side. Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Han Ruyun's cheeks flushed slightly. Sister Han, isn't it a private date if you and Department Chief Lin go out for dinner? Han Lin giggled. Not necessarily. You can join us too, Han Ruyun quickly interjected. Really? Han Lin inquired out of course. Let's all go together. Lin Fei replied with a smile, glancing at Han Lin and then Zhang Hao. Since I won't be working overtime tonight, let's have dinner together. It's on me as a team-building effort for our secretary department. Yay, dining together sounds great. Han Lin eagerly nodded in agreement, and Zhang Hao did not object either. What would you like to eat? Lin Fei asked that a new self-service restaurant has opened in Baiyun Xinqing. With an average cost of 108, offering a plethora of dishes, including grilled lamb chops, grilled steaks, oysters, crabs, and prawns, along with unlimited ice cream and beverages. Let's go there. Han Lin suggested. It was evident that Han Lin had a penchant for food. Sounds good to me. Lin Fei nodded, feeling confident he could afford the 108 per person. Han Ruyun and Zhang Hao also expressed no objections, and they decided to dine at the self-service restaurant. After work, Han Ruyun drove, with Zhang Hao in the passenger seat, while Han Lin and Lin Fei occupied the back row, heading towards Baiyun Xinqing. Initially, Lin Fei intended to sit in the passenger seat, but Han Lin insisted on having him join her there, forcing Zhang Hao to take the back seat. With no choice, Zhang Hao reluctantly complied. As Lin Fei and Han Lin sat in the back, he could catch a whiff of her faint floral fragrance. Shortly after, they arrived at Baiyun Xinqing, where Han Ruyun parked in the underground garage. The four of them exited the vehicle and took the elevator to the 4th floor. Arriving at the self-service restaurant Han Lin had mentioned. Upon entering the restaurant, they found a private room to settle in and each went to gather their preferred dishes. The private room incurred an additional 30 yuan fee, but Lin Fei deemed it a reasonable expense for the tranquil and intimate setting, allowing them to converse freely. Dining in the main hall posed the risk of being recognized and photographed, which could lead to undesirable repercussions. Even though Lin Fei held the minor title of Secretary Department Chief, he understood the importance of being cautious in his sensitive position. Han Lin poured several glasses of red wine. Today, Department Chief Lin is treating us for our department's team building. So let's raise a toast to express our gratitude for the delicious food. Han Lin exclaimed, lifting her glass. Apologies, but I'm not in the mood for alcohol today. Han Ruyun replied with a slight frown. Everyone immediately understood, recognizing that Han Ruyun likely had her monthly visitor, and they naturally expressed their understanding. Lin Fei, Han Lin, and Zhang Hao raised their glasses. This self-service restaurant truly impressed them with its diverse offerings, and the quality of the drinks and fruits was commendable. The red wine in particular was exquisite, far from being the low-quality variety tea, just 108 per person. This self-service was quite a bargain, likely a strategy to attract customers during its opening phase. Zhang Hao, let's raise a glass to Department Chief Lin, thanking him for bringing us to the Secretary Department. He's our benefactor, Han Lin declared, raising her glass. Zhang Hao quickly followed suit, stating, Department Chief Lin, thank you for rescuing me from the cold office. While Han Lin had previously worked in the information section of the County Committee office, which, though less core than the Secretary Department, was still part of the office, Zhang Hao's previous position in the County Local Chronicles office was a true cold office. A place for those nearing retirement or who had given up. Young and ambitious, Zhang Hao was grateful to Lin Fei for rescuing him from such a stagnant environment, bringing him to the Secretary Department. There's no need for formality, Lin Fei replied, raising his glass to Han Lin and Zhang. How did I know both of you well? Your political acumen, high ideological awareness, outstanding professional capabilities, and strong sense of organizational discipline make you invaluable assets. The Secretary Department is the most crucial division in the County Committee office, requiring individuals of your caliber. I look forward to our future collaborations and wish for a pleasant working relationship. Director Lin spoke eloquently. Come, let us drink, he said, and both Han Lin and Zhang Hao felt deeply moved. The three clinked their glasses and took a sip of red wine. Subsequently, Han Lin and Zhang Hao went to toast Han Run, who, due to the inconvenience caused by her monthly cycle, opted for hot tea instead of alcohol. She raised her cup of tea in place of wine, clinking it with Han Lin and Zhang Hao. Everyone enjoyed their food, drinks, and conversation. Lin Fei experienced a surreal sense of detachment. He had not anticipated that after a tumultuous period, he would find himself back at square one, continuing his role in the County Party Committee Secretariat. Now as a proper department head rather than merely the acting deputy head. Lin Fei resolved to steadily advance in his position, beginning as the head of the Secretariat and gradually climbing the ranks. Having endured ups and downs, including his breakup with Su Qingwei and her subsequent attempts at reconciliation, Lin Fei had gained a clearer understanding of societal realities. His inner desire for power was unprecedentedly intense. "I'll step out to fetch some food," Lin Fei declared. Lifting a plate as he exited the private room to retrieve his meal, he discovered that the roasted lamb chops at this buffet were particularly delectable. And thus he queued at the carving station. After 10 minutes, Lin Fei acquired a piece of roasted lamb. As he turned around, he inadvertently bumped into someone. A woman's sharp gasp pierced the air. In a flurry, Lin Fei noticed the woman was holding a cup of milk tea, which had spilled and stained her clothing due to his clumsiness. He observed that she appeared to be in her 30s. Strikingly beautiful, exuding grace and presence, standing approximately 165 centimeters tall. "That I am truly sorry. I didn't see you there and I've soiled your clothes. I am exceedingly embarrassed." Lin Fei immediately apologized to the woman. "It's quite all right. I can just wash it off," she replied with a gentle smile, turning towards the restroom. Chapter 36. A great beauty rescued. "Wait, she didn't scold me," Lin Fei thought, feeling quite flustered. He had braced himself for a reprimand, considering it was his fault for bumping into this lovely lady and spilling her drink. To his surprise, she was so gracious and composed, merely heading to the restroom to clean herself. What a well-mannered and cultured young woman! Any man fortunate enough to marry such a lady would indeed be blessed. Lin Fei mused as he returned to the private room, balancing his roasted lamb and selecting additional dishes to enjoy with Han Run. Han Lin and Zhang Haoby around 9 in the evening. Having eaten their fill, Lin Fei settled the bill via a QR code. The four of them exited the buffet restaurant and entered the elevator. Han Ryun, having refrained from drinking, was able to drive herself home. Han Lin and Zhang Hao lived nearby, opting for a taxi. Lin Fei waved goodbye to them and began his walk back to the civil servant community. The stroll from Baiyun Xinqing to the civil servant neighborhood would take approximately 30 minutes, but a taxi could reach it in mere minutes without traffic. Lin Fei chose walking, not to save a few yuan, but simply to enjoy the evening air and digest his meal. Though Baiyun County was small, it was vibrant and bustling with life. Street vendors served barbecued delicacies, patrons indulged in beer and games, and KTVs echoed with song. Lin Fei strolled along the riverbank, lined with willow trees, reminiscing about his high school days in the county when he relished walking along the river, particularly on weekends with Chun Fei. Discussing math problems, reflecting on those youthful times, Lin Fei sighed, realizing how swiftly time flows, never to return. The moonlight cascaded down onto the rippling waters not far from a square where a beautiful woman was live-streaming her singing on Douyin. Her voice pleasant enough to hear. Lin Fei traversed 2 sections of the riverbank and entered a relatively dark area. He suddenly caught sight of a striking figure about 100 meters ahead. He felt a sense of familiarity. "Wait, is that her?" Lin Fei quickly recognized the beauty as the very same woman he had accidentally bumped into at the buffet. What an unexpected coincidence to encounter her here. Should he approach her to apologize again and perhaps offer her a bottle of water? He contemplated this as he hesitated. That moment, an unmarked van pulled up nearby, and 2 masked individuals emerged. An unsettling feeling gripped Lin Fei. Suddenly, the masked men rushed towards the woman, seizing her and attempting to drag her towards the vehicle. "Help! Somebody, please!" she screamed, panic filling her voice. One of the assailants quickly covered her mouth. Good heavens, a kidnapping! They dare to commit such an act in broad daylight. Lin Fei felt a surge of adrenaline. Grabbing a half-brick from the ground, he sprinted toward the scene. Having been athletic in his school days and a champion in both long and short distance running during university, as well as having trained in boxing, Lin Fei's physical prowess came into play. Just as the masked men were about to force the woman into the van, he arrived, swinging the half-brick with force. Striking one of the assailants on the head. Caught off guard, the attacker staggered back, disoriented. The other assailant released the woman and swung a punch at Lin Fei. Swiftly, Lin Fei sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a swift kick to the man's groin. Ah! The masked man doubled over, the pain evident on his face. You dare interfere in our business? You're asking for trouble, he snarled, glaring at Lin Fei. I am a member of the Secretariat of the County Party Committee. You are committing kidnapping in broad daylight. You really are courting disaster. I will call the police and have you apprehended, Lin Fei declared, remaining calm as he brandished his phone. Proclaiming his identity was not an act of arrogance, but rather a means to intimidate the assailants. In the county, invoking the authority of a county party committee staff member was often sufficient to deter most individuals. Xiao Lu, we need to leave, the masked men exclaimed, hastily retreating to their van. The driver slammed the accelerator down, speeding away from the scene. Oomph, do you think you can escape? Justice will prevail. Where can you hide? I will call the police and have them seal off all exits, ensuring you cannot evade capture, Lin Fei declared as he prepared to make the call. Wait, don't call the police, the woman he had rescued interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. Why not call the police? They just attempted to kidnap you. They are criminals, and we must report this to ensure they are caught, Lin Fei replied, puzzled by her reasoning. Just listen to me and don't call. Okay, she insisted, her tone rising slightly with irritation. Fine, Lin Fei shrugged, exasperated, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go, she exclaimed suddenly. What now? He turned back to face her. I'm sorry for my earlier tone. I didn't manage my emotions well. She apologized earnestly that, oh, it's no problem. Lin Fei's heart softened. Though he still struggled to understand her reasoning against calling the police, he felt less resentment towards her, especially after her sincere apology. Moreover, considering that he had inadvertently stained her clothes earlier, her graciousness was commendable. Itsu. What a coincidence. Thank you for saving me. The social order in Baiyun County is truly concerning. I never imagined I would be targeted for kidnapping. The woman approached Lin Fei, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of danger, she felt a lingering sense of unease. If it weren't for this handsome savior, she could have faced unimaginable torment. Chapter 37. Shall I accompany you home? Not at all. It's my duty to help those in distress. It is the responsibility of our youth to uphold such values. When I witness wrongdoing, turning a blind, I would betray the education I have received and the oath I took under the party's banner, Lin Fei proclaimed with righteous conviction. Indeed, you are quite admirable. The enchanting woman immediately raised her thumb in approval towards Lin Fei. She had approached him gracefully, and under the soft glow of the night, Lin Fei observed her features, realizing she was extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a celestial being. He stole a few more glances at her gently rising and falling bosom and her exquisite figure. His heart raced with excitement. By the way, when you saved me earlier, you mentioned you were from the county committee office. Do you work there? The woman inquired of Lin Fei. Indeed, Lin Fei nodded lightly, replying, I am the head of the secretary section at the Baiyun County Committee office. Lin Fei, Lin as in the forest, and Fei as in flight. Nice to meet you, Lin Fei. I am Du Qingyan, with Du as in the wood and earth, Qing as in the green grass by the river. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. The beautiful woman extended her hand towards Lin Fei. Miss Du, greetings, Lin Fei reciprocated, shaking hands with Du Qingyan. The moment their hands met, Lin Fei felt the delicate softness of Du Qingyan's hand, causing his heart to flutter. Du Qingyan blushed slightly, but managed to suppress her emotions. Although Lin Fei was reluctant to let go of her hand, he ultimately released it after a few moments, aware that holding on for too long would seem rather reckless. Are you a local of Baiyun County? Du Qingyan asked Lin Fei again. Yes, Lin Fei replied with a gentle nod. Despite being unsure of Du Qingyan's intent behind the question, he answered truthfully, considering it a matter of little consequence. Then you must have a good understanding of Baiyun County? Du Qingyan pressed further. Well, I suppose I have some knowledge, Lin Fei acknowledged with a nod. I am not from Baiyun County. I came here for investigation. Could you perhaps introduce me to the area? Du Qingyan continued. All right. Lin Fei contemplated for a few moments before agreeing, as long as her inquiries did not delve into sensitive matters or political secrets. He was more than willing to share information. Fortunately, Du Qingyan did not pose any challenging questions. She inquired about Baiyun County's economic development, cultural customs, local cuisine, and transportation conditions, topics that were general and not confidential. Lin Fei speculated that Du Qingyan might be from the city or province, seeking to assess Baiyun County's economic growth for potential investment opportunities. In response to her questions, Lin Fei spoke candidly and comprehensively. If anyone else had asked those questions, they might not have gleaned much. But having worked at the county committee office for an extended period and previously serving as a secretary to County Secretary Xiao Tianli, Lin Fei was well-versed in the topics Du Qingyan raised. I truly asked the right person. He is remarkably knowledgeable. No wonder he works in the secretary section of the county committee. That I never expected such an exceptional young talent in the seemingly humble Baiyun County. Not only is he outstanding, but he is also strikingly handsome and so young. Such a rarity. Du Qingyan thought to herself, feeling immensely favorable towards Lin Fei as they continued their conversation while strolling along the riverbank. They unwittingly found themselves at the entrance of the civil servant community. Miss Du, I've arrived at the community. What are your plans? Where will you be staying? Do you need me to give you a ride home? Or will you take a taxi? Lin Fei inquired. Given that Du Qingyan was an outsider conducting research in Baiyun County, it was likely she did not have a residence there and was more inclined to stay in a hotel. I have nowhere to go. How about I accompany you home? Du Qingyan suddenly suggested. Lin Fei was taken aback. Du Qingyan's cheeks flushed as she realized her request might have been inappropriate. I was just joking. If you have someone at home, like a wife or family, it would be inconvenient that I wouldn't want to impose. Thank you so much for saving me and for the engaging conversation. How about we exchange contact information? With that, she produced her phone. Lin Fei also took out his phone, and they exchanged numbers before connecting on WeChat. Then Lin Fei remarked, I am a single man living alone, if you wish to come with me. It will be quite convenient, as long as you are not afraid of me. What would I fear? You are my savior. Would you harm me? Du Qingyan replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling. All right then. I will accompany you home. I prefer not to stay in a hotel. I fear it may be unsafe. Very well. Then come with me. Lin Fei nodded. Since Du Qingyan had chosen to accompany him, Lin Fei felt it was reasonable to offer her shelter for the night. After all, she had narrowly escaped an abduction earlier, and it was likely she still felt frightened. It would be unkind to leave her alone in a hotel. Thus, Lin Fei led Du Qingyan into the civil servant community. As they walked, Du Qingyan kept her head lowered, seemingly anxious about something, but Lin Fei paid little attention. Upon reaching his home, Lin Fei unlocked the door and ushered Du Qingyan inside. Lin Fei, you're back. A figure emerged from the living room. Seeing Su Qingyue, Lin Fei felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Ever since their breakup, he had forgotten to change the locks. And Su Qingyue still possessed a key to his home, allowing her to enter unannounced. Who is she? You actually brought a woman home. Are you changing partners every day? Lin Fei, you heartless scoundrel, how could you betray me? Su Qingyue exclaimed in fury upon noticing Du Qingyan beside Lin Fei. Du Qingyan was stunningly beautiful and exuded an elegant aura, outclassing Su Qingyue by several degrees, which only intensified Su Qingyue's irritation. Lin Fei, this Du Qingyan felt awkward. Didn't he claim to be single? Why was there a woman waiting for him at home? You deceitful man. Su Qingyue, is that you? What are you doing in my home? Get out. Lin Fei shouted angrily, pointing at Su Qingyue. How could you treat me this way? Why are you so heartless? Su Qingyue stamped her foot, tears welling up in her eyes. Leave. Get out immediately. Lin Fei shouted, unwilling to entertain her theatrics. I love you. Lin Fei, please don't abandon me. Let us work things out. Su Qingyue pleaded, moving closer to him. Leave. Lin Fei roared, warning her, if you don't leave, I will call the police for trespassing and have you taken to the station, where you will face embarrassment at your workplace. With that, Lin Fei pulled out his phone, genuinely prepared to call the authorities. Seeing Lin Fei's resolute attitude, Su Qingwei sobbed and departed. Bang! Lin Fei slammed the door shut. Chapter 38. Investigating Lin Fei. Goodness, I need to find someone to change the locks tomorrow. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Was that your girlfriend? Did you two have a quarrel? It's not unusual for couples to fight. A little banter can even spice up the relationship. We women can be quite stubborn, but if you just coax us a bit, we'll soften right up. If she saw me with you, it would only exacerbate the misunderstanding. That I truly apologize for causing you such trouble. Du Qingyan observed Lin Fei, her captivating eyes blinking playfully. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but internally critique Lin Fei for proclaiming himself a single man while evidently having a girlfriend. I broke up with her, Lin Fei clarified. Breakups can lead to reconciliations, right? Isn't that how relationships work? Breaking up and getting back together? Du Qingyan questioned, tilting her head. It's impossible to reconcile. She was the one who lost interest first. Previously, she pursued a wealthy heir and broke up with me, only to be discarded by him. Now she wants to get back together, but I would never stoop so low, Lin Fei replied coolly. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your past relationship, Du Qingyan said, her expression shifting to understanding, unsure of what to say next. No worries, it's not your concern, Lin Fei reassured her. Your ex-girlfriend has such a short-sighted view. Du Qingyan remarked unexpectedly. What do you mean by that? Lin Fei, with a curious expression, inquired of Du Qingyan. Choosing a wealthy second-generation heir over you seems misguided. You, being a civil servant in the county, have boundless prospects ahead. You are handsome, possess good character, and are reliable. In contrast, that affluent heir likely lacks genuine skills, relying on his family's wealth to indulge in reckless behavior and toy with the emotions and bodies of young women. Associating with such a wealthy heir, even if she isn't cast aside, will surely lead her to suffer. Upon reaching this point, Du Qingyan stretched her arms and yawned, revealing her flat and fair abdomen, along with a charming little navel. She continued, as women, when selecting a partner, it's indeed important to consider reality. However, reality encompasses a holistic assessment of various conditions rather than fixating on a singular aspect. A man from a humble background, as long as he possesses good character and a willingness to strive, can still achieve remarkable success. When choosing a partner, one should seek individuals with commendable character and ambition. Indeed, well said, Lin Fei praised Du Qingyan, giving her a thumbs up. Her words resonated deeply with him. Hearing Du Qingyan express such sentiments felt like discovering a kindred spirit. Lin Fei sensed that Du Qingyan was extraordinary. Her beauty was not merely superficial, but rather accompanied by an air of nobility. She must be a combination of a strong woman and a wealthy heir, hence her audacity to visit Baiyun County alone for research. A stunningly beautiful and capable wealthy woman perceives matters with greater depth, far beyond what a mere teacher like Su Qingwei could comprehend. Lin Fei, do you have any unused, clean pajamas for girls at home? Du Qingyan suddenly asked him. Unfortunately, I do not, Lin Fei replied, shrugging his shoulders. Could you please go downstairs and buy me a set of pajamas? I will transfer the money to you. Du Qingyan winked at him. Sure. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Du Qingyan promptly pulled out her phone, opened the chat with Lin Fei, and transferred 1,000 yuan to him. Miss Du, buying pajamas shouldn't cost this much. Lin Fei frowned upon seeing the amount. Realizing how generous she was, keep the money. Besides the pajamas, could you also purchase a set of toiletries? You can keep the extra in case I need your assistance again. Du Qingyan said to Lin Fei. All right. Lin Fei nodded, accepting the money. He then took his keys, left his home, and headed downstairs to shop. In a dimly lit room of a villa in Baiyun County, a figure stood at the door. Boss, the mission has failed. Useless fools. What good are you if you can't even handle a woman? A voice from the dark room erupted in anger. Boss, this was purely unexpected. Xiao Lu and the others were about to get the target into the car when someone emerged and beat them up. They weren't a match for him and fled in fear of being exposed. Who dares to oppose me? Find out who it is, and I want him to be buried without a trace. Yes, boss. Back at Lin Fei's home in the Baiyun County civil servant community, once Lin Fei had descended, Du Qingyan stepped onto the balcony, gazing down at the dazzling lights of Baiyun County. Baiyun County. You certainly know how to teach me a lesson. I arrive and already face an attempted kidnapping, Du Qingyan remarked with a cold demeanor, contrasting sharply with her previous warmth in front of Lin Fei. Just then, her phone rang. Du Qingyan quickly retrieved it, and upon seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed as she pressed the answer button. Third Grandpa. Qingyan, did you go to Baiyun County alone? An elderly voice came from the other end. Yes, Third Grandpa, Du Qingyan replied. This is outrageous. Why didn't you inform us? Do you not know how dangerous Baiyun County is? The elder sounded somewhat displeased. Third Grandpa, I merely wish to discreetly understand the situation here. Du Qingyan explained. Fine, now that you've gone, I can't do anything about it. Listen carefully. You must be cautious in Baiyun County that if you encounter any difficulties or dangers, you must contact us immediately. The elder instructed. I understand. Du Qingyan had initially planned to inform her third grandpa about the near kidnapping incident, but as the words hovered on her lips, she swallowed them back. After all, it was a close call, and it would be better not to mention it. If she did, her third grandpa would undoubtedly worry and be furious, likely sending someone to Baiyun County, creating a significant commotion that would be difficult for her to handle. She wanted to rely more on herself and not depend on her family for everything. By the way, Third Grandpa, could you assist me in investigating someone? I wish to obtain all information regarding him. Du Qingyan continued, addressing the elder. Who do you want to investigate? The elder inquired. His name is Lin Fei, a staff member in the county committee office of Baiyun County. I want all his information. Du Qingyan stated. Why do you wish to investigate him? Qingyan, do you have feelings for him? The elder warned. Your marriage cannot be taken lightly. Third Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Lin Fei has helped me, and I merely wish to understand him better. Du Qingyan clarified. All right, I will send you all of Lin Fei's information tomorrow. The elder relaxed. Thank you, Third Grandpa. Goodbye, and I will visit you at the provincial sanatorium when I have time, Du Qingyan concluded. After hanging up, a sly smile crept across Du Qingyan's lips, and with a hint of intrigue, she murmured, Lin Fei, you truly are fascinating. I wish to learn more about you. Baiyun County, I, Du Qingyan, have arrived, even if it is a den of dragons and tigers. I, Du Qingyan, fear nothing. Her expression shifted, returning to her previous cold demeanor. Chapter 39. Du Qingyan enters Lin Fei's room. Lin Fei descended and entered a nearby medium-sized supermarket, purchasing a set of cotton pajamas, a towel, a toiletries set, and several pounds of local fruits from Baiyun County. He then paid for the items and returned home. Upon arriving, Lin Fei handed the pajamas, towel, and toiletries set to Du Qingyan. He then washed the fruits, arranged them on a plate, and placed it on the coffee table, calling out to Du Qingyan, Miss Du, these are the seasonal fruits from Baiyun County. Please have a taste. Thank you. Du Qingyan felt a warmth in her heart. Lin Fei was genuinely kind and caring towards her. Having been pampered and cherished since childhood, she was accustomed to receiving flattery from others, aware that such gestures were often motivated by self-interest rather than genuine concern. Only Lin Fei had no ulterior motives, first rescuing her, then bringing her home, and buying her things. Her curiosity about Lin Fei intensified. Du Qingyan was unaware of the danger this curiosity represented. When a woman becomes intrigued by a man, it is often a signal of impending romantic feelings. Grabbing a piece of fruit, Du Qingyan casually took a few bites. Quite delightful, juicy and sweet. I like it, she remarked while savoring the fruit. If you enjoy it, feel free to have more. Lin Fei encouraged. Du Qingyan indeed indulged in several more pieces. Lin Fei, I'm going to take a shower now, she announced, taking her pajamas, towel, and toiletries before heading into the bathroom to wash. As she lathered her body, she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She genuinely hadn't anticipated returning home with a stranger, and now finding herself showering in his residence. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Fei could hear the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, igniting a restless fire within him. Images of Du Qingyan bathing without clothes flashed through his mind. Cough, I mustn't think about this any further. It's bound to lead to trouble. Lin Fei quickly reined in his thoughts. Before long, Du Qingyan emerged from the bathroom, clad in the new pajamas Lin Fei had just bought for her. Her hair wrapped in a towel. Lin Fei couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Du Qingyan was already breathtakingly beautiful, and having just bathed, She exuded an irresistible allure under Lin Fei's intense gaze. A hint of shyness crept into Du Qingyan, though she brushed it off, thinking it was merely a few glances from him. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Lin Fei, do you have a hairdryer? I want to dry my hair, Du Qingyan asked, pouting slightly. Yes, I do. I'll get it for you right away, Lin Fei replied, promptly retrieving the hairdryer from his bedroom and handing it to her. Thank you. Du Qingyan took the hairdryer and began to dry her hair. Lin Fei went to fetch his pajamas, turned around, and entered the bathroom, where he proceeded to undress and turn on the water for a shower. Men typically shower much faster than women. Within a few minutes, Lin Fei emerged while Du Qingyan was still tending to her hair. Fortunately, Lin Fei had an abundance of cotton bedding, sheets, and pillowcases at home, so he promptly gathered them and headed to the adjacent room to prepare a bed for Du Qingyan. Until now, Lin Fei had only used the master bedroom for himself, occasionally sharing it with his ex-girlfriend, Su Qingwei. When she visited this evening, having taken Du Qingyan in, it was clear that Lin Fei would not allow her to share his bed. Even if he didn't mind compromising, she might not agree either. Once the bed was made, Du Qingyan finished drying her hair. Miss Du, I have prepared your bed. It is late. You should get some rest. Lin Fei then escorted Du Qingyan to the small bedroom next to the master suite. Thank you. Upon entering the bedroom and seeing the freshly made bed, Du Qingyan felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Fei returned to his bedroom and lay down. He had been busy for the past few days, juggling a demanding job and navigating the complexities of social relations in the political arena, leaving him both mentally and physically exhausted. Now, as he lay down, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the adjoining room, Du Qingyan initially tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Her mind was preoccupied with the day's events in Baiyun County, her emotions in turmoil. The harrowing experience of nearly being abducted had opened her eyes to the dangers lurking in Baiyun County, as well as the treachery of human nature by sheer chance. Lin Fei had saved her and brought her home, which she considered a stroke of good fortune, had it not been for Lin Fei's timely intervention. Du Qingyan felt she would have been doomed. The image of Lin Fei lingered in her thoughts. Why do I feel this way? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? That cannot be right. We only met today. Even though he saved me, it shouldn't lead to such swift affection. Du Qingyan's heart was a tumultuous mess as these thoughts swirled in her mind. Eventually, Du Qingyan managed to drift off to sleep in the middle of the night. A blinding flash of lightning struck, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that echoed across Baiyun County. Lin Fei, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the thunderous roar. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the night. Meanwhile, Du Qingyan was startled awake by the sound of thunder. Terrified, she had always harbored a profound fear of storms, particularly thunder. Each time thunder rumbled, it sent her into a panic, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread rooted in a traumatic childhood experience. As another clap of thunder resounded, fierce winds began to howl, followed by a torrential downpour. Overcome with fear, Du Qingyan leapt from her bed, barely taking the time to slip on her slippers, and dashed out of her room, pushing open Lin Fei's door. He had only closed it without locking it before bed, allowing her easy access. Lin Fei, already awakened, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a frantic Du Qingyan rushing in. The sight of her, with her ample bosom bouncing as she ran, left him momentarily speechless. Another thunderclap echoed. Without a second thought, Du Qingyan scrambled onto Lin Fei's bed, throwing the covers aside and wrapping her arms around him tightly. Lin Fei could feel the warmth of her body and the softness of her form, as well as the faint fragrance of her femininity. With Du Qingyan clinging to him, her supple body pressed against him, he found himself in a precarious situation. Miss Du, what are you doing? Lin Fei asked. A hint of tension in his voice, that he was on high alert, fearing the possibility of setup. What if this was a deliberate scheme? The thought that Du Qingyan might be attempting to ensnare him, perhaps even to blackmail him later, sent a chill down his spine. Lin Fei, I'm scared. I'm so frightened, she exclaimed, clinging to him even tighter. Why go to such lengths, Miss Du? You are beautiful and talented. Why allow yourself to be used in this manner? Lin Fei questioned, perplexed by her actions. What do you mean? Used? I simply fear the thunder and wish to feel secure. Du Qingyan replied, bewildered by his insinuations. Are you not here to set me up? He probed further that Du Qingyan couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of his suspicion. Oh, you really think that? Why would I go to such lengths? You must be overthinking this. I could never stoop to such a level. Realizing the folly of his assumptions, Lin Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, he said, acknowledging his earlier paranoia. The tension eased as they both began to understand each other's perspectives. Just then, another thunderclap shook the room. Ah! Du Qingyan shrieked, trembling in fear, and clung to Lin Fei once more. Hold me, please. I'm so scared. Du Qingyan, unable to restrain herself, made a request to Lin Fei. Ah, very well. I shall indulge you. Lin Fei found himself with no choice but to embrace Du Qingyan. They held each other tightly. Lin Fei could distinctly feel the warmth and elasticity of Du Qingyan's body, which inevitably stirred certain reactions within him. It was truly a predicament. Controlling his desires was proving to be quite the challenge. Thus, Lin Fei succumbed to slumber while holding Du Qingyan close. Perhaps Du Qingyan had indeed suffered a loss. For within Lin Fei's embrace, she felt a sense of safety that allowed her to drift into sleep despite the raging thunderstorm outside. However, Lin Fei was in distress, with such a delicate beauty nestled in his arms. Falling asleep was an arduous task. The temptation to take advantage of the situation was overwhelming, yet he refrained from such actions. How could he betray Du Qingyan's trust? To act inappropriately would render him lower than a beast. Furthermore, it was evident that Du Qingyan was no ordinary woman. Any breach of her trust would likely result in severe consequences, potentially leading her to report him. By the time midnight arrived, Lin Fei finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, he awoke to find it was already 8:30. Panic set in. He was going to be late for work. Lin Fei glanced at the clock, anxiety creeping in as he noticed Du Qingyan still nestled comfortably in his arms. Miss Du, wake up. It's time to rise, he urged, gently shaking her. Du Qingyan opened her eyes and, upon realizing her position, instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, regarding Lin Fei with a wary gaze. What happened last night? Lin Fei was taken aback. Why was she so agitated this early? Lin Fei, did you bully me last night? Du Qingyan inquired, a mix of nervousness and embarrassment evident in her voice. Lin Fei erupted in laughter, nearly choking on his amusement. Miss Du, you're mistaken. Last night, with the wind howling and the rain pouring, you were frightened and fled to my room, insisting on being held. You fell asleep in my arms. And I hardly got any rest myself. Now you ask if I bullied you. If holding you counts as bullying, then yes, I suppose I did. Did you only hold me? You didn't do anything else. Right? Du Qingyan pressed, her expression a blend of concern and shyness. Of course not. Look at you, wearing your sleepwear so comfortably. What else could I possibly do? If I had acted inappropriately, surely you would have noticed. Yet you slept soundly the entire night. In fact, it was you who clung to me and fidgeted, making it difficult for me to rest. Lin Fei replied, exasperated. Feeling embarrassed, Du Qingyan blushed and nervously spoke. Lin Fei, I'm truly sorry for my overreaction last night. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. Trouble? Not quite. But holding such a stunning beauty was certainly a challenge for me. Lin Fei chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Please don't say that, Du Qingyan retorted, pointing at him. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Fei decided to change the subject and began to change into his work clothes. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Du Qingyan exclaimed, startled, and quickly retreated to the adjacent room to change into her outfit from the previous day. Before long, both Lin Fei and Du Qingyan had completed their morning routines. Lin Fei. I'm hungry. Could you prepare something for me? She requested. There's hardly anything to eat at home. The only option is what I have downstairs. Lin Fei replied, that's fine. I'm not picky, Du Qingyan responded. Unfortunately, I have no time. I'm going to be late for work. Let's head to the breakfast shop at the community entrance instead, Lin Fei suggested, realizing he couldn't spare the time to cook noodles. All right, but you must accompany me for breakfast, Du Qingyan insisted. Without further delay, they made their way downstairs and found a breakfast shop at the entrance of the civil servant community. Lin Fei had initially intended for Du Qingyan to eat alone while he went to work, but she insisted he stay, claiming it was dangerous for her to be alone. Reluctantly, He agreed, accepting that he would be late. Lin Fei, please recommend a local breakfast specialty from Baiyun County, Du Qingyan said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Our local specialty is mung bean powder. Other options like noodles, steam buns, and congee are quite common. Mung bean powder, however, is unique to this region. Would you like a bowl? Do you like spicy food? We have 3 types of toppings: beef, fatty intestines, and mixed sauce. Lin Fei explained, I can handle spice. I'll take the beef topping, Du Qingyan declared. Excellent. Lin Fei nodded and called over the shop owner to order a bowl of beef mung bean powder for Du Qingyan and a bowl of fatty intestine mung bean powder for himself. Soon, 2 large bowls of mung bean powder arrived, and Lin Fei dug in with gusto. Du Qingyan savored her dish, nodding in satisfaction. This is delicious. I really enjoy this flavor. After finishing their breakfast, Lin Fei accompanied Du Qingyan outside the shop for a few minutes. Before long, a sleek tincture MPV pulled up in front of them. Lin Fei recognized it as a popular domestic, known for its luxury and high sales. Du Qingyan got into the car and waved at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, perhaps we shall meet again soon. Chapter 41. The escaped Lin Fei pondered her words, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was Du Qingyan truly planning to invest in Baiyun County? If she did, the chances of their paths crossing again would indeed be significant. It was surprising. Despite nearly being kidnapped the previous night, she remained determined to invest in Baiyun County, showcasing her resolute character, undeterred by challenges, deciding not to dwell on it further. Lin Fei thought, if fate were on their side, they would surely meet again. He couldn't help but notice how youthful Du Qingyan appeared, her age belied by her impeccable maintenance. Truly a testament to the allure of a woman from a wealthy family. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Fei hurried towards the county committee and government compound. Why now? It was already 9:15. The committee mandated a 9 o'clock start, and staff were expected to arrive early in special circumstances. Arriving at the county committee's secretariat, Lin Fei found it was already 9:30. Han Ryun, Han Lin, and Zhang Hao had already arrived. Even in Lin Fei's absence, they were diligently engaged in their work. Good morning, Director Lin. Zhang Hao greeted him promptly. Director Lin, Director Luo was just here looking for you. He asked you to go to his office as soon as you arrived. Han Lin added. Understood, I will head there immediately. Lin Fei replied, making his way to the office of Deputy Director Luo Gang, as the head of the secretariat. Lin Fei held a title similar to that of several others within the department, with the actual power resting with Deputy Director Luo Gang, who managed the operations of the various sections beneath the committee. Luo Gang, as Deputy Director, wielded considerable influence, and leaders from various county departments respected him greatly. Given his higher rank and oversight of the committee's sections, it was standard procedure for Luo Gang to request Lin Fei's presence to report on work matters. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at Luo Gang's office. Director Luo, you called for me? Lin Fei approached Luo Gang, greeting him with a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor disrespectful. In the presence of Luo Gang, Lin Fei refrained from flattery. He did not overtly express any displeasure. Despite their strained relationship, especially after a recent confrontation where they had exchanged heated words, Lin Fei maintained the basic decorum expected of a subordinate. Lin Fei, you have gone too far. Luo Gang suddenly erupted in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fei. Taken aback, Lin Fei contemplated the reason for Luo Gang's outburst. Nevertheless, he composed himself and inquired, Director Luo, what have I done wrong? Have I failed in my duties? Or have I offended you personally? Lin Fei, you must be joking. You arrived late to work today. As the head of the County Party Committee Office's Secretary Section, what does your tardiness say about your work ethic? Is this how a department head should behave? Luo Gang continued his tirade, his fingers still directed at Lin Fei. Realizing that Luo Gang was deliberately seeking a confrontation, Lin Fei understood the underlying tensions. Their relationship had always been fraught. When Secretary Xiao Tianli was alive, Lin Fei had benefited from his patronage, which had diminished Luo Gang's power, causing lingering resentment. While Xiao Tianli was alive, Lin Fei had the backing of a formidable ally, forcing Luo Gang to feign cordiality despite his discontent. Now, with Xiao Tianli no longer a factor, Luo Gang felt liberated from the need to maintain pretense that he saw Lin Fei's tardiness as an opportunity to strike. Lin Fei recognized that Luo Gang was merely using this incident to fuel his ire. Director Luo, I was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances, but it did not impact my work. That I apologize for being late and assure you it will not happen again. With a resounding bang, Luo Gang slammed his palm on a desk. Lin Fei, do you think a mere apology suffices? What do you expect me to do? Lin Fei replied, what would you have me do? Director Luo, write a self-criticism. I want a handwritten reflection of 3,000 characters, signed and stamped, to be posted in the public notice board on the first floor of the County Party Committee building. Your reflection must begin with your tardiness and deeply examine your work style and adherence to organizational discipline. Should your critique lack profundity, you will be required to rewrite it, Luo Gang commanded. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei realized that Luo Gang was intent on humiliating him, that a 3,000-character handwritten critique displayed for all to see was an affront he could not accept. Director Luo, don't you think this is excessive? Lin Fei retorted, glaring at Luo Gang. If it were merely a minor inconvenience, Lin Fei could have tolerated it. However, the demand for a handwritten critique felt like a gross indignity, one he could not abide. If I comply, I will forever be unable to hold my head high within the office, he thought. Bang! Luo Gang struck the table again, his voice booming. Where have I overstepped? You were half an hour late to work. I am merely asking for self-criticism to help you elevate your political awareness and reinforce your organizational discipline. That I am doing this for your benefit. As your superior, I am extending my efforts to assist you. And you dare to talk back? Director, you are helping me. Is this not a deliberate attempt to belittle me? Lin Fei shot back, his frustration boiling over. Lin Fei, how dare you speak to me like this? Do you not recognize my authority as your leader? In my eyes, you are nothing but a fool, a pig, stupid, ugly, and disgusting. Lin Fei unleashed his scorn. Having severed ties with Luo Gang, he saw no reason to hold back. Lin Fei, you are simply insubordinate. You disregard authority, organization, and discipline. Get out. I will report your insubordination to the Organization Department and the Discipline Inspection Commission. Prepare for the consequences. Luo Gang trembled with fury. Oh, Director Luo? Such indignation. Lin Fei chuckled coldly, viewing Luo Gang as a mere clown in the spectacle. Get out. Leave this instant. Luo Gang shouted, hurling a teacup at Lin Fei in his rage. Lin Fei deftly dodged the flying cup, which shattered against the wall. Their argument echoed loudly in the office, drawing the attention of nearby colleagues. But what's going on with Director Luo? Why such a temper? A curious woman from the County Development and Reform Bureau inquired. I have no idea. Why is Luo Gang making such a scene? Another staff member from the County Finance Bureau commented, seeing the crowd gathering outside. Luo Gang stepped to the door, pointing at Lin Fei while addressing the onlookers. Everyone, Lin Fei was late today, and I asked him to reflect deeply. I am helping him grow, yet he defies me and even curses at me as the deputy director of the County Party Committee office. I am his superior, and he is outright rejecting my authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Lin Fei. Director Luo, my tardiness had its reasons. Your demand for a handwritten critique is nothing but a deliberate attempt to undermine me. Such pettiness is unbecoming of a leader, Lin Fei retorted. Reasons? What valid reason could you possibly have for being late? Did you not think to inform me, your superior? Luo Gang pressed. Lin was indeed attending to an important matter, one that I assigned to him. A voice interjected. It was Secretary W.E. as the crowd parted to make way for her. Everyone greeted her respectfully. Lin, did you complete the task I assigned? Wei asked him directly. Secretary Wei, I assure you, I fulfilled my responsibilities, Lin Fei replied, recognizing that Wei was deliberately coming to his aid. The presence of the county's deputy secretary standing up for him deeply moved Lin Fei. Even as he understood the political implications of her support, he realized he was now allied with Wei, and her willingness to intervene on his behalf solidified their bond. Director Luo, your authority is quite grand indeed. Wei glared at Luo Gang, continuing, do not forget, even if Lin were late, requiring a 3,000-character critique to be displayed publicly is excessive. A simple penalty, according to regulations, would suffice. Secretary Wei, I see my error now. I acted impulsively, Luo Gang stammered, suddenly humbled in her presence, a mere deputy section chief. He understood the hierarchy well. He could not afford to clash with Wei, who held a deputy division chief rank. The contrast between his earlier bravado with Lin Fei and his current submission to Wei was stark. Humph. Wei huffed coldly, casting a glance at Lin Fei. Luo Gang immediately grasped her intent and turned to Lin Fei. Apologizing, Lin, I sincerely apologize that it was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive my error. Director Luo, there is no need for concern. Since it is merely a misunderstanding, it suffices to clear the AIRAS, my superior. Your strict oversight is entirely warranted. And I am grateful for your attention. Director Luo, Lin Fei cheerfully remarked to Luo Gang. On the surface, Lin Fei's words seemed polite, yet they were laced with sarcasm, showing a complete lack of regard for Luo Gang. Given the tense situation between them, Lin Fei understood that their conflict was irreconcilable, and thus he felt no hesitation in mocking Luo Gang. With Wei Shuyan present, Luo Gang dared not express any dissatisfaction. The thrill of wielding such leverage was undeniably exhilarating. What Director Lin said is indeed true. I was merely concerned for you, but my approach may have been overly intense that I hope you can understand. Director Lin, Luo Gang awkwardly added, Oh, Director Luo, you needn't be so modest. You will forever be my esteemed leader, and there are many areas in which I must learn from you. Lin Fei responded with a smile. Lin Fei, now that the matter is settled, please come to my office for a work report. Wei Shuyan waved her hand at Lin Fei. Certainly, Secretary Wei. Lin Fei promptly followed her to her office. The onlookers, having witnessed the exchange, began to disperse and return to their respective duties. Bang! In his office, Luo Gang, seething with anger, struck the wall with his fist. Damn it! Lin Fei, you wretched brat. You have someone backing you. And I've let it slide, but if I catch you by the tail, I will not let this go. Luo Gang fumed, veins bulging on his forehead. Earlier, due to Wei Shuyan's presence, Luo Gang had been compelled to relent. He could see clearly that Wei Shuyan was deliberately favoring Lin Fei for why she had chosen to do so. Luo Gang was uncertain. All he knew was that Wei Shuyan was now Lin Fei's protector. As Lin Fei fell under his jurisdiction, Luo Gang felt utterly powerless, which infuriated him further. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became, prompting him to leave his office and head towards the office of Zhang Yanhua, the acting county party secretary and county mayor. Luo Gang was an ally of Zhang Yanhua, and he could not afford to remain passive. He needed to curry favor with Zhang Yanhua and leverage his influence to deal with Lin Fei. While Lin Fei's support came from Wei Shuyan, Luo Gang's support lay with Zhang Yanhua. Zhang Yanhua, a senior official at the department level, currently served as both the acting county party secretary and county mayor, holding significant power and influence, surpassing that of Wei Shuyan, that if he could win Zhang Yanhua over, Luo Gang would immediately seek to use his power for revenge against Lin Fei. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at Zhang Yanhua's office, Luo Gang gently tapped on the door. Who is it? Zhang Yanhua inquired softly. Secretary Zhang. It's me, Luo Gang. Luo Gang quickly replied at Director Luo, please come in, Zhang Yanhua said warmly. Luo Gang promptly opened the door and entered Zhang Yanhua's office. Shutting the door behind him, Oh, you need something? Zhang Yanhua asked. Secretary Zhang, I have a report to share with you. Luo Gang stated. Director Luo, please refrain from calling me that. I am not yet the county party secretary of Baiyun County. Zhang Yanhua responded. But Secretary Zhang, you are the acting county party secretary now, and it is only a matter of time before you become the official county party secretary of Baiyun County. I am merely preemptively celebrating your forthcoming appointment, Luo Gang asserted. Ha! Zhang Yanhua laughed heartily. Flattered by Luo Gang's flattery, he felt quite pleased. Zhang Yanhua had been the mayor of Baiyun County for nearly 5 years, and his greatest ambition was to become the county party secretary. Both the county party secretary and the county mayor are senior officials, yet the former wields more authority than the latter. The county party secretary oversees the party and personnel, while the county mayor manages the economy and finances. In theory, both positions seem equivalent, but in practice, the power of the county party secretary far surpasses that of the mayor. Becoming the county party secretary means becoming the leader of the county, even likened to a local emperor. Following the untimely demise of county party secretary Xiao Tianli, Zhang Yinhua found himself with a significant opportunity. As the acting county party secretary, he was likely to gain recognition from the provincial organization department, leading to an official appointment as the county party secretary of Baiyun County to secure this position. Zhang Yinhua had been actively engaging with relevant leaders both at the municipal and provincial levels. The appointment of county party secretaries is not directly controlled by the municipal organization department. Rather, the city can only make suggestions and draft talent plans, with the ultimate appointment resting with the provincial organization department. This is due to the fact that county party secretaries are provincial-level officials, while county mayors are managed by the municipal organization department. Point 1 might wonder why county party secretaries are under provincial jurisdiction despite being at the same administrative level as county mayors. This has deep-rooted historical and political reasons. As the national political system has evolved, the role of county party secretaries has become crucial in the local political landscape. As the leaders of local governance, county party secretaries bear immense responsibilities and have profound impacts. They serve as the highest party officials within county-level administrative regions, implementing and leading the party's policies and directives. Consequently, the capabilities and competencies of county party secretaries directly influence local development and stability. Traditionally, the management of county party secretaries has been primarily local. However, this has shifted towards provincial management, meaning that the selection, appointment, evaluation, and supervision of county party secretaries are now overseen by the provincial organization department. This shift reflects both significant political motivations and practical necessities. Managing county party secretaries at the provincial level enhances party leadership, ensures the unwavering implementation of party policies, optimizes the allocation of human resources, and improves local governance efficiency. Why managing county party secretaries provincially? It becomes easier to align them with local development strategies and enhance coordination among regional resources, thereby achieving more effective outcomes. In summary, the provincial management of county party secretaries represents a crucial reform in the national political system, significantly contributing to the strengthening of party leadership, optimizing human resource allocation, enhancing integrity within the party, and improving local governance. Should one ascend to the position of county party secretary, they will be classified as a provincial-level official, gaining more opportunities for training and networking with provincial leaders, thereby increasing the likelihood of being promoted to deputy mayors of prefecture-level cities or deputy directors of provincial departments. In contrast, for county mayors, direct promotion to deputy department-level officials is exceedingly rare. Additionally, there's an unwritten rule that county party secretaries should not hail from the locality, meaning that the county party secretary of Baiyun County cannot be a native of Baiyun County. Zhang Yinhua, being from an adjacent county, does not count as a local, thus meeting this unspoken criterion. Zhang Yinhua himself felt confident that his elevation to county party secretary was a foregone conclusion, making Luo Gang's flattery particularly gratifying. Director Luo, if I am indeed appointed as county party secretary, your position may also be subject to some adjustments, Zhang Yinhua remarked to Luo Gang. Thank you, Secretary. I am immensely grateful. You are indeed my savior, Luo Gang exclaimed, nearly kneeling before Zhang Yinhua in his excitement. Currently, Luo Gang serves as the deputy director of the county party office, a position at the sub-department level. Zhang Yinhua's suggestion of a reassignment implies a promotion to a full department-level position. For many civil servants in the county, attaining a department-level position is a lifelong aspiration, often only achieved as a courtesy for those nearing retirement. At just over 40, if Luo Gang were to secure a department-level role, he would still have hope for advancement in his career. Secretary, the head of the County Science and Technology Bureau, Director Ma, is retiring in 3 months. I propose we transfer you to the Bureau as the director. What do you think? Of course, you may also choose to become a town mayor instead. Zhang Yinhua inquired. I will heed your arrangements, Secretary, and take the position of Director at the Science and Technology Bureau. IT sounds splendid, and remaining in the county makes it far more convenient for me to report my work to you. Luo Gang immediately replied to Zhang Yinhua. Internally, Luo Gang could hardly contain his excitement. He was resolutely determined to accept the role of Director at the Science and Technology Bureau, as the Director. Not only would he hold the rank of a regular section chief, but he would also serve as the head of the bureau, as in the county, the director often concurrently holds the position of the party secretary. Should he take a position as a town mayor in the lower tiers, he would merely be the deputy head of that town, which would be less advantageous for his future growth. He planned to serve as the director of the Science and Technology Bureau for 2 years, then be transferred to a prosperous town as the party secretary, and after another 2 years, he might even vie for the position of deputy county head. Luo Gang had a very clear career plan. He aspired to hold a significant office, to ascend the ranks of the bureaucracy. His motto was that a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. Once I become the county party secretary, I will promptly promote you to the position of director at the Science and Technology Bureau. Zhang Yanhua promised Luo Gang. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. By the way, will you be home this weekend? I'd like to visit you. I heard you enjoy playing Go. I have recently taken an interest in it as well. I even watched the ancient Go manual Meng Ru Shanji. Shall we play a few games together? Luo Gang inquired of Zhang Yanhua. Certainly. Come over to my house this weekend, and I'll have my wife prepare some refreshments. And we can enjoy a couple of drinks. Zhang Yanhua nodded in agreement. He was aware of Luo Gang's true intentions behind the invitation to play Go. It was merely a pretext that, in reality. Luo Gang sought to seize this opportunity to present gifts to Zhang Yanhua. He could not visit Zhang Yanhua empty-handed. He ought to bring along some cigarettes, liquor, or tea. Perhaps he could discreetly slip in some cash as well. Luo Gang felt elated that Zhang Yanhua had acquiesced. He would be a guest at the home of the county's top official. What an immense honor that would be when visiting Zhang Yanhua. Luo Gang was certainly determined to show his gratitude and contribute something substantial. He was willing to invest in this relationship. That in the political arena, many are eager to give gifts, often unafraid to make significant contributions. Yet many find themselves constrained by a lack of connections, unable to present their gifts or money. Opportunities to offer gifts or cash are coveted by many. Luo Gang's current aim was to cultivate a favorable relationship with Zhang Yanhua. Once he had successfully gifted Zhang Yanhua, his ascension to the role of county director of the Science and Technology Bureau would be a foregone conclusion. Luo Gang sensed that his fortunes were finally turning. After years of serving as the deputy director of the county party office, he had finally emerged from the shadows. The discontent brought on by Wei Xian and Lin Fei's prior suppression dissipated. Luo Gang began to strategize. Once he became the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, his power and connections would only grow, and he would seek opportunities to settle scores with Lin Fei. Both Zhang Yanhua and Luo Gang were inwardly calculating their own gains. Zhang Yanhua then asked Luo Gang, "Director Luo, you mentioned wanting to report something to me. What is it?" "Secretary, this morning, Lin Fei arrived at work half an hour late. As the deputy director of the county party office, I, being his direct supervisor, expressed my concern and reprimanded him. Yet, Lin Fei retorted audaciously, and it was only when Secretary Wei intervened that I was unable to say more." Luo Gang promptly responded. Luo Gang was bold enough to mention Wei Shuiyan in front of Zhang Yanhua, knowing their relationship was strained. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Yanhua remarked, "Is that so? Lin Fei has indeed overstepped. Nevertheless, it's a minor issue. Don't dwell on it." Lin Fei was originally Secretary Xiao Tianli's aide and was supposed to be demoted to the Blackwater Town logging station. Who would have guessed he suddenly latched onto a city leader, which led to his reassignment as the head of the secretary section in the county party office? Now, Wei Shuiyan is attempting to recruit Lin Fei to her side, even hoping to mold him into her formidable weapon. Once I become the county party secretary, I intend to rearrange Lin Fei's position. I cannot allow a key department like the county party office to be filled with Wei Shuiyan's people. Wei Shuiyan harbors great ambitions. She aspires to be the county mayor. Once she achieves that, she will undoubtedly seek to promote Lin Fei. Without my approval as county party secretary, how could she elevate him? She must recognize who holds the true power in Baiyun County. You truly are insightful, Secretary. Your political acumen and strategic foresight command my admiration, that I still have much to learn from you. Compared to you, I feel rather immature. Luo Gang promptly praised Zhang Yanhua, showering him with flattery that my intention to promote you to the position of director at the Science and Technology Bureau is also based on this consideration. By occupying the top position there for a few years, you will gain experience in handling various matters, and your political wisdom will naturally mature, Zhang Yanhua stated to Luo Gang. Thank you for your guidance. Secretary, Luo Gang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 45. I want you to be a wolf dog in Wei Shuyan's office. She beckoned. Shaolin, come here and take a seat. She gestured to the chair before her. Lin Fei sat across from Wei Shuyan, his gaze leveling with her enchanting face and her ample bosom. Today, Wei Shuyan wore a light-colored blouse that accentuated her stunning figure exquisitely. Lin Fei could not help but swallow hard. Do you find it appealing? Wei Shuyan raised an eyebrow at Lin Fei and inquired. Indeed, Lin Fei nodded, responding honestly. Would you like to find an opportunity for me to show you without my clothes? Wei Shuyan asked Lin Fei provocatively. Secretary Wei, please don't jest. Lin Fei hastily averted his gaze. Wei Shuyan's joke was indeed rather bold. Lin Fei, at that moment, dared not answer such a loaded question. Humph, coward, Wei Shuyan pouted, her demeanor shifting from that of a powerful female leader to one of a playful woman. Lin Fei remained silent, not daring to engage further. He was merely a man with lustful thoughts, but lacking the courage to act on them. Wei Shuyan silently mocked him in her mind. Then she shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Shaolin, you were too impulsive in your earlier altercation with Luo Gang. This is the county party and government compound. Arguing with him here does not play to your advantage. You are merely the head of the secretary section, while Luo Gang is the deputy director of the county party office, in terms of authority and jurisdiction. He holds the upper hand. Had I not intervened, you would have found it difficult to navigate the situation. Wei Shuyan spoke earnestly to Lin Fei. Yes, Lin Fei gently nodded, his gaze returning to Wei Shuyan. Thank you for your timely intervention, Secretary Wei. Today, I must admit, I acted rashly. I can hardly tolerate Luo Gang, that I have a feeling that a significant confrontation between us is inevitable. For now, you must exercise restraint. He is still your superior. Once I become the county mayor, I will promote you to the deputy director of the county government office. At that point, you will no longer be in the same department as Luo Gang, and you will rise to the same level as him, that he will then have no leverage over you. Wei Shuyan began to paint a promising future for Lin Fei. In truth, Wei Shuyan was not merely making empty promises. Her words stemmed from genuine intentions, that if she were to become the county mayor, she would undoubtedly promote Lin Fei to the deputy director of the county government office, as he was her ally. Their bond was exceptionally close, even sharing a bed together. Although nothing substantial had occurred between them, the intimacy of sleeping side by side was unmatched by any outsider. Wei Shuyan sometimes contemplated the idea of taking Lin Fei as her own, thinking, since he is single and quite handsome, perhaps I should just make him mine. Perhaps marrying him would not be such a bad idea. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that it was not the right time. If she acted on such thoughts now, her political rivals, like Fu Tao, would seize the opportunity to criticize her lifestyle choices, putting her in a precarious position. If she were to embrace Lin Fei, it would have to wait until she secured the position of county mayor. Lin Fei had no inkling that Wei Shuyan harbored such intentions. If he were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly find himself both amused and perplexed, unsure of how to respond. Should she indeed make such an excessive request, he would be caught in a dilemma, whether to consent or refuse. Agreeing would seem to compromise his principles, while refusing could hinder his progress. Secretary Wei, I hope you achieve your goal of becoming county mayor soon. With you as my support, I too shall find shelter beneath your grand shade. Lin Fei gazed at Wei Shuyan and smiled as he spoke. Wei Shuyan, I will speak candidly. You are aware that I am not a local of Baiyun County either. I merely arrived here earlier than Xiao Tianli. Although Baiyun County is small, its political landscape is intricate. In this modest county of several 100,000 inhabitants, there are at least 5 prominent political families, with countless smaller factions scattered throughout. As an outsider, establishing a firm foothold in Baiyun County is indeed a formidable challenge. Should I ascend to the position of county magistrate, I will undoubtedly face significant opposition, with various political factions attempting to undermine my efforts. Therefore, I aspire to form a loyal inner circle. Do you understand my intentions? Wei Shuyan continued to inquire of Lin Fei. I comprehend. Lin Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the veracity of Wei Shuyan's observations, having served as a civil servant in Baiyun County for several years. He had gained considerable insight into the political families, factions, and the overt and covert power struggles at play. I intend to establish a loyal inner circle, and you are my first choice for this endeavor. Once I become the county magistrate, I will promote you to the deputy director of the county government office. At that time, I will delegate a portion of my authority to you, making you my trusted confidant. Your power will surpass even that of the office director, that I will subsequently seek an opportunity to remove the office director, and after 2 years as deputy director, I will elevate you to the position of office director, thereby positioning you as the true core of the county government and the second in command. Wei Shuyan promised Lin Fei. Thank you, Secretary Wei, for your support. Your kindness inspires me, and I am determined not to disappoint your expectations. I will strive to be an excellent assistant. Lin Fei affirmed. No, being merely my assistant is insufficient, Wei Shuyan stated. Lin Fei was taken aback. What did Wei Shuyan mean? Was she expecting more from him? Could it be that she desired him to be her little wolf dog? Oh my, if she makes excessive demands of me, how shall I manage? Lin Fei, let me be clear. I want you to be my wolf dog, Wei Shuyan declared. Lin Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seriously? You genuinely want me to be your little wolf dog? Oh no, I suspected as much. This Wei Shuyan harbors some ulterior motives towards me. What are you laughing at? Is this amusing? Wei Shuyan inquired, puzzled by Lin Fei's sudden mirth. Secretary Wei, are we progressing a bit too quickly in our relationship? Lin Fei asked awkwardly. What do you mean by too quickly? Wei Shuyan replied, inadvertently puffing out her chest, swallowing hard at the sight of Wei Shuyan's impressive figure. Lin Fei stammered, Secretary Wei, you're asking me to be your little wolf dog. Does that not imply a rapid progression? I acknowledge that you are quite attractive and youthful, so if you have such thoughts, it is understandable. However, making such a request feels like taking advantage of my lesser power. If I were to comply, it would feel somewhat coerced. Lin Fei expressed his discomfort. Wolf dog? Wei Shuyan paused, her cheeks flushing as she grasped Lin Fei's implication. Indeed, did you not say you wanted to be my little wolf dog? Are you implying that you are attracted to my femininity? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I would strike you? Wei Shuyan retorted, her expression turning serious as she clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Secretary Wei, you do not mean that. Do you? You truly want me to be your little wolf dog? Lin Fei asked, bewildered. Of course not. I mean for you to be my wolf dog, not a little one. The distinction is significant, Wei Shuyan clarified, regaining her composure. Oh, Secretary Wei, what do you truly mean? I am somewhat dim-witted and do not fully grasp. Lin Fei remarked, observing her intently, that I want you to be my wolf dog, which means you must become my weapon, a sharp blade. Do you understand? Wei Shuyan elucidated. You mean I should assist you with various tasks, even taking the blame when necessary? Lin Fei inquired. Exactly. You are quite perceptive. You are indeed teachable, Wei Shuyan praised, giving Lin Fei a thumbs up. However, rest assured, I will not hastily place the blame on you. If it comes to that, it will be under unavoidable circumstances. Since we are bound together, we are a community of interests. We share both successes and failures. You must understand this principle. As you follow me, if I succeed, you will also thrive. Conversely, if I encounter difficulties, you will undoubtedly face repercussions. I understand. Lin Fei nodded once more, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. In the realm of politics, unless one possesses formidable familial connections, climbing the ranks necessitates finding a powerful ally. Without such backing, achieving prominence is nearly impossible, with only a few fortunate individuals attaining success against the odds. Lin Fei had tasted the hardships of lacking support, having recently been demoted to Heishui Town and subsequently assigned to the Huanghuzai Forest Farm due to the absence of influential allies. Wei Shuyan, as a high-ranking official, spoke candidly and earnestly, sharing genuine political philosophy devoid of subterfuge. Lin Fei, are you willing to be my wolf dog? Wei Shuyan posed a question again. I am willing, Lin Fei responded without hesitation. At this moment, he had no other options in Baiyun County. His sole ally was indeed Wei Shuyan. The actual power in Baiyun County lay with Zhang Yanhua, and it was unthinkable for Lin Fei to rely on him. Given the tumultuous relationship between Zhang Yanhua and the late Xiao Tianli, Lin Fei, once Xiao Tianli's secretary, knew that aligning with Zhang Yanhua would result in distrust and scorn from others. Seizing the opportunity to ally with Wei Shuyan seemed prudent for Lin Fei. "Let us cooperate joyfully." Wei Shuyan extended her hand toward Lin Fei. He promptly reciprocated, grasping her delicate, soft hand that a jolt of electricity coursed through Lin Fei as he held Wei Shuyan's fair palm. And she felt a flutter in her heart as well. "Are you not going to let go?" Wei Shuyan teased, winking at Lin Fei, who hesitated to release her hand at, "My apologies, Secretary Wei." Lin Fei quickly withdrew his grip. After a moment, he added, "Secretary Wei, there is something I wish to mention, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." "Feel free to speak," Wei Shuyan encouraged. "You appear to be in need of rest. Your health seems somewhat compromised. You may be experiencing insomnia and irregularities, which, while minor, should not be overlooked, and I hope you will take care of yourself and rest well at night, as health is the foundation of all endeavors." Lin Fei advised. "Really?" Wei Shuyan was taken aback, her heart racing. "How did you know?" she asked, acknowledging the truth in Lin Fei's words that my grandfather is an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Growing up, I accompanied him, absorbing knowledge from his practice and learning to feel pulses, Lin Fei explained. "Impressive," Wei Shuyan exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. Lin Fei's ability to discern her recent health issues from merely a handshake indicated a profound understanding of traditional medicine, far beyond mere superficial knowledge. "Secretary Wei, you truly must prioritize your health," Lin Fei advised. "Thank you that I have seen a doctor, obtained traditional Chinese medicine, and am currently preparing and consuming the herbal concoction. Over the past few days, I have also tried my utmost to maintain an early bedtime and rise early." Wei Shuyan responded, "Indeed, you must also remember to drink less alcohol. It would be best to avoid it altogether." Lin Fei remarked, "Navigating the bureaucratic landscape without indulging in alcohol is indeed quite challenging. That I in certain necessary occasions and private dining gatherings. Abstaining from alcoholic beverages makes it nearly impossible to blend in." Lin Fei spent approximately an hour conversing with Wei Shuyan in her office before she had to depart for a research assignment with the County Women's Federation. It was only then that Lin Fei left her office and returned to his own workspace. At noon, he called upon Han Ryun, Han Lin, and Zhang Hao to accompany him to the cafeteria for lunch. "Director Lin, are you free this afternoon?" After finishing their meal and exiting the cafeteria, Hong Jiao from the county government office approached Lin Fei with a cheerful smile. Greeting him warmly, "I am indeed available," Lin Fei replied, uncertain of Hong Jiao's intentions. "How about we take a stroll in Baiyun Park?" Hong Jiao suggested. "Stroll?" Lin Fei was taken aback. What does she mean by inviting me for a walk in the middle of the day? "Director Lin, if it's inconvenient for you, that is perfectly fine. I merely wish to take a walk to aid digestion and, while at it, seek your guidance on some work-related matters." Hong Jiao continued to smile at him. "What would you like to consult me on? You're a part of the county government office, while I am with the county party committee office. Our work is quite distinct," Lin Fei responded, somewhat bemused. In truth, Lin Fei had a faint sense that Hong Jiao harbored some feelings for him, perhaps even a liking. Last year, during a training program for grassroots department officials, Lin Fei and Hong Jiao had attended together, with Lin Fei serving as the class leader and Hong Jiao as a group leader. They had engaged in meaningful exchanges during the training and left each other with favorable impressions. However, due to their differing work locations and Lin Fei's previous relationship with Su Qingwei, their private communications had dwindled, now that Hong Jiao had been selected to work in the county government office. They frequently encountered each other in the county party and government building. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that Hong Jiao had no special thoughts about him, with a slight smile revealing her neat white teeth. Hong Jiao said to Lin Fei, "Director Lin, you are our esteemed wordsmith in the agency, and I, now working in the government office, also need to write articles as a master of the written word. I would like to seek your guidance and learn some writing techniques. Please share your wisdom." "Haha, I would call them techniques, but I do possess some experience and insights." Lin Fei chuckled. "Then, does that mean you agree?" Hong Jiao winked at him. "Let us go," Lin Fei replied. "Thank you, Director Lin," Hong Jiao exclaimed, delighted. Together, Lin Fei and Hong Jiao exited the county party and government compound, heading toward Baiyun Park, since it was lunchtime and he had nothing pressing to attend to. Lin Fei felt it was perfectly acceptable to accompany Hong Jiao for a leisurely stroll. Moreover, given that Hong Jiao was a young and attractive woman in the office, it would be rather impolite for him to decline her invitation. If Hong Jiao had been less appealing, Lin Fei would have preferred to return to his office for ANP as they walked out of the compound. Han Rian stomped her foot, pouted, and muttered softly, this fickle man, and I have been so nice to him. Wei Xuyan stood on the balcony outside her office, holding a cup of coffee, and she too spotted Lin Fei and Hong Jiao walking together. This fellow is actually trying to flirt with the young women in the county government office. If I were to promote him to deputy director there, wouldn't he end up charming all the beautiful girls in the office? Wei Xuyan thought, feeling a tinge of discomfort. Oh well, if he wishes to indulge, let him be, as long as it doesn't affect his work and does not hinder him from becoming my fierce wolf dog. After taking a gentle sip of her coffee, she continued to ponder. Baiyun Park, a significant citizen park developed by the county committee and government over the past 2 years, is situated approximately 3 kilometers from the county committee and government offices. Lin Fei and Hong Jiao took a taxi, paying the starting fare upon arriving at the park entrance, and then they entered Baiyun Park to stroll leisurely as Lin Fei admired the flowers, trees, and pavilions in the park. He was reminded of the late Secretary Xiao Tianli. Secretary Xiao had placed great importance on the development of Baiyun Park, overseeing this major project, and Lin Fei had often accompanied him to inspect the construction progress. Now that Secretary Xiao was gone, it truly felt like a world irrevocably changed. While walking along the forested paths in Baiyun Park, the chirping of birds filled the air, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness that enveloped them both. Hong Jiao gazed at Lin Fei with her sparkling eyes and, after a brief pause, spoke. Director Lin, today I wish to draft an economic planning document for the industrial park, but I'm uncertain how to begin. I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Lin Fei looked at Hong Jiao and replied, what materials do you have? What data supports your document? You should prepare your materials first before considering how to start. I have the overall economic data for the industrial park, along with data reports submitted by various enterprises and relevant introductions for each company. Hong Jiao responded. These enterprises, if they are state-owned, tend to report only positive information. The data from private enterprises may be more authentic, but one must also guard against falsified data and tax evasion. That, of course, tax evasion falls under the purview of tax audits, which is not our concern. For now, you should organize this data and promotional material, ensuring it is clear and truthful. Extract the usable information from these enterprises' promotional content, and you will have completed the initial screening of your materials. Understood. Hong Jiao nodded earnestly, genuinely absorbing Lin Fei's insights. After the initial screening, we will draft the first version of the document. The most crucial aspect of this draft is not the details, but rather the framework. You must consider the content we intend to write, where to begin, what the overall content will encompass, what specific points to detail, and finally, what the concluding remarks will be. All of this should be mentally mapped out before you begin writing. Only when adequately prepared should you commence. That sounds excellent, Director Lin. Your advice has given me clarity. Hong Jiao nodded vigorously. Following this approach, once the first draft is completed, refine it, modify the details, polish the language, identify and correct any errors, and finally, adjust the formatting to meet our agency's standards before printing it for submission to the supervising leader for review. After their feedback, it will then be presented to the higher authorities for inspection. Of course, when drafting these materials, 3 aspects must be prioritized. First, political sensitivity is paramount. The written content may not be flawless, but it must not contain any political errors. Any misalignment in political stance can lead to significant issues, potentially resulting in disciplinary action. Second, it is crucial to understand the preferences of leadership. You can study the materials produced by the county government office over the past 6 months to grasp the preferred style of the leaders. Third, attention to detail is essential. Avoid colloquial language. Instead, employ formal written language, frequently incorporating political viewpoints and notable phrases from the central and provincial leadership, including quotes for national leaders that should be readily recalled. Lin Fei remarked thoughtfully as he looked at Hong Jiao. All right, Director Lin, you truly are a master of words and a materials expert. Initially, I had no direction. My thoughts were chaotic, but thanks to your guidance, My ideas are now remarkably cleared. I will begin drafting this afternoon. That I sincerely appreciate your help. With your advice, I will adapt swiftly to this new role. Hong Jiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She realized that Lin Fei's methods and techniques were not vague platitudes, but were instead grounded in substantial content and practicality. His insights encompassed broad directions along with specific operational details, exhibiting both theoretical depth and policy acumen. Not at all. You are a young colleague. Your dedication and eagerness to learn warrant my assistance. Lin Fei replied humbly. Director Lin, you are far too modest. You are quite youthful yourself, only a few years older than I am. Your youth is accompanied by rich experience and strong professional competence. You will always be my role model, the benchmark I strive to reach, my guiding light in life, and my direction in pursuit, Hong Jiao said with a playful smile. Haha, you claim to be unsure about writing materials. Yet you are clearly articulate and persuasive, speaking so confidently. Lin Fei laughed heartily that I am not just a young colleague. Hong Jiao straightened her chest. Chapter 48. How can I live without you? Lin Fei and Hong Jiao continued their leisurely stroll along the edge of the small lake in Baiyun Park. Their discussions regarding materials had nearly reached a conclusion. Hong Jiao expressed her desire to engage more frequently with Lin Fei, acknowledging that only through communication could one learn, progress, explore depths, and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Lin Fei readily agreed, affirming that he had no objections to more interactions with Hong Jiao, that he pondered that if Wei Xuan were indeed promoted to county mayor and were to appoint him as deputy director of the county government office, then Hong Jiao would effectively become his subordinate. This would undoubtedly present him with even more opportunities for in-depth exchanges with her, should Lin Fei ascend to the position of deputy director. He would certainly prioritize nurturing Hong Jiao's talents. After today's profound conversation, Lin Fei recognized Hong Jiao as a person of great potential. Naturally, if he were to be promoted to the county government office, he would also wish to bring Han Riyun along, ideally elevating her to the position of head of a department within the office. If he could also take Han Lin and Zhang Hao with him, he would do so. Having loyal individuals by his side was paramount. Wei Xuan had cultivated Lin Fei as a protege, and now Lin Fei intended to cultivate his own inner circle. By around 1:30 in the afternoon, they had nearly completed their tour of the main pathways in Baiyun Park. Without needing to verbalize it, both understood that they were heading toward the park's entrance, intending to return to the county committee and government building for work. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Baiyun Park, they encountered someone Lin Fei was keen to avoid, Su Qingyue. That he spotted Su Qingyue alongside her close friend Zhao Xiaohong. Zhao Xiaohong, also a teacher at County No. 1 High School, had entered the institution with Su Qingyue, and the two shared an inseparable bond. Lin Fei, Su Qingyue's brow furrowed upon seeing him, revealing her displeasure. Lin Fei felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort at the sight of Su Qingyue. Having moved on from her, he instinctively felt repulsed that he chose to ignore her and continued walking with Hong Jiao. Lin Fei, stop right there, Su Qingyue shouted at his retreating figure. Hey, she's calling you to, do you know her? Hong Jiao winked at Lin Fei, my ex-girlfriend, that we broke up just a few days ago. Lin Fei replied to Hong Jiao. Oh. Hong Jiao's eyes widened in realization. Understanding that this was a matter of Lin Fei's past relationships, she refrained from further probing, instead adopting a spectator's attitude. Lin Fei, aren't you going to explain this? Su Qingyue pointed at Hong Jiao and questioned him. I see no reason to. Lin Fei shrugged dismissively, then turned to Su Qingyue, saying, Su Qingyue, we parted amicably. There's nothing more to discuss. That you're just a scumbag. Since we broke up, I've encountered you several times, and each time you're with a different woman. I never imagined you could be so unprincipled. Su Qingyue retorted, her voice filled with anger. You're mistaken. My relationship with Lin Kejong is not what you think. I simply invited him for a stroll to discuss work matters. I was bored during lunch. Hong Jiao quickly clarified to Su Qingyue. Unaware of the emotional entanglements, she feared being misinterpreted and causing Lin Fei trouble. Hong Jiao, it's all right. You don't need to explain so much. That I have no ties with her anymore. Lin Fei reassured Hong Jiao. His primary concern was for Hong Jiao's well-being, while he harbored no regard for Su Qingyue. When Su Qingwei initiated the breakup, she had swiftly moved on to the wealthy Wu Yinzhong. Lin Fei had seen through her pragmatic nature long ago and had long since given up hope. Lin Fei, you're being unreasonable. Is this how you treat a woman? Zhao Xiaohong interjected, stepping forward. Unreasonable? In what way? Lin Fei responded, perplexed. Lin Fei, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending? Do you have any idea how heartbroken Qingwei has been these past few days? She has been longing for you. She even confided in me about your breakup. Now she has realized her mistakes and is apologizing, wanting to reconcile. Why won't you give her another chance? After all, you were together for quite some time. Can't you consider your previous feelings? Zhao Xiaohong pressed on. Ha. A mistake. An apology? I cannot bear her apology, and as for reconciliation, that's out of the question. Lin Fei stated firmly. Enough already. You're acting so childish. Is this what it means to be a man? Zhao Xiaohong raised her voice. Don't use gender to morally bind me. What's wrong with being a man? Should I behave like a doormat? Su Qingwei cheated first, and despite our unresolved relationship, she ran off with Wu Yinzhong. Now that he has discarded her, she seeks reconciliation. Isn't that pathetic? Lin Fei expressed his frustration, unleashing a torrent of words at Zhao Xiaohong. Lin Fei, you're being petty. What if Qingwei made a mistake? It was her first time straying. Everyone makes errors. Do you really have to hold it against her? As a man, shouldn't you have the capacity to forgive? Zhao Xiaohong continued to challenge him loudly. Bravo! Your logic is astounding. I'm truly impressed. So if it's her first time straying, and that's a small mistake, your reasoning is impeccable. Lin Fei replied sarcastically, raising his thumb in mock admiration. Exactly. It was her first time. Why can't you forgive her? Besides, putting facts aside, if Qingwei strayed, doesn't that mean you also bear some responsibility? If you had cared for her enough, she wouldn't have strayed. Instead of reflecting on your shortcomings, you blame the women that I truly disdain you for that. Forget it, Qingwei. It's best to part ways with such a man. There are plenty of men out there. Zhao Xiaohong continued her onslaught against Lin Fei. Impressive. Your argument is truly something. I can't even handle your punches. Lin Fei quipped. Hong Jiao, let us go. He then signaled to Hong Jiao. All right, Lin Kejong. Hong Jiao nodded and quickly followed Lin Fei as they made their way back to the county committee and government compound. With nearly half an hour left until work began, they opted to walk rather than take a taxi, as it was just the right amount of time. Lin Fei, don't leave. Don't leave. How can I live without you? Su Qingwei shouted desperately after Lin Fei's retreating figure. Crazy. Lin Fei muttered under his breath. Chapter 49. Hong Jiao's thoughts. Lin Kejong, your ex-girlfriend is still so devoted to you. Look at her crying her heart out. Are you really not considering giving her another chance? Hong Jiao asked curiously, her tone tinged with gossip. You have no idea of our situation. There is absolutely no chance for us. A shattered wound cannot be healed, Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. Hong Jiao's mouth formed in new surprise. She was genuinely intrigued by Lin Fei's romantic history, but felt too shy to inquire directly. Observing Hong Jiao's inquisitive expression, Lin Fei said, Hong Jiao, you're quite the gossip, aren't you? Do you truly wish to know about my romantic experiences? Hee. Lin Kejong, would you be willing to share? I am quite curious to learn about your relationships. Hong Jiao nodded eagerly. Very well, I don't mind sharing. Lin Fei began recounting his relationship with Su Qingwei, detailing their acquaintance, romance, and the tragic demise of Secretary Xiao Tianli, which led to Su Qingwei's infidelity with Wu Yinzhong. Wu Yinzhong's uncle, Wu Tianhua, had deliberately set Lin Fei up, assigning him to guard the lumber yard at Huangzai. After Su Qingwei was cast aside by Wu Yinzhong, Lin Fei returned to work at the county committee office, only for Su Qingwei to seek him out for reconciliation. As Lin Fei narrated his tumultuous experience with Su Qingwei, Hong Jiao listened intently. That Su teacher is rather pragmatic. She strayed just because of a momentary setback and now wants to reconcile once you're back on your feet. That is utterly unreasonable. As a woman, I look down on her, Hong Jiao remarked. Exactly. Does she think I'm that easy? She cheated on me, and her lover tried to undermine me. How could I possibly reconcile with her? A true man stands tall in the world. Why would I lack a partner? Lin Fei responded coolly. Having gone through his relationship with Su Qingyue, Lin Fei had matured significantly regarding romantic matters. Gaining deeper insights, he understood better that a man must possess either wealth or power. Without either, one cannot retain a woman. With money and power, one is naturally surrounded by beautiful women. Recently, Lin Fei had been interacting with various women. From Deputy Secretary Wei Shuiyan to the present company of Hong Jiao, they all seemed eager to engage with him. What was it that made them all willing to connect with Lin Fei? Lin Fei understood in his heart that Wei Shuiyan was attracted to him because of his connection with Li Changming, the Executive Deputy Director of Municipal Organization Department, AS for Hong Jiao. Perhaps she admired Lin Fei's talents to some extent. If Lin Fei were utterly devoid of achievements and still guarding the forest farm at Huangazai, neither Wei Xun nor Hong Jiao would have any intersection with him. Director Lin, your ex-girlfriend losing you is truly her loss. You are so handsome, so talented, and still so young. With a bright future ahead, she chose to embrace a wealthy second generation when you were at your lowest. That is a classic case of short-sightedness, if it were me. Hong Jiao paused, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. Why am I placing myself in the role of Director Lin's girlfriend? I shouldn't be thinking this way. Although both Director Lin and I are single, he is too exceptional. There is simply no possibility for us. Hong Jiao's heart was in turmoil. Lin Fei, however, remained oblivious to the complexities of Hong Jiao's feelings. He simply smiled faintly and said, "Enough of this. Let's not dwell on such matters. Let us focus on our work and seize the present." Initially, I harbored some resentment towards Su Qingyue for her actions. But I've come to terms with it's better for her to reveal her true colors early on and for me to marry her only to discover her nature later, which would make the cost of divorce considerably higher. Indeed, Director Lin, your perspective is commendable. One must adopt such an open-minded approach to life. Hong Jiao nodded gently. That afternoon, after strolling through the park with Lin Fei and discussing the preparation of materials, Hong Jiao found herself particularly impressed by his talents and work ethic. As they conversed about their romantic experiences, she gained a clearer understanding of Lin Fei's open-mindedness, wisdom, and maturity. Although Lin Fei was merely 2 years her senior, he had already risen to the position of the head of the Secretariat in the County Committee office, making him a notable figure in the political scene of Baiyun County. His maturity and intelligence further endeared him to Hong Jiao. Recently, Hong Jiao had been pressured by her family to marry, with her parents arranging various matchmaking encounters. Unfortunately, the suitors they selected were often less than appealing to her, short, unimpressive individuals that she found unworthy. Her family insisted that these men were stable in their jobs or came from affluent backgrounds and were thus suitable choices for marriage. However, Hong Jiao, being young, successful, and attractive, sought more than just stable employment in a partner. She desired a connection, an attractive and talented youth. Lin Fei, with his charming looks, commendable work ethic, and agreeable personality, captured her heart even more. She longed to break through this barrier of unspoken feelings, but hesitated to express her affections. Clinging to her sense of modesty, in response to Hong Jiao's admiration, Lin Fei merely smiled lightly. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the courtyard of the county committee and returned to their respective workstations. Director Lin, would you like some coffee? My friend brought me some from Yuegua. Han Lin prepared a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Thank you. Lin Fei took a gentle sip, finding the coffee quite pleasant and aromatic. After enjoying the coffee, he immediately immersed himself in his afternoon work. At 3 o'clock, Lin Fei and Hanrian left the office together to attend a meeting. This meeting was presided over by Chun Dingkong, a member of the Standing Committee of the County Committee and the Director of the County Committee office. He had summoned the heads and deputy heads of various departments under the County Committee office for this assembly. Naturally, Luo Gang, the Deputy Director of the County Committee office, was also present. Lin Fei's relationship with Luo Gang had become strained, yet they maintained a facade of cordiality in public. Such meetings were routine for the county government office, where Chun Dingkong would discuss the major policies and directives of the party from the past week, interpret certain documents and meeting spirits from the central government, and relay the directives from the provincial and municipal levels to the county committee for practical implementation. Chen Dingkong also delivered a half-hour lecture on party principles, encouraging everyone to learn from exemplary figures around them. Finally, he remarked, "Comrades, Baiyun County is currently in a politically sensitive period and at a critical juncture in its economic ascent. Each of you is a core strength of the county committee office that we must unite, align our thoughts, and exert our efforts together. Under the strong leadership and guidance of the party and the county committee, we must uphold our posts and perform our duties diligently. We must dare to take responsibility, confront challenges head-on, and demonstrate loyalty to the party while fulfilling our responsibilities to the people, thereby realizing our life's value and living up to the trust of the party and the expectations of the public." "Well said, Comrade Chun," Luo Gang immediately exclaimed, leading the applause that followed. The meeting room echoed with synchronized clapping. As the meeting approached its conclusion, Chun Dingkong announced, "Now we will move to the final segment, where everyone will express their views, report on recent work, and outline their plans moving forward. And if there are any difficulties, please raise them so we can collectively devise solutions." Chun Dingkong then turned his gaze toward Lin Fei and said, "Director Lin, you may begin." All eyes swiftly turned to Lin Fei. Chapter 50. Lin Fei's work plan. By inviting Lin Fei to speak first, Chun Dingkong demonstrated his regard for him. This, in turn, placed Luo Gang in a rather awkward position. As the deputy director of the county committee office, Luo Gang held a deputy section chief rank, while Lin Fei was merely a section chief. While allowing Lin Fei to speak before him, it was evident that Chun Dingkong intentionally signaled Lin Fei's importance. Lin Fei feigned surprise at this honor before addressing the meeting. "Respected Comrade Chun, Director Luo, and fellow colleagues, I will begin that I hope my remarks may serve as a catalyst for discussion, and I welcome any critiques or suggestions for improvement." After a brief pause, Lin Fei continued, "Having recently taken on the role of head of the Secretariat, I must admit my experience is still lacking. I owe my progress largely to the support and trust of Comrade Chun, Director Luo, and other leaders of the county committee, as well as the understanding of my colleagues. Regarding the work of the Secretariat, I have some preliminary thoughts. Currently, from the central to local levels, there is a push for cost reduction and efficiency enhancement, and I believe our Secretariat can also actively pursue this. At this point, Lin Fei paused to quench his dry throat with a sip of tea. Director Lin's suggestion of cost reduction and efficiency enhancement is quite sound. Please continue. Chun Dingkong encouraged, his interest peaked. Lin Fei resumed. In terms of our Secretariat, implementing cost reduction and efficiency enhancement is indeed feasible. For instance, we could promote digital office practices and aim for paperless operations. Not to say we would eliminate all paper, but rather strive to minimize printing costs. Many documents can be edited digitally first, and only finalized versions will be printed for meetings or archiving. Indeed, reducing printing costs is a viable initiative, but what about the digital office aspect? Chen Dingkong inquired further that I envision establishing a comprehensive digital system where electronic documents can be edited and refined directly. This would facilitate remote work, even in emergencies, allowing us to operate from home or while traveling, thus eliminating the need to carry physical documents everywhere, Lin Fei explained. Excellent idea. However, creating this digital system might not be feasible on our own. Hiring an external company would incur substantial expenses, which contradicts our goal of reducing costs. Chen Dingkong acknowledged Lin Fei's proposal while also expressing concern about the financial implications. Indeed, that is a valid point. Although we have colleagues with computer expertise, it is unrealistic to expect us to develop a system ourselves. Lin Fei also felt that undertaking the systematization was indeed quite troublesome. In fact, before Secretary Xiao Tianli's untimely demise, Lin Fei had privately suggested the concept of digital and paperless office operations to him, a notion that Xiao Tianli had readily embraced at the time. Subsequently, during a standing committee meeting of the county committee, the matter was discussed, yet it ultimately became bogged down at the financing stage, leading to the resolution being voted down. Despite its seemingly trivial nature, actual decision-making and implementation proved to be considerably challenging. Such matters could not be resolved unilaterally by the county party secretary. Every significant issue must be deliberated and sanctioned in the standing committee meeting, with final confirmation requiring the signatures of all members. Once the standing committee approved and all signatures were obtained, a concrete work plan would be crafted and a temporary task force would be established. The operational team would then implement the work according to the devised plan. The Standing Committee serves as a collective decision-making body for the county, wielding leadership over political, economic, cultural, educational, scientific, and health-related endeavors. Any matter, big or small, must undergo discussion and resolution within this committee. This system exemplifies the party's principle of democratic centralism, which merges democracy with centralized guidance, in the new journey of comprehensively building a socialist, modernized nation. Advancing the great new project of party construction and ensuring the party's leadership over all work, it is imperative to uphold and effectively utilize democratic centralism. The Standing Committee is a quintessential embodiment of this principle, facilitating a balance of power to prevent the county party secretary from experiencing unchecked authority. However, there are instances where some county party secretaries exhibit overwhelming dominance, rendering the Standing Committee a mere formality, with most members being closely aligned with the secretary, leading to a situation where the secretary's word becomes law. This erosion of democratic centralism can inevitably culminate in issues, often resulting in the downfall of such secretaries, particularly in locales where they fail to maintain proper boundaries. Chun Dingkong surveyed the room and spoke. Comrades, let us pool our wisdom and consider how we can advance digital and paperless office operations. We must achieve genuine cost reduction and efficiency enhancement rather than inadvertently inflating costs due to office reforms. Director Han, I have an idea. Han Rian raised her hand. Please go ahead, Director Han. Chun Dingkong gestured for her to continue. Han Rian proposed, last year, our county established a big data bureau, correct? I believe we can enlist their assistance in addressing this matter, as they possess the requisite expertise. Professional tasks ought to be entrusted to professionals. Indeed, White Cloud County had established a big data bureau last year amidst the backdrop of institutional restructuring and reform. Not only was the Big Data Bureau formed, but the Medical Insurance Bureau was also designated as a separate entity within the county government. And the county's television station and newspaper were consolidated into a new department called the White Cloud County Integrated Media Center. Director Han's suggestion is quite commendable. Engaging the county's Big Data Bureau in this digital office endeavor would be prudent. We can initiate this process within our county committee office as a pilot. Once we establish a successful model, other county departments and townships can follow suit. If we succeed in this initiative, our entire county stands to save a significant amount in office expenses, and should we achieve notable results, we may even garner commendation from the city or province. Chen Dingkong expressed his satisfaction with Han Ruiyun's proposal. Chapter 51. 4 beautiful sisters are coming to White Cloud County ultimately. Chun Dingkong resolved to proceed as per Han Ruiyun's suggestion. He planned to present this matter for discussion at the next Standing Committee meeting. And upon approval, a temporary task force would be swiftly established. Chun Dingkong also decided to appoint Lin Fei as the executive leader of this task force, assigning him the responsibility of overseeing its execution. As for the leadership of the temporary task force, the head would naturally be the acting county party secretary and county mayor, Zhang Yinhua, while the vice head would comprise various standing committee members. The standing committee consists of about 10 members. The acting county party secretary and county mayor, Zhang Yinhua, is naturally a member alongside deputy county party secretary Wei Xuan, the executive vice county mayor Fu Tao, as well as the directors of the county committee office, the propaganda department, the organizational department, the United Front Work Department, the People's Armed Forces Department, the Discipline Inspection Commission, the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. The heads of various county direct agencies, the Industrial Park Party Working Committee, and the Labor Union Chairperson. After the meeting concluded, Lin Fei and Han Run departed the conference room, making their way back to the secretarial office of the county committee. Han Jia, you truly excelled today. Your proposal played a pivotal role. Lin Fei commended Han Run, giving her a thumbs up. Director Lin, I owe it all to following your lead. I've learned a great deal. Han Ruiyan replied with a smile. You're too modest, Han Jia. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly. Upon returning to the office, Lin Fei felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He set down his work notebook and promptly headed to the restroom. Afterward, he casually picked up his phone and noticed several missed calls. Upon checking, he realized that all the missed calls were from Li Jia. Sister Li Jia? Lin Fei was taken aback. He quickly returned her call. Lin Fei, you finally picked up my call? Li Jia's voice came through, tinged with a hint of playful reproach. Sister Li Jia, I apologize. I was in a meeting. Lin Fei explained it, I know. You're quite the busy person now. Li Jia was not upset about Lin Fei's failure to answer. She understood that as the head of the secretarial office, he had a demanding schedule. Sister Li Jia, is there something you need? Lin Fei inquired further. What? If there's nothing, am I not allowed to call you and chat? Li Jia responded playfully to, that's not what I meant. Lin Fei quickly clarified. I'm just teasing you do you have any plans tonight? Li Jia asked, and no special arrangements for tonight. Lin Fei replied, tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have any plans for then either? Li Jia continued her inquiry. Tomorrow, Secretary Wei mentioned inviting me to visit a few factories. Lin Fei said. Wei Xuan had indeed told Lin Fei that morning to accompany her on a visit to several local large factories, which Lin Fei readily agreed to. Working at the county committee, one could hardly expect to enjoy weekends and holidays entirely off. Often, weekends and holidays were consumed by work, such as accompanying leaders on inspections, checking safety protocols, or visiting the community to That complicates things a bit. Li Jia remarked, Sister Li Jia, what exactly is the matter? Perhaps I can help coordinate the timing. Lin Fei offered. Well, originally, when Ting, Shuyao, Xanyan, and I had planned to come to White Cloud County tonight to treat you to dinner as a token of our gratitude and also visit a few local attractions tomorrow. We were hoping you to act as our tour guide. Li Jia explained, ditto. I can coordinate with Secretary Wei about that. I'll see if I can accompany you tomorrow. Lin Fei quickly grasped the situation. Since the four beautiful sisters from the city were coming, he certainly could not overlook them. Cultivating a good relationship with them would be immensely beneficial. Even without considering any potential rewards, simply enjoying a day out with these four lovely ladies would be a delightful experience. All right, you handle the coordination and let me know the outcome. By the way, keep tonight's dinner confidential. Make sure Secretary Wei and the other leaders don't find out that we just want to enjoy a meal together without their presence. It won't be as comfortable otherwise. Li Jia instructed Lin Fei. Understood. Lin Fei agreed. After hanging up with Li Jia, Lin Fei promptly headed to Wei Shuyan's office. Secretary Wei. He approached her with a gentle greeting. Call me Shuyan Jia. Wei Xuan pouted playfully, stretching and puffing out her chest. Whether intentional or not, as she did so, Lin Fei could not help but notice the alluring contours of her figure. Even through her shirt, he found himself genuinely concerned that her fitted blouse might not contain her ample figure. In a work context, let's stick to formal titles. Lin Fei averted his gaze, chuckling as he addressed Wei Xuan. Phew, Wei Xuan smirked, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Fei as she prompted. What's on your mind? Speak up, Secretary Wei. It is as follows. Sister Li Jia just called me, indicating that tomorrow, Saturday, she has arranged for a few close friends to visit the tourist attractions in Baiyun County. She inquired if I would have the time to accompany them and act as their guide. Lin Fei relayed this situation to Wei Xuan. He did not mention the dinner with Li Jia and her friends that evening. You certainly have the time to accompany them. You must go and ensure they have a delightful time. Wei Xuan insisted. But tomorrow, I am supposed to accompany you to survey the factory, aren't I? Lin Fei's gaze remained fixed intently on Wei Xuan as he posed his question. Tomorrow, I will grant you a day off. You need not join me for the factory survey. Let Hanrun accompany me instead. And you must ensure these young ladies are well taken care of and thoroughly pleased, Wei Xuan earnestly advised Lin Fei. All right, Lin Fei affirmed with a nod of determination. He was indeed eager to ensure the happiness of these four beautiful sisters. Lin Fei was already aware of Li Jia's esteemed background. Her father is the executive deputy minister of the Municipal Organization Department, a powerful cadre at the department level. The other three lovely ladies undoubtedly had formidable backgrounds as well, possibly even surpassing Li Jia's. During a previous gathering in Tianhai City, Lin Fei met Li Jia while accompanying Wei Xuan and gleaned a sense of the remarkable origins of the other three, particularly the profound background of Jiang Xiao. This time, Lin Fei's return from the Huangazai forestry farm to the county committee office was fortuitously linked to him having inadvertently rescued these four enchanting women. Initially, he believed that Li Jia's father, Li Changming, had intervened with the Baiyun County leadership to facilitate his transfer. However, Li Jia clarified that while her father did make arrangements, it was delayed. By the time he called, Jiang Xiao had already made her moves, and the Baiyun County Organization Department had acquiesced to her plans. When Lin Fei inquired about Jiang Xiao's background, Li Jia merely smiled and said, "You will come to know in due time," hinting that Jiang Xiao was not from Tianhai City, but rather the provincial capital. And among the four, she possessed the most significant connections, ensuring the happiness of these four beauties indeed promised considerable benefits. Chapter 52. Wu Nianzhong's recklessness upon exiting Wei Shuiyan's office. Lin Fei promptly called Li Jia. "Lin Fei, have you coordinated your schedule?" Li Jia's voice greeted him on the line. "Yes, I have arranged everything. Tomorrow I am free to accompany you as we explore the scenic spots of Baiyun County." Lin Fei replied, "Wonderful. After you finish work this evening, head straight to the Rose Moonlight Hotel.o and make sure to bring your ID. You will be staying at the Rose Moonlight Hotel with us tonight, and we will have dinner there as well," Li Jia instructed. "Understood," Lin Fei agreed. The Rose Moonlight Hotel is the most prestigious five-star hotel in Baiyun County, and Lin Fei had never stayed there before. His previous visits were solely for dining, attending a colleague's wedding, or participating in large investment meetings hosted by the county. As the afternoon wore on, Lin Fei found his thoughts wandering. This evening, he would finally meet the four beautiful sisters, an exciting prospect that filled him with anticipation. At 6 o'clock, he promptly finished work, exited the county committee and government complex, and hailed a taxi to the Rose Moonlight Hotel. Upon arrival, he spotted a Yangwang U8 in the parking lot, immediately recognizing it as Kai Wenting's vehicle. Seeing the car confirmed that the four beautiful sisters had indeed arrived. Just as Lin Fei prepared to call Li Jia, she called him first. "Lin Fei, we just got here not long ago. We've taken our things to the hotel room. Please wait at the front desk, and we'll be down shortly." Li Jia's sweet voice came through. "All right, I'll wait here," Lin Fei replied. After hanging up, he walked toward the entrance of the Rose Moonlight Hotel and stood at the front desk, waiting for the four beautiful sisters. While waiting, Lin Fei suddenly noticed Wu Nianzhong emerging from the elevator, arm around a young woman adorned with tattoos and dyed blonde hair. Upon seeing Wu Nianzhong, Lin Fei frowned. Indeed, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. His ex-girlfriend, Su Qingwei, had once cheated on him with Wu Nianzhong, and now that Su Qingwei had been discarded, Lin Fei bore no ill will. He had long moved on and considered his time with her merely a year wasted. He simply found Wu Nianzhong's debauched demeanor repulsive. However, as long as Wu Nianzhong did not provoke him, Lin Fei chose to ignore him. Wu Nianzhong, having spotted Lin Fei, swaggered over with the tattooed girl in tow, arrogantly pointing at Lin Fei and mocking. "Oh, I sent this our county committee Lin branch chief." "Lin Fei, what brings you here? There are no large meetings scheduled at the county today. What I do here is none of your concern. I owe you a report," Lin Fei retorted coolly. "Lin Fei, it's not that I look down on you, but this place isn't meant for someone like you." Wu Nianzhong continued to belittle him. "This establishment is not your family's property. Why should I not come? My legs are my own. Do I need your permission to be here?" Lin Fei shot back defiantly. "Lin Fei, stop with the bravado. I'm merely stating facts at a high-end venue like this isn't for you, because you can't afford it." Wu Nianzhong asserted that, "Oh, I can't afford it." Lin Fei scoffed. Wu Nianzhong's arrogance was truly blinding. "You, who can hardly afford anything, do you even realize where you are? This is the Rose Moonlight Hotel, Baiyun County's most luxurious five-star establishment. Even discounted rooms start at over 1,000 night, and the cheapest buffet costs over 200 as a lowly civil servant. How could you possibly afford it? Of course, with your salary, you might manage to stay 1 or 2 nights, but what's the point? Why waste your money?" Wu Nianzhong shouted at Lin Fei. His intention was to humiliate Lin Fei and undermine his dignity. "You, Lin Fei, a mere civil servant. Even if you work in a core department like the county committee office, what is so impressive about that? I may not have a stable job, yet my family is wealthy. I can take different women to 5-star hotels every day and live a life of indulgence." Indeed, many onlookers had gathered, eager for entertainment, their eyes drawn to the spectacle. Sensing the crowd, Wu Nianzhong grew even more audacious. Pointing at Lin Fei, "You should just leave. Really, a place like this is beyond your means. There are levels among people. You are at the bottom, while I am at the top." Lin Fei had no interest in engaging with Wu Nianzhong. In his eyes, Wu Yinzhong was merely a clown to tea that moment. He spotted Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao stepping out from the elevator. Sister Li Jia, you've arrived. I'm right here. Lin Fei waved enthusiastically and approached them. Wu Yinzhong and the other onlookers shifted their attention to the four ladies. Wow, what stunning beauties! They're like four celestial maidens. The crowd was captivated by the allure of Li Jia and her companions. How was it possible for them to be so beautiful? If I could win over such lovely ladies, I would be living like a god. Wu Yinzhong licked his lips, momentarily forgetting about the girl beside him. His thoughts were utterly misplaced, as these four ladies were far beyond his reach. Chapter 53. A series of slaps. Lin Fei quickly made his way to the side of Li Jia. Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao. Sister Li Jia, Sister Wenting, Sister Xinyan, Sister Xiao, it's wonderful to see you all. You're even more beautiful than I remembered. Lin Fei greeted the four enchanting women with a smile. They were all delighted. Their visit to Baiyun County was primarily for Lin Fei. How remarkable it was that this lowly civil servant could be acquainted with such four exquisite beauties. Wu Yinzhong, upon witnessing the scene, was seething with rage. He hastily discarded the young girl beside him and strode towards Li Jia and her companions, greeting the four enchanting ladies with, "Greetings, beauties. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Yinzhong, heir to a coal mining empire with a family fortune exceeding 100 million. That should you choose to be with me, I assure you, you will want for nothing. I shall indulge you in the finest luxuries." Li Jia and her companions were momentarily taken aback. What sort of lunatic is this? Lin Fei fumed with indignation. Wu Yinzhong, you need to leave. Far away. Li Jia and the others are not someone you can provoke. Lin Fei scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Yinzhong. You should be the one to scram. Keep flapping your gums, and I'll make you regret it. Wu Yinzhong retorted, his fury palpable. Get lost, Lin Fei shouted back at him. You're re-asking for trouble. In a fit of rage, Wu Yinzhong swung a punch at Lin Fei. Slap. Lin Fei was quicker, delivering a resounding slap to Wu Yinzhong's face, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. Wu Yinzhong, accustomed to a life of indulgence, was no match for Lin Fei, who had honed his physique through years of hard work in the countryside. In a genuine altercation, 2 or 3 Wu Niantongs could not stand against Lin Fei. Lin Fei, how dare you strike me? You will pay dearly for this, Wu Yinzhong shouted, clutching his face in anger. Just then, Li Jia delivered a stinging slap to Wu Yinzhong's face, leaving him bewildered. Slap, slap, slap. Immediately after, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao followed suit, each landing a resounding slap on Wu Yinzhong. How dare you insult my brother Lin Fei? You are doomed. Li Jia glared fiercely at Wu Yinzhong. You're seeking your own demise by treating my brother Lin Fei this way. Kai Wenting added, her expression fierce. Apologize to my brother Lin Fei at once. Yi Xinyan and Jiang Xiao also shook their small fists, their faces flushed with anger. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with envy for Lin Fei. He quickly positioned himself in front of Li Jia and her friends, ready to defend them should Wu Yinzhong dare to retaliate. Fortunately, Wu Yinzhong was intimidated by the overwhelming presence of the four ladies and refrained from further aggression. Yet Wu Yinzhong was still incensed. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Having been slapped by Lin Fei and the four beautiful women, he felt utterly disgraced. Lin Fei, you will regret this. I promise you. Wu Yinzhong bellowed. Slap. Lin Fei, without hesitation, delivered another slap, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on Wu Yinzhong's face. Wu Yinzhong, keep your mouth clean. If you dare to insult my family again, I will ensure you leave this place missing teeth and unrecognizable. Lin Fei, who is this loathsome trash? What is your history with him? Li Jia inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, it's not so much a history as it is an annoyance. My ex-girlfriend became involved with him. And now that he has discarded her, he seeks to provoke me at every opportunity to flaunt his superiority. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. Flaunt superiority? What superiority does he possess? Simply because he is a wealthy heir. Li Jia questioned. Indeed. Lin Fei nodded slightly. Did he not just introduce himself? He is a rich second generation with a family engaged in mining. Indeed, I'm a super affluent heir. My name is Wu Yinzhong, owner of a mining business with assets exceeding 100 million that you ladies have struck me, and I am quite displeased. The consequences will be severe unless you agree to be my companions and accompany me to a hotel for some intimate endeavors. Wu Yinzhong reiterated, attempting to showcase his arrogance. Insanity. The four women glared icily at him. Wu Yinzhong. A mining enterprise? In Baiyun County. A mining business owned by someone with the surname Wu? Kai Wenting murmured, suddenly recalling something. She swiftly posed a question to Wu Yinzhong. Is your family behind Tianxiang Mining Company? Indeed, Tianxiang Mining Company is my family's enterprise. My father, Wu Tianxiang, is the chairman, Wu Yinzhong proclaimed with pride. After a brief pause, he added, since you are aware of my background, you must realize that Tianxiang Mining Company is quite reputable. Having struck me, you should now comply and agree to be my companion. Are you out of your mind? Kai Wenting retorted sharply. She then produced her phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. The call connected, and Kai Wenting spoke. Father, is Tianxiang Mining Company in Baiyun County seeking financing? Is Chairman Wu Tianxiang looking to borrow money to navigate a crisis? Yes, that is indeed the case. I am currently contemplating this matter, her father responded. Father, you should either deny them the loan and let Tianxiang Mining Company fend for itself, or purchase the entire company at a low price, Kai Wenting suggested decisively. Why do you say that? Her father inquired, intrigued. I am presently in Baiyun County, and Wu Tianxiang's son has caused me some trouble. He brazenly demanded that I become his companion. Kai Wenting explained, Oh, I understand now. Anyone who dares to provoke my precious daughter is courting disaster. I know how to proceed, her father declared resolutely. Thank you. Father, Kai Wenting exclaimed joyously as she ended the call and tucked her phone away. You truly amuse me. You believe that a mere phone call can lead to the acquisition of my family's mining company? Dream on, Wu Yinzhong laughed maniacally, filled with arrogance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Wu Yinzhong's phone vibrated. He retrieved it, only to find that it was a call from his father, Wu Tianxiang. Chapter 54. The daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group, Wu Yinzhong immediately answered the call, placing the phone to his ear and saying, Father, this is your son. Shut your mouth. Wu Tianxiang exploded with fury. Father, what is the matter? Why are you so upset? Is it due to issues with Aunt Li? Wu Yinzhong inquired, aware of his father's extramarital affair with a woman named Li, around 50 years of age. Shut your mouth. Have you offended someone? All you do is stir up trouble. You've created a significant problem for me, and I could strangle you for this. I should have ensured you were never born during that moment with your mother. Wu Tianxiang scolded relentlessly. Father, what is happening? I have not offended anyone, Wu Yinzhong protested. Feeling wronged. Offended anyone. If you haven't tea, then why is Xiangshan Group in Tianhai City unwilling to lend me money? They just contacted me to inform me they will not finance me, and they're considering a low-price acquisition of Tianxiang Mining Group. Wu Tianxiang questioned, his tone filled with urgency. Father, I know nothing of your business dealings. Why would Xiangshan Group behave this way? How is this my concern? Wu Yinzhong lamented, feeling helpless. Enough of your excuses. Xiangshan Group has made it clear that you have offended the chairman's daughter. Wu Tianxiang stated, What? I offended the chairman's daughter of Xiangshan Group? Wu Yinzhong was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he glanced at Kai Wenting. Indeed, my father is the chairman of Xiangshan Group, Kai Wenting stated calmly, her demeanor unshaken. Wu Yinzhong felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could not fathom that this beautiful woman before him was the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. He had initially thought her phone call was mere bravado. Unaware that she was entirely serious, Wu Yinzhong, you foolish wastrel. Where are you right now? What is happening? You must clarify this at once. Wu Tianxiang demanded anxiously. Father, I am at the Rose Moonlight Hotel. I inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with the chairman's daughter of Xiangshan Group. I did not expect them to be so petty as to take such a small misunderstanding so seriously, Wu Yinzhong explained. Shut your mouth. What misunderstanding? You have offended the chairman's daughter of Xiangshan Group. Are you seeking your own demise? If you wish to perish, that is your affair, but do not implicate me or Tianxiang Mining. Wu Tianxiang was in a state of despair as he addressed Wu Yinzhong, quickly. Apologize to the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. Wait for me. I will come right away. I too wish to personally apologize to her. Wen Yinzhong, blushing, turned to Kai Wenting and stammered, "Beautiful lady. I sincerely apologized. I had no idea you were the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. I was blind to your true identity and have caused you offense. Please, convey my regrets to your father and ask him not to acquire my family's mining company at a low price. We are in dire need of financial assistance." What? This plot twist is too sudden. It turned out that this enchanting lady was indeed of significant stature, a wealthy second-generation heir from this county, who had unwittingly found herself in a precarious situation. His attempt to show off had led to trouble, and such a wealthy heir, lacking in education, was bound to squander the fortune accumulated by their forebears. Onlookers, having grasped the situation, began to murmur amongst themselves. Lin Fei felt a sudden shock. He had not anticipated Kai Wenting's illustrious background. Her father was the chairman of Xiangshan Group. Lin Fei was well aware that Xiangshan Group was among the top 5 conglomerates in Tian'an City, with an annual output value exceeding hundreds of billions. Xiangshan Group was not merely a prominent enterprise in Tian'an City. It was a formidable player throughout the entire province. In contrast, Wen Yinzhong's family, while wealthy in Baiyun County, was utterly insignificant compared to a titan like Xiangshan Group. Wen Yinzhong had truly brought this misfortune upon himself by offending Kai Wenting. Humph. Kai Wenting scoffed coldly, clearly uninterested in engaging with Wen Yinzhong. "Lin Fei's brother, let us go. We should have dinner." Kai Wenting declared, "There's no rush. Let us first register Lin Fei's identification card. He will be staying with us tonight." Li Jia interjected. Lin Fei promptly accompanied the 4 beautiful sisters to the hotel front desk, presenting his ID for the young female attendant to input into the registration system for their stay. "Let us proceed to dinner," Li Jia beckoned. Following Li Jia, Lin Fei made his way towards the elevator. Heading to the rooftop restaurant, Yunding, at the Rose Moonlight Hotel, Wen Yinzhong hastily followed. "Lin Fei, I am truly sorry. Please, I beg you to intercede on my behalf. I acknowledge my wrongs and will behave more deferentially in your presence from now on." Wen Yinzhong pleaded desperately. If Lin Fei would only appeal to Kai Wenting on his behalf and persuade her to call her father, the crisis facing Wen Yinzhong's family business would surely dissipate. "Get lost." Lin Fei glared at Wen Yinzhong, clenching his fists as he bellowed, "Do not trouble me again. If you continue to pester me, I will make you regret it." Wen Yinzhong was overwhelmed by Lin Fei's intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Lin Fei and the others entered the elevator, heading towards the Yunding restaurant. "Damn it!" Wen Yinzhong seethed, feeling a surge of rage. "Lin Fei, how dare you maintain such a close relationship with the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group? Why? Why is this happening?" As these thoughts raced through his mind, he felt his emotional state unraveling. Wen Yinzhong promptly dialed Su Qingwei. Upon receiving his call, Su Qingwei felt a flicker of hope. Was it possible that Wen Yinzhong had a change of heart and wished to reconcile? If he sought to reunite, she might consider it, especially since she was currently single. That if she could not have Lin Fei, keeping Wen Yinzhong, a wealthy heir, on the hook would suffice. "Wen Yinzhong, why are you calling me? Do you wish to be together again?" Su Qingwei inquired as she answered the phone. "Oh, hell with you. Su Qingwei, why did you deceive me? Why did you force me into such an embarrassing situation?" Wen Yinzhong retorted indignantly. "When did I ever deceive you? What have I lied about?" Su Qingwei responded, perplexed. "You claim you haven't deceived me. Lin Fei is clearly well-connected, and he has an excellent rapport with the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. How could you say he is merely a small civil servant from the countryside with no background?" Wen Yinzhong challenged. "What? Lin Fei is close with the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. How can that be? I spent a year with Lin Fei, and I was unaware of this." Su Qingwei exclaimed, utterly baffled. "Humph. Right now, Lin Fei is dining at the Yunding restaurant with 4 beautiful women, one of whom is indeed the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. These women are fiercely protective of Lin Fei, and it seems they all hold him in high regard. What is going on? Are you truly oblivious, or are you pretending not to know?" Wen Yinzhong questioned, visibly annoyed. "That I honestly did not know. Had I been aware of Lin Fei's powerful connections, would I have broken up with him? Do you think I, Su Qingwei, am a fool?" Su Qingwei replied. Meanwhile, her emotions were in turmoil. Lin Fei, When did you acquire such a formidable background? Su Qingwei regretted her decision to part ways with him. She genuinely wished to reconcile, but the opportunity had slipped away. Lin Fei would no longer accept her. Fine, I shall speak with you later. My father has arrived. Wu Yinzhong noticed his father, Wu Tianxiang, and his mother, Shen Zhu, entering the hotel that he quickly ended the call with Su Qingwei and approached Wu Tianxiang. Chapter 55, The Upscale Restaurant Dad, Mom. Wu Yinzhong greeted his parents as he approached them. Smack! Wu Tianxiang delivered a sharp slap to Wu Yinzhong's face. Dad, what brings you here? Wu Yinzhong covered his face, looking particularly aggrieved. Today had been exceptionally grim for him. He had been slapped by Lin Fei, then by Lin Fei's companions, and now by his own father. Old Wu, why are you hitting our son? Shen Zhu protested, glaring at Wu Tianxiang. Humph, a spoiling mother breeds a wayward son. This son of yours has been indulged to the point of excess. He merely indulges in pleasure and squanders his inheritance. I have tolerated it, but now he has gone and created a significant problem for me. If this is not resolved, my Tianxiang mining will be doomed, and you can forget about living a comfortable life. We might as well prepare to beg on the streets. Wu Tianxiang replied, his frustration evident. Witnessing Wu Tianxiang's grave demeanor, Shen Zhu was taken aback. Old Wu, are you serious? Is the situation truly that severe? Indeed, it is that serious. Wu Tianxiang raised his voice, addressing both Wu Yinzhong and Shen Zhu. The person he has offended is none other than Kai Xiangshan's daughter, the chairman of Xiangshan Group. Kai Xiangshan is one of the most esteemed entrepreneurs in Tian'an City. A major figure even at the provincial level. The annual output value of Xiangshan Group surpasses hundreds of billions that I have only recently established a connection with the director of the admissions department at Xiangshan Group, hoping to secure a loan for Tianxiang mining to weather this crisis. But now, because of this reckless child, he has gone and offended the chairman's daughter. If this opportunity vanishes, Tianxiang mining may face total ruin. And I currently have no means to resolve the financial crisis. It is that serious. What shall we do? If Xiangshan Group refuses to lend us money, will Tianxiang mining truly perish? Will we really end up begging on the streets? Shen Zhu was deeply worried, fully aware that Wu Yinzhong had indeed escalated the situation. Dad, I understand that I inadvertently offended the chairman's daughter. I acknowledge my mistake, but what has happened. The least we can do is apologize to her, Wu Yinzhong asserted. Yes, indeed. We must hurry and apologize to the chairman's daughter. Shen Zhu concurred. Let us go. I shall personally apologize and hope that Miss Kai grants me this favor. Wu Tianxiang declared the Rose Moonlight Hotel, on the top floor, Yunding Restaurant. Lin Fei, having previously attended a wedding and participated in events at the Rose Moonlight Hotel, had dined on the first floor but had never been to the rooftop restaurant. Yunding. This establishment was not merely a typical restaurant. It was an upscale venue. The average cost for a meal at Yunding exceeded 500 yuan per person, and it was entirely normal for a more lavish dining experience to cost over 1,000. In addition to dining, Yunding offered a variety of leisure activities, including singing, foot massages, fitness, yoga, bowling, and swimming. Before Lin Fei and Su Qingwei had parted ways, she had mentioned how her good friend had found a wealthy boyfriend who took her to Yunding Restaurant for a night of extravagant dining and entertainment. Spending tens of thousands on tea that time, Lin Fei had noticed the unabashed envy in Su Qingwei's eyes. He had dismissed it then, believing it was typical for girls to covet the lifestyles of the affluent. Lin Fei never anticipated that Su Qingwei would be so superficial. When he was still the secretary to the county party secretary, Xiao Tianli, Su Qingwei had chosen to be with him for her personal ambitions and the allure of his position, often engaging in deep conversations with him. However, following the unexpected death of Secretary Xiao, she completely disregarded her feelings and promptly shifted her affections to Wu Yinzhong. Su Qingwei indeed imparted a profound lesson to Lin Fei, marking his perfect graduation from naivety. Now, Lin Fei approaches relationships and perceives issues with greater depth. Accompanied by Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao, Lin Fei entered a lavish private room in the Yunding Restaurant. As he surveyed the upscale environment, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Lin Fei, come, take a seat. Li Jia promptly urged him to sit down. Once Lin Fei settled in, Li Jia quickly took a seat beside him on his left. Kai Wenting, quick-witted, swiftly occupied the space on his right. Oh my, how are you all so fast? I also want to sit next to Lin Fei. Yi Xinyan pouted, displaying her discontent. I too wish to sit next to Lin Fei. Jiang Xiao chimed in. Haha, perhaps if you had acted more swiftly. Li Jia replied, brimming with pride. No, we must switch seats later. I want to be next to Lin Fei. Yi Xinyan insisted, seeing the four beautiful women vying for his attention. Lin Fei found himself both amused and bewildered. When had he become so popular among the fairer sex? He pondered silently, wondering if it was because he had saved their lives that they treated him with such kindness. He recognized that Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao were utterly different from women like Su Qingwei. The latter was truly superficial and myopic, while Li Jia and her friends were genuine, authentic and true to themselves. Lin Fei naturally appreciated their candidness, feeling a sense of mental relaxation in their company. Lin Fei understood the reason behind their authenticity. It was rooted in their favorable backgrounds and well-off families, which had afforded them a broader perspective on life. Having pre-ordered their meal, the arrival of dishes and drinks followed as everyone gathered. When the waiter presented an array of exquisite dishes, Lin Fei was utterly astounded. These were indeed high-end ingredients, various mountain delicacies and seafood, including red-scaled fish from the mountains, large black truffles, deep-sea Australian lobsters, Boston lobsters, deep-sea crabs, giant squid, and wild mushrooms. Lin Fei was enlightened, realizing that even in the small Baiyun County, such luxurious ingredients existed. It seemed that the county concealed numerous wealthy individuals. Otherwise, such an upscale establishment as Yunding Restaurant could not thrive. In addition to the premium ingredients, the beverages were equally extravagant, featuring top-tier imported red wine and decades-old Maodai and Wuliangya. The cost for this meal was not merely 1,000 per person. It could easily soar into the tens of thousands. Incredible. This is truly remarkable. Lin Fei marveled internally. Lin Fei, are you satisfied with the food? This is the best restaurant in Baiyun County. Kai Wenting inquired, looking at him. Absolutely, I am more than satisfied, Wenting. This is far too lavish for me. I would have been content with a simple pot of pickled pork soup. Lin Fei scratched his head, speaking somewhat sheepishly. His remark was half joking, half genuine. He truly relished pickled pork soup, especially with dried beans or radish, which reminded him of his childhood in the countryside when such a dish was considered a culinary delight during festive occasions. The four women chuckled lightly. Lin Fei, this simply won't do. As our savior, we must treat you to the finest as a token of our heartfelt gratitude, Li Jia asserted. Indeed, it must be the best. This is our way of showing you how much we value you. Yi Xinyan added, All right, I appreciate your kindness, ladies. Thank you. Lin Fei smiled in response. Lin Fei, enough chatter. Do you prefer white wine or red wine? Kai Wenting asked. White, please, Lin Fei replied. Maotai or Wuliangya? She continued. Maotai, Lin Fei answered, though he seldom drank Maotai. He was curious to taste this decades-old national liquor. He had previously sampled Maotai on a few occasions with Xiao Tianli during private gatherings, but he had never encountered the age of variety. Great. Then let us all enjoy Maotai. Kai Wenting nodded. In such a high-end venue, there was typically dedicated service for pouring drinks. However, for the sake of privacy, Kai Wenting opted to pour the Maotai herself, decanting it into a wine aerator before filling each person's glass. As Lin Fei inhaled the rich aroma of the aged Maotai, he became entranced by its fragrance. Indeed, this scent is delightful. It is unmistakably a well-aged liquor. He thought to himself, Come, ladies, let us raise our glasses in a toast to our savior, our Lin Fei. Kai Wenting announced, lifting her glass, prompting Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao to do the same. Lin Fei followed suit, and they clinked glasses before taking a sip. Drinking white liquor differs greatly from beer. With white liquor, one savors it slowly, taking small sips, unlike beer, which is often consumed in larger gulps. Lin Fei, are you accustomed to this aged Maotai? Kai Wenting inquired after setting down her glass. I am. It's delicious. Lin Fei nodded gently. Maotai is a sauce-flavored liquor, while Wuliangya is a strong-flavored variant. Maotai tends to be pricier, yet many prefer Wuliangya, often struggling with Maotai's distinctive sauce aroma. Some find the scent of Mao Tai overwhelming, while those accustomed to it relish its unique flavor. Lin Fei was fond of Mao Tai, and this treasured age variety only enhanced his appreciation. Wonderful. Let's raise our glasses for a second toast to Lin Fei. Kai Wenting declared, lifting her glass once more. May Lin Fei's career soar to new heights. Li Jia and the others echoed as they raised their glasses for a second toast. Ladies, you are too kind. I wish you all perpetual youth and beauty. May you remain 18 forever, Lin Fei proclaimed after taking a sip. Lin Fei, you truly have a way with words. Your ex-girlfriend must regret her decision to part ways with you. They laughed. Lin Fei, I adore that sentiment. I also hope to find an 18-year-old with 18 centimeters. Jiang Xiao joked. No need to steer this conversation toward inappropriate territory. Lin Fei chuckled, feeling the light-hearted atmosphere as laughter filled the room. Come, let us toast Lin Fei for a third time. At that moment, Kai Wenting once again lifted her glass in a formal drinking setting. There are certain protocols to observe. It was evident that Lin Fei was the focal point of today's gathering. Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao all circled around Lin Fei, regarding him as the central figure. Consequently, they were toasting him with drinks, beginning with 3 collective toasts before moving on to individual toasts. Once they had finished their third toast and set their glasses down, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the private room. You cannot enter without the permission of our patrons. You must not disturb the guests while they are dining. A waiter was trying to reason with someone outside. I need to get in. I am Wu Tianxiang, the chairman of Tianxiang Mining, that I have important matters to discuss with someone inside. Please be accommodating. Wu Tianxiang addressed the waiter of a Yunding restaurant with a semblance of politeness. His courtesy did not stem from respect for the waiter, but rather from the fact that the owner of the Rose Moonlight Hotel was a significant figure, and Wu Tianxiang was not one to provoke such a person lightly. Thus, he maintained a degree of decorum on their territory. What is happening? Lin Fei and the others could hear the dispute outside. I'll go take a look. Lin Fei stood up and walked to the door of the private room, opening it to find Wu Nianzhong and a middle-aged couple. This couple was none other than Wu Tianxiang and his wife. Shen Zhu, the parents of Wu Nianzhong. What are you doing? We are having dinner inside, and your incessant noise is quite bothersome. Lin Fei could no longer contain his frustration and reprimanded Wu Nianzhong and his parents loudly. My apologies. I am Wu Tianxiang, chairman of Tianxiang Mining Group. Young man, I apologize for disturbing your meal. I've come to find Miss My son has inadvertently upset her, and I wish to personally apologize. Wu Tianxiang immediately put on a conciliatory demeanor towards Lin Fei. Wu Tianxiang's demeanor was still relatively amiable, unaware that the conflict between his inept son and Kai Wenting had arisen because of Lin Fei. He assumed Lin Fei's association with Kai Wenting indicated a significant status, hence he dared not act arrogantly. Get lost, Lin Fei barked at once. What? Wu Tianxiang and Shen Zhu were taken aback. Young man. What did you say? Did you just tell me to get lost? Wu Tianxiang questioned Lin Fei incredulously. Get lost, Lin Fei reiterated, firmly instructing Wu Tianxiang to leave. Damn it. Wu Tianxiang cursed inwardly. However, knowing little of Lin Fei's true identity, he merely assumed that Lin Fei was someone of considerable standing due to his association with Kai Wenting. Thus, even though he felt immense displeasure, he had to suppress his emotions. You know who my father is? He is the chairman of Tianxiang Mining Group. His status is not something a mere civil servant like you can compare to. What give you the right to tell my father to get lost? Wu Nianzhong, unable to contain his anger, pointed at Lin Fei and shouted, "Ha!" Lin Fei shrugged lightly and replied to Wu Nianzhong, chairman of Tianxiang Mining. How impressive. Too bad Tianxiang Mining is nothing but a decorative pillow. On the verge of bankruptcy, Lin Fei, you should know that a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Tianxiang Mining is facing a slight crisis, it remains the leading enterprise in Baiyun County. It is absolutely impossible for Tianxiang Mining to go bankrupt. The county government will surely intervene to support it, as it contributes significantly to Baiyun County's economic development. Surely, a mere civil servant like you understands this? Wu Nianzhong boasted to Lin Fei. In Wu Nianzhong's eyes, Lin Fei was merely lucky to be associated with Kai Xiangshan's daughter. while Lin Fei himself was just a lowly civil servant in Baiyun County. A mere civil servant? Wu Tianxiang paused, momentarily taken aback. Dad, this guy is Lin Fei. He is just a small civil servant in our Baiyun County. When Yinzhong explained, "Oh," Wu Tianxiang nodded in realization that he then addressed Lin Fei. "Young man, you a small civil servant, dare to speak to me in such a manner. Are you unaware of my standing? What standing do you have?" Just then, Kai Wenting stood up and approached Lin Fei, addressing Wu Tianxiang coldly. "And you are?" Wu Tianxiang inquired, looking at Kai Wenting. "I am Kai Wenting," she replied succinctly. "Miss Kai, you are the esteemed daughter of Xiangshan Group." Wu Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically as he bent slightly, attempting to appear humble before her. "Miss Kai, my son inadvertently offended you. He is at fault, and he lacked discernment. I kindly ask for your forgiveness and hope you can extend a path of mercy for my Tianxiang mining. A collaboration with Xiangshan Group would be mutually beneficial." Wu Tianxiang continued to plead with Kai Wenting. "Mutually beneficial? You certainly know how to embellish Tianxiang Mining, a company teetering on the brink of collapse. What could it possibly offer to Xiangshan Group for mutual gain?" Kai Wenting retorted bluntly. Wu Tianxiang was rendered speechless by her words, for she spoke the undeniable truth. Xiangshan Group was a legitimate powerhouse in Tianan City, renowned throughout the city and even the province. The chairman of Xiangshan Group, Kai Xiangshan, was a true entrepreneur, a guest of honor among the city's elite. That Wu Tianxiang, on the other hand, though he held the title of a large mining group owner in Baiyun County, was merely a facade with no substantial foundation, a nouveau riche. In essence, Wu Tianxiang was nothing more than a parvenu. What could such a person possibly offer in a dialogue of mutual benefit with an enterprise like Xiangshan Group? After a brief pause, Wu Tianxiang quickly changed his tone, saying to Kai Wenting, "Miss Kai, I sincerely apologize. I overstepped my bound. As a small business owner, I obviously have no right to discuss mutual benefits with Xiangshan Group. I am merely willing to be a cog in your machine. If Xiangshan Group could lend a helping hand, I would be more than willing to offer substantial returns. That my son's offense to you is a result of my poor parenting, and I wish to offer my sincerest apologies." Afterward, Wu Tianxiang bowed to Kai Wenting, expressing his remorse. In Baiyun County, Wu Tianxiang was indeed a figure of authority, an embodiment of a successful businessman. Yet now, in front of Kai Wenting, he appeared as humble as a dog. This was a reluctant submission. For the sake of Tianxiang Mining's survival and growth, he had no choice but to lower his head. To maintain the facade of a prominent businessman in Baiyun County, he had to endure moments of humiliation. "Now, you quickly apologize to Miss Kai," Wu Tianxiang admonished Wu Yinzhong, slapping him on the back. Yes. Wu Yinzhong hurriedly turned to Kai Wenting, saying, "Miss Kai, I am truly sorry." "Humph." Kai Wenting scoffed coldly, replying, "Your apology means nothing to me. You have offended my dear brother Lin Fei, and we are all quite upset." Understanding her implication, Wu Yinzhong quickly turned to Lin Fei, saying, "Lin Fei, I sincerely apologize. It was my mistake." Initially, Wu Yinzhong was unwilling to apologize to Lin Fei, believing that Lin Fei was merely a backgroundless, impoverished civil servant. In his eyes, Lin Fei was an insignificant figure, unworthy of comparison to his affluent background. That Wu Yinzhong, confident in his family's wealth, felt he could strut around Baiyun County, even taking Lin Fei's woman without a second thought, only to discard her after a brief dalliance. Yet, to his dismay, Lin Fei had now aligned himself with the daughter of Xiangshan Group's chairman, which filled Wu Yinzhong with immense dissatisfaction. Why does Lin Fei's romantic fortune seem so favorable lately? Why is he surrounded by beautiful women? What gives him the right? Facing Wu Yinzhong's apology, Lin Fei shrugged indifferently, uninterested in engaging with him. He turned to Kai Wenting, saying, "Sister Wenting, let's not waste our time on insignificant people. Let us return to our meal." "All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Lin Fei." Kai Wenting nodded, clearly inclined to heed Lin Fei's wishes. Lin Fei promptly turned with Kai Wenting and closed the door behind them. "Miss Kai, Brother Lin, please wait." Wu Tianxiang wedged his foot in the doorway, eager to continue his appeal. "Get lost!" Lin Fei shouted at Wu Tianxiang. Wu Tianxiang's expression darkened considerably. "Leave us be, if you don't. I will call the police," Lin Fei threatened. Lin Fei cast a cold glare at Wu Tianxiang. Only then did Wu Tianxiang, with great reluctance, retract his foot. After closing the door, Lin Fei returned his seat alongside Kai Wenting. Chapter 58. A million in gratitude, Lin Fei. It seems you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Wu Yinzhong. It's not merely a matter of him taking your girlfriend, is it? Li Jia inquired with curiosity, her eyes blinking inquisitively. The events that had just transpired were witnessed by Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao. With Li Jia's question, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao turned their inquisitive gazes upon Lin Fei. Their innate curiosity ignited. Sighing, Lin Fei replied, "Indeed, my enmity with him is far from simplistic. If he had merely taken my ex-girlfriend, it would be inconsequential. After all, matters of the heart are predicated on mutual consent, and I could choose to let go when necessary. However, Wu Yinzhong's actions are exceedingly egregious. Not only did he pry away my ex-girlfriend, but he also brazenly suppressed me, leveraging his status as a wealthy second-generation heir. Each encounter with him was met with scornful jibes, and he even enlisted his uncle to further undermine me. How did he suppress you?" Li Jia pressed further. Lin Fei continued, "Sisters, do you recall the incident at the Queen's Grove Forest Farm when you were stung by wild bees? It was I who came to your rescue Oh, you know why I was stationed at such a remote place like the Queen's Grove Forest Farm? Actually, I'm not entirely sure," Li Jia admitted. "Neither am I," Yi Xinyan and Kai Wenting echoed. "I know," Jiang Xiao interjected. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Xiao as she elaborated. "Lin Fei, you were originally the secretary to County Party Secretary Xiao Tianli. However, after Secretary Xiao was unfortunate enough to be swept away by a flood, you lost your backing and were subsequently marginalized by the county committee, which led to your assignment at the Queen's Grove Forest Farm." "Ah, so that is how it is," Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao nodded in realization. Lin Fei felt a pang of anxiety. How did Jiang Xiao know so much? It seemed that her assistance had been pivotal in his reassignment back to the county committee office. Although Lin Fei was unaware of Jiang Xiao's family background, he did recognize that she hailed from the provincial city, perhaps with connections stronger than those of Li Jia and the others. His suspicions were proving to be quite accurate. "Lin Fei, Xiao is correct, isn't she? Is that how it happened?" Yi Xinyan promptly asked Lin Fei. "Indeed, but it's not entirely accurate," Lin Fei responded. "Huh. So, Jiang Xiao was not completely right?" Jiang Xiao looked puzzled and inquired, "Lin Fei, are there further details I am unaware of?" "Precisely." Lin Fei nodded gently, stating, "I was indeed Secretary Zhao's secretary, and I previously served as the deputy head of the Secretariat of the County Committee Office. After Secretary Zhao's incident, I was sidelined and sent to work in the remote Heishui town. Logically, I should have acclimated to Heishui town, but instead, I found myself further marginalized. Little did I know, upon my arrival in Heishui town, I would face the disdainful oppression from Wu Tianhua, the director of the party and government office in Heishui town, who assigned me to guard the Queen's Grove Forest Farm. Wu Tianhua. Is he related to Wu Yinzhong?" Jiang Xiao immediately inquired. "Yes, Wu Tianhua is Wu Yinzhong's uncle. After I was demoted to Heishui town, Wu Yinzhong called upon his uncle to severely suppress me, ensuring my life would be devoid of opportunities." Lin Fei confirmed. "Outrageous. This Wu Yinzhong, along with his uncle Wu Tianhua, are utterly intolerable." Jiang Xiao's face turned pale with anger. For a town leader to heed his nephew's words and arbitrarily oppress a young civil servant reveals a shocking lack of political integrity. Individuals like Wu Tianhua are nothing but parasites. Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, and Kai Wenting echoed their outrage, vehemently condemning Wu Tianhua. Lin Fei chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, Wu Tianhua's actions are excessive. Such a small-minded individual could not have foreseen that my assignment to guard the Queen's Grove Forest Farm would lead to my meeting you all and ultimately saving you. Had I not been stationed there, I would never have crossed paths with you. True enough, had you not been guarding the forest farm, we might have perished there." Li Jia and the others nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiao commented, "Individuals like Wu Tianhua are detrimental to grassroots leadership. Such people surely do not serve the common good. They likely devote their energy to political maneuvering rather than genuinely serving the people." "That is undoubtedly the case," One can hardly expect someone like Wu Tianhua to be a good official, Lin Fei affirmed. Such individuals should not be allowed to remain in office. They must not be permitted to harm the populace. Jiang Xiao declared. Lin Fei smiled wryly. Indeed, individuals like Wu Tianhua should not continue in their positions. Yet ironically, people like him flourish while honest individuals face constant oppression. This world lacks the absolute fairness one might hope for. The Wu family is entirely devoid of virtue. Wu Nianzhong is a complete waste. Their family values must be deplorable. Wu Tianxiang is surely not a good person either. I must inform my father to refrain from lending money to Tianxiang Minerals and to avoid dealings with such individuals. Kai Wenting frowned, expressing her thoughts. Enough about the Wu family. Let us continue enjoying our meal and drinks. Lin Fei, you are back to work in the city now, and I am confident you will ascend rapidly. Wu Nianzhong, that petty individual, is unworthy of even carrying your shoes, that he will forever lag behind you. Li Jia promptly raised her glass and urged everyone, come, let's toast once more. Cheers! Lin Fei, Kai Wenning Yi Xinyan. And Jiang Xiao all raised their glasses in unison. After taking a small sip, they resumed their meal. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they lingered in the private room, chatting casually while gazing at the nightscape of Baiyun County. Though small, Baiyun County was well equipped, and the nocturnal scenery of this quaint town was quite mesmerizing. Nestled by the mountains and rivers, the lights reflecting in the waters at night were particularly stunning, leading locals to affectionately nickname Baiyun County as the Little Port City. Lin Fei here, take this. Suddenly, Li Jia produced a bank card and handed it to Lin Fei. Sister Li Jia, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei looked at her, utterly perplexed. Lin Fei, this bank card contains 1 million. It is my way of expressing gratitude to you. The password is the last 6 digits of your phone number. And you may use this million as you wish, Li Jia explained to Lin Fei. What? Sister Li Jia, are you giving me 1 million? Lin Fei was completely stunned. Li Jia was indeed a little wealthy. Her generosity astounding. Yes, you saved my life, so I'm giving you 1 million as a token of gratitude, Li Jia stated matter-of-factly. Lin Fei's mind was in turmoil. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, No, Sister Li Jia, this is too much. Why? Do you find it insufficient? I can add another 1 million right now. Li Jia responded, No, Sister Li Jia, that is not my intention. That I do not mean to say that the amount is inadequate. Giving me 1 million is simply too generous. I cannot accept it. Lin Fei insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Is 1 million too much? How much do you think would be appropriate? Li Jia asked with curiosity. I do not want any money. I refuse to accept a single cent. I simply happened to be passing by when I saved you. It was a matter of happenstance. Under such circumstances, I could not have done otherwise. Lin Fei declared resolutely. You refuse to accept a single cent? Li Jia was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Fei affirmed. Lin Fei, your financial situation cannot be that great, yet you refuse to accept money. I never would have expected that. Li Jia gazed at him with a smile. Sister Li Jia, I come from humble beginnings. My family was poor during my childhood, and I have only been working for a few years, and my economic situation is indeed not favorable. However, my mother instilled in me the values of integrity and resilience. She taught me that one should not be daunted by temporary financial hardships, but should always look forward to the future. Lin Fei continued, glancing at Li Jia before continuing. Even though my financial situation is challenging, I am now a civil servant with a stable income. At least I'm no longer struggling for basic necessities. So, Sister Li Jia, your offer of 1 million is truly excessive. To be honest, if I were to accept this million, I could purchase a better house or even a car. While I must admit that I find your 1 million tempting, who doesn't like money? I simply cannot accept it. If I were to take your money, what kind of person would I be? I cannot conduct my affairs solely for financial gain without considering conscience and morality. Lin Fei asserted. All right, Lin Fei, I understand now. It seems I have overstepped. Li Jia swiftly retrieved her bank card back. Deeply moved, she never anticipated that Lin Fei possessed such commendable values. At this moment, her regard for Lin Fei elevated significantly. Previously, her feelings towards him were largely rooted in gratitude, tinged with a hint of admiration and affection. However, Upon discovering Lin Fei's principled character and virtuous outlook on life, her admiration and fondness for him intensified. It was not only Li Jia whose sentiments towards Lin Fei had shifted. Cai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Shuyao, having heard Lin Fei's eloquent words, also experienced a profound change in their feelings. Like Li Jia, they held immense appreciation for Lin Fei's principled stance that transcended mere monetary considerations. Despite his humble origins, Lin Fei's elevated understanding and ability to withstand the temptations of wealth at such a young age indicated that, with further refinement, he could soar to even greater heights. Such a person was indeed a rare gem. Jiang Shuyao gazed at Lin Fei with a soft intensity, contemplating Dut as a scion of a prominent family. She had encountered numerous privileged youths, yet those who genuinely impressed her were exceedingly rare. Most signs of wealth and power seemed ostentatious, with some lacking merit yet brimming with arrogance, and others merely wastrels. Lin Fei, hailing from a farming background, displayed an admirable disposition and a correct worldview, an exceedingly rare occurrence that, in comparison, Jiang Shuyao felt Lin Fei far surpassed those born into privilege. Immediately, Jiang Shuyao remarked, "Lin Fei, I had also prepared a bank card to give you. Since you refuse the money, I shall keep it for myself." Cai Wenting and Yi Xinyan, who had similarly intended to offer their cards, decided to retain theirs as well. With Lin Fei's stance so clearly articulated, it would indeed seem inappropriate for them to insist on bestowing him with monetary gifts. "Lin Fei, if you refuse our money, how shall we express our gratitude?" Cai Wenting inquired, playfully winking at him. Lin Fei chuckled, saying, "Sisters, you're coming all the way to Baiyun County just to treat me to a meal is already a tremendous gesture of thanks. Your kindness has truly touched me. Of course, we must treat our dear Lin Fei well." The four beautiful women all chimed in, eager to express their goodwill. Previously, their feelings had been more about gratitude. Now they were infused with admiration and recognition for Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and continued, "Sisters, I was once relegated to the logging station at the Queen's Village in Heishui Town. It was your assistance that enabled my swift return to the county committee office. Your help during this transition has been immense, and I can never fully repay you." "Ah, Lin Fei, you mustn't say that. A talented young man like you deserves a platform where your abilities can truly shine. Being at the county committee office is undoubtedly the best path for you, both for your future and for society at large." Li Jia interjected, pausing momentarily before taking a sip of mineral water. She then winked at Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, have you ever considered working in Tian'an City? If so, I can speak with my father to see if there are any vacancies in the municipal offices. If you could secure a position there, your platform would be elevated and your future prospects would be even brighter." "Wait, don't steal my idea. I believe Lin Fei deserves an even higher platform. He should aim for a position in the provincial government. That would truly be a great opportunity for him." Jiang Shuyao quickly added that, "I think Lin Fei should also consider working in a state-owned enterprise, while the real power there may not match that of government positions. The work environment is commendable, and the compensation is significantly better." Yi Xinyan chimed in, "I believe there are also great opportunities outside the system. If Lin Fei is willing, I would gladly recommend him to my father at Xiangshan Group, where he could be groomed for a managerial position. Within 3 years, he could potentially become an executive, earning a salary surpassing $1 million, a lifestyle that would rival that of government officials. What do you think?" "Lin Fei, if you're interested, I can talk to my father right away," Cai Wenting interjected, presenting her proposal. Faced with the four beautiful sisters' offers of assistance, Lin Fei was at once amused and bewildered. They had refrained from giving him money, opting instead to aid him in his career prospects. The positions they proposed were all superior to his current platform, and even the external opportunity at Xiangshan Group was formidable. Should he succeed in climbing the ranks there, he would undoubtedly become a figure of social prominence, enjoying a material life that could surpass that of a government official. However, Lin Fei held his own thoughts. He raised his glass, swirling it in the air, before proclaiming, "Sisters, let us first toast. After that, I shall share my thoughts." "Certainly." Li Jia, Cai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Shuyao all raised their glasses in unison. They clinked their glasses together and took a sip of the fragrant Maotai liquor. Lin Fei then continued, "Sisters, I sincerely appreciate your concern and support. However, I have decided to remain in Bayun County for work. Why? The opportunities at the provincial level are vastly superior. If you were to work in the provincial government for a few years and elevate your rank, you could return to Bayun County as a deputy county chief. It would be challenging to attain such a position through perseverance here, Jiang Shuyao said, looking at Lin Fei with confusion but Elijah. Kai Wenting and Yi Xinyan shared her curiosity, eager to understand Lin Fei's reasoning. Chapter 60. A heartfelt commitment to the people. Lin Fei responded, "Sisters, you are correct. Higher platforms may indeed enhance my personal development and offer greater opportunities for advancement. Nonetheless, I am resolute in my desire to remain in Bayun County, and I have several compelling reasons for this decision." Jiang Shuyao asked, "Lin Fei, what are your reasons for staying in Bayun County? Please enlighten us." Lin Fei spoke earnestly. "Firstly, Bayun County is my hometown. Working here allows me to contribute to its development and serve my fellow townsfolk. Bayun County raised me, and it is only right that I give back. Moreover, my family resides here, and being close to them allows me to fulfill my filial duties more conveniently. That's wonderful." Jiang Shuyao immediately gave Lin Fei a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. Elijah. Kai Wenting and Yi Xinyan echoed her sentiments, deeply appreciating Lin Fei's commitment to serving his hometown and family. Lin Fei continued, "Additionally, Bayun County's social ecosystem is not in optimal condition. It lags significantly behind the city and province in various aspects. Given these shortcomings as a native of Bayun County, I feel a stronger responsibility to work here, striving to effect positive change that I aspire for Bayun County to improve, wishing for better social ecology, economic development, public safety, environmental protection, and cultural richness. That is an excellent reason." Jiang Shuyao once again praised Lin Fei with a thumbs up. Feeling a bit parched from speaking, Lin Fei took a sip of mineral water and added, "As I mentioned 2 points earlier, for the third, I believe I am more suited to remain in Bayun County. If I wish to pursue a career in public service, I must root myself in the grassroots level and work diligently. Understanding the people and serving them is essential. Only by excelling in grassroots roles can I steadily ascend, and if fate allows me to reach higher positions in the future, I will be equipped to handle greater responsibilities since I have emerged from the grassroots." Lin Fei, your insights are truly commendable. Jiang Xiao was particularly agitated. Elijah, Kai Wanting, and Yi Xinyan were deeply moved by Lin Fei's heartfelt words. "Lin Fei, dear brother, the 3 reasons you provided are exceedingly compelling. To put it simply, you possess a strong sense of family values, a sense of responsibility, and filial piety that on a grander scale, you embody social responsibility, a broad vision, ideals, and sentiments. You are indeed a person with a deep patriotic spirit. Someone like you, in a position of authority, would undoubtedly be a dedicated official serving the people selflessly. If Bayun County had more civil servants like you, the happiness index of the citizens would surely soar. I wish you, dear brother, the best in ascending to even greater heights, where you can serve more of the populace," Jiang Xiao said to Lin Fei. "Sister Xiao, I appreciate your kind words. Should I attain a higher position, I will certainly advocate for the people and strive to do meaningful work for them. Even if I do not reach such heights, I will hold on to my ideals, remain grounded, and keep my heart set on distant goals, serving the people and society diligently," Lin Fei affirmed with a resolute nod. "Very well, come, sister will toast you with a drink." Jiang Xiao promptly lifted her glass. "Cheers." Lin Fei raised his glass as well, clinking it with Jiang Xiao's before consuming nearly half of it. "Brother Lin Fei, I also raise a toast to you." Li Jia, Kai Wanting, and Yi Xinyan all lifted their glasses to toast Lin Fei. Through their in-depth conversation, Li Jia and the others gained a more comprehensive understanding of Lin Fei, realizing that he was an idealistic and broad-minded local civil servant. They held him in high regard, and each harbored thoughts of assisting him in any way they could in the future to help him rise even higher. They posed numerous questions to Lin Fei, inquiring about the social conditions, economic development, and cultural customs of Bayun County. Lin Fei was well-versed in the affairs of Bayun County. The following day, Lin Fei was set to take Li Jia and the others on a scenic outing in Bayun County. He patiently briefed them on the local tourism resources in advance. "Ladies, tomorrow we shall start with a mountain hike. since you have already driven to the Queen's Fort in Heishui Town last time, we will skip that. Instead, we will visit Bamianshan. The natural scenery there is absolutely comparable to that of the Queen's Fort, and there is a vast alpine pasture where we can see many cattle and sheep, and even ride horses for leisure. We will spend the day enjoying Bamianshan and return in the evening to a quaint town 20 kilometers from the county seat called Zhuo Ancient Town. This town is a 5A scenic area where you can experience the cultural charm of Baiyun County. In the evening, we can enjoy some local delicacies by the riverside while listening to music. By the way, do you wish to continue your excursions the day after tomorrow? Lin Fei finally directed his gaze at the four beautiful sisters. Absolutely. We want to keep exploring. All four ladies eagerly expressed their enthusiasm. Then the day after tomorrow, I will take you to Shiba Ancient Fort. It is quite unique, and not far from there is a picturesque lake where we can enjoy boating. Lin Fei began to outline the travel itinerary for the next 2 days. Sounds splendid. Lin Fei, being a local, you can plan it as you see fit. We trust your judgment. Li Jia and the others unanimously expressed their agreement, willing to follow Lin Fei's arrangements. Chapter 61. Wu Tianhua's speculations as the flowers bloom in varied splendor. So too do their tales unfold. Lin Fei was dining, drinking, and chatting with the 5 beautiful ladies at the Cloud Top restaurant in the Rose Moonlight Hotel, Wu Qianqi, accompanied by his wife Xinju and their extravagant son Wu Nianzhong. Departed from the restaurant first. Speak plainly. What have you done? What exactly is the conflict between you and Lin Fei? Why does Lin Fei harbor such intense animosity towards you? Wu Qianqi inquired of Wu Nianzhong. Earlier, at the entrance of the private room in the Cloud Top restaurant, Wu Qianqi had conversed with Lin Fei and Kai Wanting, grasping the underlying sentiments. It was clear that Kai Wanting was staunchly defending Lin Fei, while Lin Fei held a profound resentment towards Wu Nianzhong. I haven't done anything wrong. I merely took Lin Fei's girlfriend. Besides, I only dated her briefly before breaking up with her. Lin Fei could still be with her if he wished. Wu Nianzhong responded, feigning innocence. What? You think stealing someone's girlfriend is trivial? Do you not understand that the desire for vengeance stemming from the loss of a father or the betrayal involving a wife is particularly enraging? Wu Qianqi was left speechless, utterly bewildered by his son's perspective, and why son isn't entirely wrong. It was just a woman, after all. Why such immense hatred? Shun Zhu interjected. You are utterly incomprehensible. Wu Qianqi felt utterly defeated. What do you mean? Did I say anything incorrect? It's merely a woman. What's the big deal? Aren't you Wu Qianqi, also known for flirting with loose women and keeping mistresses? You think I am unaware? Shun Zhu launched into a tirade against Wu Qianqi. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Wu Qianqi struggled to find a response to Shun Zhu's accusations. He then said, Fine, if you both believe that stealing someone's girlfriend is insignificant, then explain why Lin Fei's anger is so pronounced. Wu Nianzhong speculated, perhaps it's because I had my uncle deal with him. This incident may have instilled a grudge in him against me. What? You had your uncle deal with him? How did you manage that? Wu Qianqi immediately pressed for details. Isn't my uncle an official in Heishui Town? Lin Fei used to be the secretary to the county party secretary, Xiao Tianli. After Xiao Tianli's death, Lin Fei was demoted to Heishui Town. I called my uncle and asked him to take care of Lin Fei, and my uncle sent Lin Fei to guard the forest farm at Queen's Fort in Heishui Town. Who would have known that Lin Fei would turn his luck around and be quickly reassigned back to the county party office? Now, it seems he is the section chief of the secretary office, Wu Nianzhong recounted. Unbelievable. You have truly gone too far with your antics. Your uncle is equally foolish for following your lead. Why doing this to someone? Of course, they will harbor resentment. Wu Qianqi's face turned dark with anger. Dad, neither my uncle nor I anticipated Lin Fei's swift return to the city, nor did we foresee how he would connect with the daughter of the chairman of Xiangshan Group. I suspect Lin Fei has backing. Otherwise, how could he have turned his fortune around? If Lin Fei had remained at the Queen's Fort, his life would have been over, and I would have kept him firmly beneath my foot. Even if he's turned his luck, it isn't a big deal. He is merely a low-ranking civil servant in the county party office, not even a deputy section chief, and his rank is still below that of my uncle. Wu Nianzhong continued. How can you be so ignorant of the implications of your words? Wu Qianqi was on the verge of losing his composure. As the saying goes, the people should not contend with officials. Even though Lin Fei's rank is not high, he is still an official, not someone of your social standing that you can provoke. While his current position may be low, he is still young. Your uncle is nearing retirement and has only reached a deputy section chief level. Lin Fei, at just over 20 years of age, has already become a chief-level official in the county party office. His future is limitless, and by antagonizing someone like him, you're merely laying a landmine for yourself. Now, it seems Xiangshan Group is unlikely to provide my Tianqi minerals with the financing we need. How will we navigate this crisis? Oh dear, you truly infuriate me. Dad, is it really that serious? Will Xiangshan Group refuse to finance our company? Wu Yinzhong still clung to hope. You witnessed the attitudes of Ms. Kai and Lin Fei earlier. Do you truly believe that Xiangshan Group will extend financing to Tianqi Minerals? Wu Tianqi retorted with dissatisfaction. What can we do then? Wu Yinzhong was now somewhat anxious that to resolve this issue. We must involve your uncle. As it was you and your uncle who stirred this mess, that we should seek an opportunity to collectively apologize to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei forgives you, then everything can be resolved, Wu Tianqi suggested. Very well, that seems to be the only course of action. Wu Yinzhong nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Wu Yinzhong recognized the urgency of the situation, understanding that apologizing to Lin Fei was imperative. If they continued to delay, Tianqi Minerals could face closure, and he would no longer enjoy the privileges of being a wealthy second-generation heir. Though he disliked Lin Fei and wished to keep him beneath his heel, he would have to concede for his own benefit that Wu Tianqi promptly called Wu Tianhua, who was still working in Heishui town, staying late to complete a temporary task assigned by the county government. After Wu Tianqi explained the situation and detailed Lin Fei's matter, as well as Tianqi Minerals' need for financing from Xiangshan Group, he also mentioned how both Lin Fei and Kai Wanning were quite displeased. Wu Tianhua, being perceptive, quickly grasped the underlying implications of these words and responded, "We must apologize to Lin Fei. I had intended to find an opportunity to do so anyway." Indeed, that is precisely my intention. I must go and apologize to Lin Fei. Last time, you sent him to the Queen's Stockade to guard the forest, and I'm certain he harbors resentment about that. An apology is essential. Wu Tianxiang asserted. How about this? Tomorrow, I will return to the city. I will head back early in the morning, and we can purchase some extravagant gifts. With those gifts in hand, we will personally apologize to Lin Fei and invite him to a fine dining establishment for a sumptuous meal and drinks. Along with a generous red envelope, Wu Tianhua proposed. There is no need to buy gifts. My family possesses an abundance of high-end tobacco, alcohol, and tea. We have an ample supply of Maotai, Wuliangye, and Jiannanchuan. Just come to my house tomorrow and take whatever gifts you need. We can carry the gifts together to apologize to Lin Fei, and I can also arrange the dining plans in advance and prepare the red envelope. Wu Tianxiang responded. Sounds good, Wu Tianhua agreed. Then hung up the phone, as he still had to work late into the night. Wu Tianhua, nearing retirement age, aspired to make further advancements in his political career. He knew that achieving a deputy section chief position was no longer within reach. Yet he yearned to attain a position as a regular section chief before retiring. Even a nominal position within the County People's Congress or the Political Consultative Conference would be highly welcomed. Having spent a lifetime as a civil servant, failing to secure a regular section chief title would leave him with a sense of regret. It was precisely because he still harbored political ambitions that Wu Tianhua did not give up. He remained diligent in his work, striving to appear industrious in the eyes of his superiors. His willingness to apologize to Lin Fei stemmed from this very reason. He had previously sent Lin Fei to the Queen's Stockade. Unaware that Lin Fei would soon experience a turn of fortune and return to the city as the head of the County Committee Office's Secretary Section. Given Lin Fei's newfound success, Wu Tianhua dared not underestimate him. Furthermore, Wu Tianhua had heard that Lin Fei enjoyed a close relationship with the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Wei Xuan, who even brought Lin Fei along in private settings. This reliable information only heightened Wu Tianhua's apprehension. He feared that Lin Fei might speak of him in front of Wei Xuan. If Wei Xuan were to focus her attention on him, Wu Tianhua's chances of ever attaining the position of regular section chief would vanish. Wei Xuan was a formidable contender for the position of county mayor in Baiyun County, should she ascend to the role of county mayor. Even if not as the top-ranking county committee secretary, Her influence and authority in Baiyun County would be immeasurable. Wu Tianhua deeply regretted having listened to his nephew, Wu Yinzhong, and acted against Lin Fei. He now felt compelled to apologize to Lin Fei and seek his forgiveness. If Lin Fei were to forgive him, it could present an opportunity that if he could leverage this chance to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Fei and subsequently connect with the influential Wei Xuyan. His promotion to regular section chief would be assured that Wu Tianhua envisioned himself using Lin Fei as a bridge to ascend to Wei Xuyan's favor, ultimately securing a position as a regular section chief, and even one with real power. Little did he know, a political storm was brewing, and he would be among the first to be swept away by its fury. Chapter 62, The Enchanting Melody of Song at 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Fei accompanied Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Shuyao to the luxurious Rose Moonlight Hotel's upscale business KTV. They had reserved a large private room in advance. Upon entering, Lin Fei was taken aback. He rarely visited KTV establishments, and when he did, it was typically at more modest, budget-friendly venues. This high-end, opulently decorated KTV was a first for him. The room, approximately 50 square meters, was spacious and adorned with lavish decor, exuding an air of grandeur. The server promptly delivered the drinks, snacks, and fruits that Li Jia had ordered beforehand. Once the server left, Li Jia called out to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what song would you like to sing? I'll order it for you. Lin Fei chuckled awkwardly and replied, I'm tone-deaf and lack any musical talent, so I'll pass on singing. You all sing, and I'll just enjoy the performance. Oh, come on, it's no big deal. We are all friends here. It doesn't matter how well we sing, we just need to get into the spirit of it. Li Jia laughed and encouraged him. Exactly. We must sing. Everyone has to join in. Yi Xinyan chimed in with a pout. Tonight, we shall sing our hearts out, drink freely, and have a grand time, Kai Wenting declared. Yes, it's been ages since we've had such a leisurely outing. We must enjoy ourselves tonight. Jiang Shuyao added. All right, ladies, whatever you want to do. I'm in doubt. Let's have a good time. Lin Fei nodded. Since the four ladies were so enthusiastic, he couldn't possibly interrupt their joy. He decided to join in their revelry. Tonight, Lin Fei wouldn't return home to sleep, as they had booked a spacious suite at the Rose Moonlight Hotel, where he also had a room to rest. The ladies began selecting songs. Li Jia favored Jay Chou's music, opting for Rice Field, Blue and White Porcelain, and 1,000 Miles Away. Kai Wenting preferred Cantonese songs and chose several classics. Yi Xinyan loved ancient-style music and selected Slow Voice, Silk Thread Play, and I Have a Taoist Friend. Lastly, Jiang Shuyao, a fan of Phoenix Legend, picked a few of their songs. Li Jia began singing, finishing Rice Field and Blue and White Porcelain. Lin Fei found her voice quite pleasant, capturing the essence of Jay Chou's songs. Lin Fei, let's sing it 1,000 Miles Away together. I'll take the Jay Chou part, and you can sing the Fei Yuqing part, all right? As the accompaniment began, Li Jia swiftly handed Lin Fei a microphone. All right. Lin Fei reluctantly agreed to join in. Rooftops like cliffs, wind chimes like the vast sea. I await the return of the swallows. Time has been arranged to stage an unexpected scene. You quietly walk away. The story unfolds outside the city. The dense fog lingers, obscuring the dialogue, and you cannot discern Li Jia began to sing. Once she completed Jay Chou's part, Lin Fei immediately took over with Fei Yuqing's lines. I see you off. 1,000 miles away, in silence. The black and white, in a time of silence. Perhaps we should not love too far apart. I see you off, beyond the horizon. Are you still there? Where does the sound of the zither come from? Life and death are hard to predict. I will wait a lifetime. Wow. Lin Fei, you sing so beautifully, Li Jia exclaimed. You said you couldn't sing, but is this what you call not singing? Your standards are quite different from ours. You sing like a professional. How could you say you lack any musical talent? You are far too modest. The lady surrounded Lin Fei, playfully chiding him. Lin Fei smiled and replied, My level is quite average. Am I really that good? Average? You are being far too humble. Lin Fei, being excessively modest is not right. Please sing another one. I want to listen. The ladies continue to urge him. Ahem. How about we have a drink first to warm up our throats? You all sing first, and then I'll pick a few songs to sing, Lin Fei awkwardly suggested. All right. Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Shuyao began to sing. Kai Wenting's Cantonese pronunciation was impeccable, and she sang the Cantonese songs beautifully. Yi Xinyan's rendition of ancient-style music was distinctive, capturing its unique charm. Jiang Shuyao's performance of Phoenix Legend songs created an uplifting atmosphere, energizing the entire room. After Jiang Shuyao finished her song, everyone raised a glass of chilled beer. Lin Fei, it's your turn to sing. What would you like to sing? I'll order it for you. Li Jiao winked at him. Let me choose a song myself. Lin Fei swiftly approached the karaoke stage and began selecting songs. He opted for two pieces, one titled Hulunber Grassland and the other Shepherd of Kekata. Lin Fei had a particular fondness for songs that embodied distinctive regional characteristics. As the melody of Hulunber Grassland filled the air, he grasped the microphone and commenced to sing, "My beloved is at the edge of the sky, where a vast grassland stretches. Amidst the boundless expanse, white yurts are scattered by the riverside. Hulunber Grassland. Clouds drift in my heart. Hulunber Grassland, my beloved, my yearning." As Lin Fei sang Hulunber Grassland, his voice resonated ethereally. Li Jia and her companions were completely immersed in the imagery of the northern grasslands. Envisioning themselves amidst the vast fields, gazing at the blue sky, white clouds, towering mountains, and herds of cattle and sheep. How delightful! It is truly enchanting. Lin Fei's singing voice rivals that of a professional vocalist. He is so handsome, and even more so while singing. Li Jia and her friends mused, their gazes fixed on Lin Fei. After concluding Hulunber Grassland, Lin Fei proceeded to sing Shepherd of Kekata. The rain of that night could not retain you. The wind in the valley weeps with me. The sound of your camel bell lingers in my ears, reminding me that you once graced this place. The wine I brew cannot intoxicate me. Yet your song leaves me inebriated that I yearn to traverse snow-capped mountains and cross the Gobi with you. But you departed without a word, severing all ties. My beloved, I await you in Kekata. They say you have married in Ely. Is it because of the beauty of Naladi, or is it the apricot blossoms there that brew the sweetness you desire? Outside the felt tent, the sound of camel bells echoes once more. I know it cannot be you, and no one can sing as you do, and no beautiful maiden can ever be forgotten. As Lin Fei finished Shepherd of Kekata, the room erupted into applause. Li Jia and her friend were visibly thrilled. Their cheeks flushed with excitement, as if both their bodies and souls had reached a pinnacle of stimulation. The magic of Lin Fei's voice had stirred emotions within them. Indeed, Lin Fei was exceptional. He had once won the title of top 10 singers in his university. His claim of being unable to sing was merely a modest expression. Chapter 63. Encountering a minor trouble Lin Fei. Come, let us have a drink. Kai Wenning raised her beer glass. Cheers, everyone. Let us drink. Li Jia, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Shuyao quickly joined in. Cheers. Lin Fei promptly lifted his glass, after clinking glasses with the four beautiful sisters. He downed the beer in one go. Once he finished his drink, Kai Wenning seized Lin Fei's wrist and pulled him up. Wenning, what are you doing? Lin Fei trembled slightly. Come, let us dance, little brother, Kai Wenning declared. Dance? I really can't do that. Lin Fei felt a bit awkward. This time, Lin Fei wasn't feigning modesty. He truly couldn't dance, he excelled at singing, and his earlier claim of being tone-deaf was simply a humble assertion. Don't worry if you can't dance. I can teach you, we'll just move around and have fun. Kai Wenning insisted, determined to drag Lin Fei into the dance. Reluctantly, Lin Fei complied and began to dance with Kai Wenning. She guided him through some basic steps and techniques for ballroom dancing. Little brother, move your left hand a bit higher and your right hand a bit lower. Yes, just like that. Place your right hand on my waist. Kai Wenning instructed. Lin Fei followed her directions, and thus he found himself dancing closely with Kai Wenning as they swayed. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and Lin Fei could feel the softness and elasticity of Kai Wenning's form, accompanied by a subtle hint of her feminine fragrance. Lin Fei found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Dancing so near to such a beautiful sister was quite overwhelming. Kai Wenning, sensing his subtle changes, shyly leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Little brother Lin Fei, have you broken up with your girlfriend? Are you feeling quite frustrated? Wenting, Lin Fei struggled to find the right words. Kai Wenning then playfully licked the back of Lin Fei's ear, further igniting his senses. Observing Lin Fei's flushed cheeks and perspiring forehead, She giggled and continued. Little brother Lin Fei. It's quite inconvenient. Lin Fei became acutely aware of the impending trouble. If he were to confront this yellow-haired ruffian alone, he could easily handle the situation. But facing a multitude with only Li Jia and her 3 female companions by his side posed a significant risk. Should a physical altercation ensue, Lin Fei would have to ensure the safety of Li Jia and the others, which would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences for him. He was unperturbed by the thought of enduring a beating himself. His primary concern was the potential harm that could befall Li Jia and her friend, but if they were injured, it would spell disaster, and the repercussions would be dire. With a strategic mindset, Lin Fei resolved to incapacitate the leader first. He charged toward the yellow-haired thug, seizing him by the throat and forcefully pushing him against the wall of the corridor. "What are you doing? Let go of Gao Gu," cried one of the thug's minions. "Do you have any idea who Gao Gu is? If you value your life, release him." The gang of yellow-haired ruffians stood poised for action, eager to intervene. Lin Fei tightened his grip on the thug's throat, glaring fiercely at the surrounding henchmen. "Stay back. Do not approach, or I will choke him to death." Witnessing Lin Fei's ferocity, the thugs hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a striking young woman in professional attire, accompanied by 2 burly security guards, rushed towards them. "Hong Jie, he hit me. Teach him a lesson, quickly." The yellow-haired thug gasped, struggling against Lin Fei's grip. "Young man, what is going on? Please release him, and we can discuss this matter rationally." The uniformed woman said, her expression betraying her anxiety. "And who might you be to demand that I let him go?" Lin Fei inquired, scrutinizing the woman. "I am Wang Hong, the manager of the Rose Moonlight Hotel." "Surely there's been a misunderstanding. Please do not act impulsively. Just let him go," she implored. "Misunderstanding? Nonsense. This scoundrel is a lecher, and I am merely defending myself. Since you know him, do you intend to take sides?" Lin Fei retorted, his tone laced with disdain. "Really, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not privy to the details of your conflict. I am not biased in any way." Wang Hong responded quickly. "Since you claim ignorance of the situation, what authority do you have to dictate my actions? If I release him, his pack of rabid dogs will surely assault me and my friends. Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Lin Fei challenged her. Wang Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized the truth in Lin Fei's words, that if he relinquished his hold, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, a situation she would be unable to control. The yellow-haired thug Lin Fei had restrained was Chen Gao, a quintessential spoiled brat and troublemaker. What made Chen Gao truly formidable was the influence of those backing him. While the Rose Moonlight Hotel was substantial, it was merely a hotel. Its owner was just a businessman, and Wang Hong was merely a high-ranking employee. The real threat lay in the connections Chen Gao had with minor officials in the powerful departments of Baiyun County. Provoking such individuals could spell disaster for the hotel's operations. And Wang Hong knew she would be held accountable by her employer if things went awry. Losing her job was not an option. Her position as manager afforded her a monthly salary exceeding 20,000. A remarkable achievement in a small county like Baiyun.Lijia. "Call the police. Quickly, we need help." Lin Fei instructed, disregarding Wang Hong. "Ha. What good will that do?" sneered another yellow-haired thug. "What do you mean?" Lin Fei sensed something was amiss. The thug pointed at the yellow-haired ruffian under Lin Fei's grip and continued. "Do you even realize who you're holding? Enlighten me." Lin Fei replied, "Intrigued that I'll tell you this. You're currently holding Gao Gu, whose brother is Chun Dong, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Baiyun County Public Security Bureau. With Gao Gu under his protection, do you think your call to the police will make any difference?" The thug boasted, "Yes, that's so. Is what you say true?" Lin Fei turned to Chen Gao, still in his grasp. "Absolutely. Let me go, or when my brother arrives, you'll be finished." Chen Gao declared defiantly, "Ha! Such a shame for your brother to have a sibling like you." Lin Fei replied with a cold laugh. "Your empty threats are meaningless. That in this world, the powerless fear the wealthy fear the powerful, and my family possesses both wealth and influence. So, do you fear me?" Chen Gao said with smug arrogance. Without hesitation, Lin Fei delivered a powerful punch to Chen Gao's face, sending him reeling, blood streaming from his nose. Wang Hong's complexion turned a sickly shade as she realized the gravity of the situation. You know my identity now, and you still dare to strike me. You truly have a death wish. Chun Gao seethed with rage. I'm targeting scum like you, the pest that plagues society, Lin Fei retorted, landing another blow on Chun Gao. With one hand still firmly gripping Chun Gao, Lin Fei retrieved his phone with the other, quickly accessing his call log to dial Wei Shuyan's number. Lin Fei understood that merely calling the police would complicate matters. He needed Wei Shuyan's intervention. The call connected swiftly. Xiao Lin, what's the matter? Wei Shuyan answered. Wei's secretary, I'm at the Rose, M.O. Chan Dong struck Chun Gao twice with resounding slaps. Subsequently, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Gao and berated him. You wasteful son. All you do is create trouble for me. Are you seeking death? If you wish to stir up trouble elsewhere, fine, but do not drag me into it. I refuse to have a worthless brother like you. Brother, what on earth is wrong with you? Chun Gao replied, still bewildered. Slap, slap, slap. Chun Dong struck him a few more times, finally admonishing Chun Gao. Do not question why. Stop asking so many damn questions. Just hurry up and apologize to Director Lin. Brother, why should I? What is the reason for the apology? You are the deputy captain of the criminal police team. Are you afraid of him? Chun Gao was utterly perplexed. Apologize when you're told to apologize. Why do you have to spout so much nonsense? You truly infuriate me. Chun Dong, exasperated, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Chinji. I could see that moment. A group of individuals arrived at the scene. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with a square face. Upon seeing this man, Xiang Ling, the deputy county head, immediately greeted him. Xiang Ling, along with several young ladies, I sincerely apologize for our inadequate response this evening. Which caused you distress, he said to Lin Fei with an air of flattery. That in truth, Xiang Ling was not merely trying to appease Lin Fei, but rather attempting to ingratiate himself with Li Jia, Kai Wenting, Yi Xinyan, and Jiang Xiao. County head, this minor issue could have been handled by Captain Chun. There was no need for your personal involvement, Lin Fei replied with a forced smile, somewhat taken aback by Xiang Ling's direct engagement. Oh no, I must personally attend to this matter. Several young ladies have traveled from afar to visit our Baiyun County and have faced harassment. This is a serious issue, Xiang Ling declared, pausing to look at Li Jia and the others. Ladies, I truly apologize. As the deputy county head and director of the Public Security Bureau, I bear the primary responsibility for the social order in Baiyun County. I never anticipated such an incident occurring. This reflects my failure in duty, and I sincerely apologize. With that, Xiang Ling bowed deeply before them. Earlier, he had received a call for Wei Shuyan, a member of the county committee and deputy secretary, whose rank was equivalent to a deputy division level. Although Xiang Ling had not ascended to the county committee leadership, as the head of the Public Security Bureau, he wielded significant authority within Baiyun County. Normally, his interactions with Wei Shuyan were limited, as he, being a local official, had little fondness for external young officials like her. However, tonight's incident compelled him to heed her directives, upon learning that Chun Gao, the younger brother of Chun Dong, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, had caused trouble at the Rose Moonlight Hotel by harassing Li Jia, the daughter of the executive deputy director of the municipal organization department. Xiang Ling was horrified. If Chun Gao had targeted an ordinary individual, Xiang Ling, at his level, would have likely remained indifferent. However, the gravity of harassing the daughter of a high-ranking official was a different matter altogether. Humph, Li Jia scoffed disdainfully. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hong realized that Chun Gao had indeed overstepped his bound. A sense of satisfaction surged within Wang Hong. This troublemaker had finally encountered a formidable obstacle. Wang Hong harbored no fondness for Chun Gao, who was a source of constant vexation and had previously tolerated his antics only due to his brother Chun Dong's influence. Now, Chun Gao was utterly dumbfounded. Though he was a spoiled rich kid, he was not truly foolish. Having just been struck and berated by his brother, he now saw the deputy county head treating the young ladies with utmost respect. It dawned on him that he had provoked someone of significant stature. These young women were undoubtedly of considerable standing, far beyond Chun Gao's reach. You are responsible for your brother's actions, as he has been harassing Miss Li while flaunting your name. You shall bear substantial responsibility for this, Xiang Ling addressed Chun Dong sternly. Today, it was imperative to ensure the satisfaction of Li Jia and her companions. Should they remain dissatisfied, the repercussions would be dire. Even as a deputy county head, Xiang Ling could not afford to offend the executive deputy director of the municipal organization department, let alone the young ladies, who may have even greater connections. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Dong nodded vigorously. He then struck Chen Gao twice more, the slaps echoing loudly. Chen Dong's actions served both to vent his frustration and to convey his position before Xiang Ling and the young ladies. At this point, Chen Gao dared not utter a word. Chen Dong, I hereby announce the suspension of your duties. You are no longer the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. I will convene a meeting of the County Public Security Bureau's party committee to discuss this matter. Not only will you be suspended, but you will also face party disciplinary action and a demotion. For the next 3 years, you will not be reinstated to your original position, nor will you be eligible for promotion or recognition as an outstanding or advanced worker. Use this time for deep reflection, Xiang Ling continued, addressing Chen Dong. Chen Dong's expression shifted dramatically, a chill running through him. This was indeed disastrous. While suspension did not equate to dismissal, it was still a severe penalty. Suspension meant he would no longer occupy a leadership position, relegated instead to that of an ordinary employee. If this were merely a temporary suspension, he might have hoped for a swift reinstatement or a transfer to another leadership role. However, Xiang Ling had made it clear that this suspension came with disciplinary actions and a demotion, with no prospects for reinstatement or advancement for 3 years. This effectively obliterated any chance of a promising political career for Chen Dong. Now in his 30s, he had painstakingly climbed to the position of deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Although it was merely a sub-level post, it carried significant authority. After enduring for a few more years, he could have ascended to the role of captain, thus becoming a full-fledged officer with real power. The next step could have led to becoming the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau or even a deputy mayor of a town, thus attaining a subdivision-level rank. Now, with this suspension looming, any hope for promotion after 3 years was uncertain at best. Who could predict the state of affairs 3 years hence? His superiors might retire or be replaced by then, leaving him with little to no opportunity for advancement. A profound sense of dread enveloped Chen Dong, mirrored by Chen Gao's own sinking feeling. Chen Gao had relied on his brother's protection for his reckless bravado. With his brother stripped of power, what worth did Chen Gao hold? County head, could you possibly reconsider the severity of my punishment? Grant me another chance. While I bear some responsibility, such a heavy penalty would ruin my career prospects. Chen Dong implored Xiang Ling desperately. You still aspire for a career. What face do you have to pursue that now? Enough of your excuses. This matter is settled. Your disciplinary action and suspension are already a significant concession. Otherwise, this situation would warrant a thorough investigation. And not only would you suffer, but I might not escape unscathed either, Xiang Ling stated sternly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Yes, Chen Dong found himself at a loss for words. Should a thorough investigation ensue, the consequences could be dire, potentially jeopardizing not only his position, but even his freedom. Chapter 66. A beautiful vision slap. Unable to contain his fury, Chen Dong delivered a furious blow to Chen Gao's face, leaving him utterly devastated. You worthless wretch! All you do is stir up trouble instead of attending to serious matters. I could almost wish to end your pathetic existence, Chen Dong shouted as he continued to assault Chen Gao. Enough, Chen Dong. Hold your hands, Xiang Ling interjected. Yes, county head, Chen Dong acquiesced. Xiang Ling gestured to the officers accompanying him, commanding, arrest Chen Gao and detain him for further investigation. Understood. Soon, 2 police officers approached Chen Gao, handcuffs in hand. No. Please, brother, save me. Chen Gao was utterly terrified. He certainly did not wish to be criminally detained. Chen Dong, at this moment, was barely able to protect himself, let alone concern himself with Chen Gao. Chen Gao, you might as well accept your criminal detention, Chen Dong said. During this time, I hope you reflect upon your actions and strive to reform. When you emerge, be a better person. The 2 officers had already secured Chen Gao in handcuffs. His harassment of women and subsequent physical assault warranted this detention. As for Lin Fei's retaliation against Chen Gao, that was a legitimate act of self-defense. Lin Fei was the embodiment of justice. Miss Li, are you satisfied with my handling of this matter? Xiang Lin inquired. casting an eager glance at Li Jia. Well, it's acceptable, Li Jia replied, her tone rather indifferent. Xiang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even if Li Jia was not completely satisfied, as long as she did not continue to dwell on the issue, it would at least bring this matter to a temporary close. If Li Jia remained highly dissatisfied, and her father, Li Changming, were to inquire further, Xiang Lin's position would be jeopardized, and his political prospects would be dashed. At under 50 years of age, he was currently a deputy division-level official, and he aspired to advance further, perhaps attaining a full division-level position or even a chairmanship at the County Political Consultative Conference. Miss Li, ladies, and Chief Lin, how about this? It's getting late. You should all rest well. Tomorrow evening, I will host a gathering with light refreshments. I would be honored if you would join me for a drink and perhaps forge a friendship. Xiang Lin proposed to Li Jia and the others. His intention was twofold: to curry favor with Li Jia and earn her genuine forgiveness, and to possibly leverage this connection to gain her assistance in speaking favorably about him to her father. Chief Xiang, you are a busy man. It would be better to forego the meal and drinks, Li Jia firmly declined. Xiang Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness, despite being a figure of authority in Baiyun County. He found himself in a rather humiliating situation today, yet he had no choice but to maintain a smiling facade towards Li Jia and her companions. Ladies, let us retire for the night, Lin Fei suggested. All right, Li Jia and the others nodded in agreement. Their demeanor towards Lin Fei was exceedingly cordial, exuding warmth and kindness. Xiang Lin observed all of this keenly. He realized that he needed to cultivate a better relationship with Lin Fei. If he could strengthen that bond, Li Jia and her friends would naturally extend him some regard as well. That it was truly unexpected for Xiang Lin, a deputy division-level official, to find himself seeking to appease someone who was not even a division-level cadre. Lin Fei promptly accompanied Li Jia and her friends back to their prearranged spacious suite. That I'm really infuriated, Li Jia exclaimed casually. Sisterly, Chun Gao was indeed excessive. Are you satisfied with the outcome? If not, I can discuss it further with Secretary Wei. Lin Fei asked Li Jia. I am satisfied with the outcome, Li Jia replied. She was indeed pleased with the results. Chun Gao was criminally detained, and his brother Chen Dong was suspended from his position with no prospects for promotion for the next 3 years. Both outcomes were to Li Jia's satisfaction. She was aware that under normal circumstances, such severe penalties would be unlikely. Despite Chun Gao's initial harassment, she had also struck him, and Lin Fei had dealt a significant blow to him as well. Had she not spoken up, Lin Fei would have faced no repercussions. This resolution clearly favored her and Lin Fei. Sisterly, as long as you're satisfied, I did not anticipate this incident occurring. It is also my fault for not taking better care of you, Lin Fei said with a hint of remorse. Little brother Lin, you mustn't say that. This matter is not your fault. I merely lament the fact that the social atmosphere in Baiyun County is even worse than I had imagined. Li Jia remarked that. Lin Fei sighed, expressing his helplessness. Sisterly, this is our reality in Baiyun County. There are many issues to address, which is why I wish to stay and work here. I want to make a change. Little brother Lin, I hope you achieve a high position soon, preferably as the county leader of Baiyun County. Under your management, I hope for significant improvements in our community, Li Jia responded. However, Lin Fei had little chance of becoming the head of Baiyun County. By convention, the county party secretary could not be a local resident to avoid conflicts of interest and the formation of local factions. Lin Fei could, however, aspire to be a county mayor, Jiang Shuyu suggested. Then let us wish for Lin Fei to become the county mayor of Baiyun County soon. Li Jia smiled as she said this. Lin Fei awkwardly chuckled. Ladies, that is a long way off. I am merely a division-level official, not even a deputy division-level one. The idea of being a county mayor is still too distant for me. Little brother Lin, you are still very young. I believe you will one day become a county mayor, Jiang Shuyu asserted, gazing at Lin Fei with determination. That I will take your kind words to heart. If I do become the county mayor of Baiyun County, I will strive to accomplish many things and ensure the people's needs are met, transforming Baiyun County for the better. Lin Fei declared, we believe in you, little Fei. The group of beautiful women cheered him on, genuinely wishing for his success. Ladies, it's getting late. You should hurry and take your showers and rest, Lin Fei advised. All right, we'll go shower now, Li Jia and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. Little brother Lin, you are a bad person. This spacious suite comprised 3 rooms and 2 bathrooms. Li Jia and Kai Wenning went to one bathroom, while Yi Xinyan and Jiang Shuyu used the other. They all had their sleepwear with them. Little brother Lin, the sisters are going to shower. You mustn't peek. Kai Wenning teased Lin Fei with a playful smile that, I wouldn't dream of peeking. Lin Fei replied awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. The comment from Kai Wenning made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Soon, the 4 beauties entered their respective bathrooms with their sleepwear. The sound of running water soon followed. Listening to the sound, Lin Fei's mind inevitably conjured images of the 4 beauties washing themselves beneath the shower heads. Cough, cough, cough. I must not think about this. I really shouldn't dwell on it. Lin Fei quickly admonished himself, attempting to suppress his wandering thoughts. If he allowed his imagination to run wild, he feared he might lose control and act inappropriately towards the lovely sisters. They had all been getting along splendidly. Introducing such complications would make things difficult and could even impact Lin Fei's career trajectory. Yet, even as he tried to avoid inappropriate thoughts, he found it increasingly difficult to quell his inner restlessness. Since his breakup with Su Qingwei, it had been quite some time since Lin Fei had been intimate with a woman, and he felt a longing for companionship. One by one, the 4 beauties emerged from the bathrooms, donning fresh sleepwear while drying their damp hair with blow dryers. Ladies, you need the bathroom for a while, so I'll go wash up now, Lin Fei announced to Li Jia and the others. Yes, go ahead and shower. Li Jia nodded. Lin Fei slipped off his shoes and socks, donned the hotel slippers, and headed for the bathroom where Li Jia and Kai Wenning had just showered. Once inside, he closed the door and began to undress. As the shower spray cascaded down, he noticed 2 small pieces of lingerie and a camisole hanging on the hook across the room. Are those the undergarments of Sister Li's sister? Li Jia remarked. Ah, Kai Wenning's expression changed, her cheeks slightly flushed. After Li Jia's words, Kai Wenning naturally recalled the situation. Earlier, while they were bathing inside, they had changed into fresh undergarments, leaving their soiled ones hanging on the wall, yet to be washed and not taken out. Now, with Lin Fei bathing inside, had he not seen all their undergarments? How utterly embarrassing! No, I must retrieve them. Li Jia immediately dashed towards the bathing area. Don't go. Lin Fei is already in the shower. Kai Wenning quickly called out to Li Jia. However, Li Jia had already reached the door of the bathing area and pushed it open without hesitation. Just then, Li Jia and Kai Wenning caught sight of Lin Fei in the shower, scrubbing himself. Upon noticing Li Jia and Kai Wenning, Lin Fei instinctively recoiled, covering his private areas with his hands. Exhibiting a look of sheer panic, he then exclaimed to Li Jia and Kai Wenning, Sister Li Jia, Sister Wenning, what are you doing? I'm in the shower. Please don't joke around. Puffed. Li Jia and Kai Wenning both chuckled softly. Subsequently, Li Jia closed the door to the bathing area. This guy is quite something, Li Jia remarked softly.